So to number, okay, right here then. Okay, right here. Okay. Okay.
Welcome to the San Francisco Planning Commission regular meeting for Thursday, July 20, 2017. Please be aware that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence any mobile devices that may sound during the hearing, and when speaking before the Commission, speak directly into the mic, and if you care to, state your name for the record. I'd like to take roll at this time. Commissioner Fong?
Here.
Commissioner Johnson?
Here.
Commissioner Koppel?
Here.
Commissioner Melgar?
Here.
Commissioner Moore?
Here.
And Commissioners Hillis and Richards are expected to be absent. And with their absence, we'll need to select a chair for this meeting.
I'd like to go ahead and move to have Commissioner Johnson act as chair for this particular meeting.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to select Commissioner Johnson to chair this meeting. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much. Next item. Oh, sorry, yes. So today we will be taking a few items out of order, so just make an announcement for that for the public and for fellow members of the commission. After item 10, we have a request from Supervisor Safai to take item 16, let's see,
14.
Item 14 out of order. So we will go items 9, 10, and then 14.
Very good.
And then I believe we also will take items 16, 15, 22 Bush Street last. So that item 16, will come after item 19, 188 Octavia Street. I believe we have also one other item that's been continued off the calendar, but we'll hear as part of the continuous calendar.
Very good. First on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1, record number 2014-001272 GPA at the Pier 70 Mixed Use Project, proposed for continuance to August 24, 2017. Item number 2, record number 2015-005863 ENX at 342 to 360 5th Street, proposed for continuance to August 31st, 2017. We've also received a request for item 18, record number 2014-002849 CUA at 1196 Columbus Avenue, to be continued due to a noticing error, and the next available date is September 28th. I don't have any speaker cards.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on the continuous calendar? Commissioner Moore.
Move to continue items 1 and 2 to the dates announced, adding item 18 to be continued to September 28th, and acknowledging a reversed order on items 10 and 16 for today's meeting.
Okay, excellent. Before we take a vote on that, I'd like to open it up for public comment. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Loper, Ruben Junius, and Rose. On behalf of the project sponsor for the 1196 project, 1196 Columbus, there was a noticing error. It was a noticing error that resulted and was the fault of my office. It was not anything that the project sponsor itself had to do with. We've been continued 2 months, and I'm here to ask if there's any way that we could get continued for a shorter period of time, so that we can do the proper noticing and get it out. You know, this is not the responsibility of the project sponsor. It's my office, and so we're here to, see if you can not take it out on the project sponsor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. What date did we have for item 18? We said.
The next available date is that September 28th date. The rest of your calendars are pretty full.
Okay.
So second the motion to continue.
Yes.
Okay. So I guess we don't have any further comment on the dates, Commissioner Mulder? Okay. We'll take a vote.
There is a motion and a second to continue items 1 and 2 to the proposed dates, and item 18 to September 28th. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved. Commissioners, that motion passes 5-0. places you on the consent calendar. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar and are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a member of the public, the Commission, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item number 3, record number 2016-016026 UA at 468 Cascio Street, conditional use authorization. Item 4, record number 2017-000759 CUA at 306 Randolph Street, conditional use authorization. I have no speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none. Commissioner Moore.
Move to continue move to approve items 3 and 4 on consent.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve items 3 and 4. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. And places you on commission matters. Item 5, consideration of adoption of draft minutes for July 6, 2017.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore? Is that,
Move to
do we have public comment on the minutes? Okay, 1 second. Do we have public comment on the draft minutes? Okay, seeing none. Commissioner Moore?
move to approve.
Second.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve the minutes. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-0. And places you on item number 6, commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Moore?
I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Andrew Perry, planner on 3639 Taraval. He sent us a progress report on a commission action that involved quite a bit of lengthy discussion. That was the Riptide Bar out on Taraval. I'm very pleased to see a thorough report, a timely, thorough report, including a positive reporting on the outcome of this approval.
Commissioner Melgar?
I just wanted to be on the record appreciating the Sheriff's Office for the support that they provide to our meetings in keeping order and access to democracy. So I just wanted to say that.
Second that. Excellent, thank you.
If there's nothing further, we can move on to department matters. Item 7, director's announcements.
Commissioners, I have no new announcements this week. Thank you.
Item 8, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals, and Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Aaron Starr, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the Planning Department. At this Monday's land use hearing, the committee heard the general plan amendments for implementing the city's Vision Zero policy regarding pedestrian safety. Commissioners, you heard this item on May 18th of this year and recommended approval. At the land use hearing, there was only one speaker during public comment that had general concerns about how the city is implementing its Vision Zero policy. Without much discussion, the committee voted to forward the ordinance to the full board with a positive recommendation as a committee report. Next on the agenda was the trailing legislation for the Article 7 reorganization ordinance. This ordinance would put back the Valencia Street NCT zoning control table into the planning code, which was inadvertently removed from the Article 7 ordinance. There was no public comment at the hearing and only minor questions from the committee. The committee then voted to forward the item to the board with a positive recommendation as a committee report. Last on the land use agenda was the extension of the interim zoning controls for the indoor agriculture ordinance, sponsored by the mayor. At the land use hearing, Lisa Pagan from the mayor's office gave a presentation on the item and the need to extend the interim controls. The interim controls were passed to help the city protect the city's existing industrial spaces from being over-concentrated with cannabis cultivation facilities. The interim controls state that an over-concentration of cannabis cultivation businesses may have a negative impact on the character of neighborhoods with PDR zoning. The interim controls were put in place to provide the city time to study the issue of cannabis cultivation and decide if additional regulations on cannabis cultivation in San Francisco are needed. At the hearing, there wasn't any public comment. Supervisor Peskin proposed an amendment to have the expiration date of December 31st, 2017 instead of 6 months This amendment passed unanimously, and then the amended resolution was forwarded to the full board with a positive recommendation as a committee report. At the full board this week, the fee for monitoring student housing passed its first read. For the inclusionary affordable housing ordinance, the file was duplicated so that the recommendations from OCII could be added to the ordinance without slowing down the passage of the main amendments. The original ordinance was passed its second read, and the duplicated file will not need to come back to you for review, as you've already considered the amendments proposed by OCII. The landmark designation for the El Rey Theater and the accessory dwelling unit ordinance sponsored by Supervisor Peskin both passed their second read. The child care facilities ordinance sponsored by Supervisor Yee, the Vision Zero general plan amendments, and the Valencia Street Neighbor Commercial Transit District ordinance all passed their first read, and the extension of the interim zoning controls was adopted, and there were no new introductions. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Penny.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Fry, Department Staff, here to share with you a few items from yesterday's Historic Preservation Commission hearing. The Commission provided review and comment on proposed legislation an ordinance sponsored by Supervisor Peskin for commercial uses in North Beach. I believe that's on your calendar for later today, and Diego Sanchez will go over the HPC's comments at that time. The Commission also unanimously approved an addition to the Asian Art Museum, historically known as the Main Public Library, at 200 Larkin Street. This is an addition to accommodate a larger exhibition hall and conservation space for the museum. The item had been before the Architectural Review Committee twice, and the Commission was very supportive of the revisions made to the project in response to the ARC's comments. The Commission also reviewed a National Register nomination for Sacred Heart Church and its complex. As you know, this complex is also being proposed for local landmark designation. That is going to be heard at the HPC in October, but no reason why the National Register nomination couldn't move forward. So the project sponsor and the property owners are in full support of the National Register nomination moving forward to the National Park Service in D.C., and that was supported unanimously. Also, another item you'll see on a future hearing is 888 Tennessee. This is the demolition of a non-contributing building and the construction of an 87,000 square foot new building within the Dogpatch Landmark District. This item also went before the Architectural Review Committee previously. Those changes to the design were made, and the Commission fully supported the revised design for its compatibility with the Landmark District. And then finally, the Commission initiated landmark designation on Third Baptist Church Complex. Here on the overhead, the complex is already technically designated as a contributing feature to the Alamo Square Landmark District. However, its history and its known for its significant contributions to the political, economic, and social advancement of African Americans in San Francisco has not been formally recognized. So this individual designation will allow for that, and in particular shine light on Reverend Frederick Douglass Haynes Sr.'s work within the Western Addition neighborhood. So the Commission unanimously approved the initiation of the landmark designation. There was a large number of public speakers in support of the designation, and we are hoping to bring it to the Commission for its recommendation to the Board of Supervisors on August 16th in anticipation for a celebration the church is hosting in September. So that concludes my comments, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
The Board of Appeals did meet last night and considered one item of interest to the Commission. The Board of Appeals heard an appeal of a building permit to authorize an MCD at 2442 Bayshore Boulevard. The Planning Commission heard this as a mandatory DR in January and approved the subject permit with conditions. The appellant argued that the subject property could not be used as an MCD because there were two community facilities which primarily served people under 18 years of age within 1,000 feet of the subject property. This concern was also raised at the time of the DR hearing. However, the department has consistently found that these uses did not primarily serve people under 18 years of age. 3 of the 5 members of the board disagreed with the department's finding. However, 4 votes are required to overturn the department action. As such, the Planning Commission's decision to approve the MCD was upheld by matter of law. And that places you on the next item, which is general public comment, not to exceed 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes, and I have no speaker cards.
Thank you. Is there any general public comment? Come on up, sir. It's fine. You can leave the card there. Just go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alex Landsberg. I am obviously here not for any particular item. I did want to introduce myself again. For the past, dozen years or so, you've seen me here in my capacity as a research analyst with the Carpenters Union, Local 22. I've moved on since then, and now I'm going to be working with Local 6 and the San Francisco electrical construction industry as a director of research. Hope to be seeing you very often, and we certainly hope to be serving as a resource for you in discussing sustainability, development, and power here in the city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Kuiper. I'm here to speak on a continuation item when those come up later. But in the meantime, just expressing some frustration, repeatedly have tried to attend meetings where the Carpenters Union has filled the spaces. This is what paid protesting looks like, and it's really usually been speaking against most of the community's interest. So just basically calling out what I'm seeing again today. It's very frustrating. I have many people that aren't attend the meeting. We have many people here that are paid to be here that have no direct interest in these projects. And just to make sure that you are aware that that is a circumstance that we are experiencing as the public trying to attend and civically engage in these things. Certainly greatly appreciate that there's more consideration being given as horticultural uses are starting to expand in the city, and there's been a special task force set up to look at that. It is interesting, and again, I applaud these efforts. It is a space that now is in direct contention for a lot of our blue-collar and art spaces as we're looking to create or revitalize new art studios as we lose so many of them. Certainly on the east side of the Bay, and now we're experiencing in San Francisco, that these items are in competition for each other, and we're hoping to find a balance so we can still have both of these groups survive. So thank you as you move forward and coming up with planning regarding the expansion of horticultural uses in San Francisco, that those considerations are taken in. And I look forward to speaking to you during the continuation period.
Oh, thank you. 1 second. We already went past the continuance calendar. So.
And I've got a... After I left South Space, known as the Beast on Bryant, we started in '96. I went on to start a project in the Soma neighborhood, and that was heard for you today under item 2. We are currently negotiating with the developers for something that will hopefully either recreate on site or give us the opportunity to recreate elsewhere. So we're in favor of the continuation. We're still in negotiation with the developers to do a good thing there. Okay. So I appreciate any allowance as far as that goes. Thank you.
Thank you. It has already been continued. So.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Thank you. Item.
Commissioners, that places you on the regular calendar. Item 9, record number 2016-000068, IMP-02, multiple properties owned or leased by the San Francisco Art Institute, located in the city and county of San Francisco, institutional master plan.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrew Perry of Department Staff. Before you today is an informational item regarding an institutional master plan, or IMP, for the San Francisco Art Institute, or SFAI, a post-secondary educational institution. Planning Code Section 304.5 requires medical institutions and post-secondary educational institutions to have a current IMP on file with the Planning Department, which describes the existing and anticipated future development of that institution. In accordance with that section, the Planning Commission shall hold a public hearing on the plan, which shall be for receipt of public testimony only, and shall in no way constitute an approval or disapproval of the IMP itself or of any facility described therein. The IMP shall be considered accepted when the Planning Commission hearing has closed. SFAI is a nonprofit private institution that offers a range of degrees and other programs associated with the study of contemporary art. Commissioners, as you may recall, SFAI submitted an IMP, which was before this commission last year, and was deemed accepted on July 14th, 2016. Typically, institutions only need to file a full new IMP with the department every 10 years, along with updates every 2 years. New IMPs are also required, however, whenever there is a significant revision. For example, the proposed construction or lease of new facilities not previously discussed in the IMP on file, which is precisely what brings this IMP before the Commission today. In the interest of brevity, the remainder of my presentation will focus on this significant revision only. As noted in the last IMP submittal, SFAI would continue to investigate options to provide students with affordable and convenient housing options in an increasingly difficult housing market. Taking steps in that direction, the SFAI Board of Trustees has signed a letter of intent with Panoramic Interests in order to rent 320 beds of student housing at the proposed 333 12th Street project. Currently, SFAI leases space for student housing at two buildings, 630 Geary and 717 Sutter, which is able to serve only about 130 to 140 students each year. If the plan to provide student housing at the 333 12th Street site proceeds, therefore, they would more than double the number of beds available to students for housing, and SFAI would subsequently release its interests and lease in the two existing buildings. The proposed 333 12th Street student housing location is farther from SFAI's main campus at 800 Chestnut in Russian Hill, and farther from the new graduate studio and exhibition facility at Pier 2 of the Fort Mason Center for Arts and Culture. However, there is frequent transit service between the various sites, which will only improve upon completion of the Van Ness Bus Rapid Transit Corridor project, and there are multiple convenient bicycle routes to help connect the proposed housing to the rest of the campus as well. As a reminder, this IMP today is for the receipt of public testimony only and in no way constitutes any project approval or land use authorization. Commissioners, as you may recall, the 333 12th Street project was approved by this commission this past December as a residential housing project utilizing the state's density bonus law. The project sponsor for that project has submitted a new request for conditional use authorization to allow that project to proceed as student housing. A separate conditional use authorization hearing will be held on that matter. However, per Planning Code Section 304.5, that hearing may not occur until at least 3 months following the acceptance of the IMPs for the associated institutions with interests in the lease. The Department has not received any public comment on this most recent IMP submittal. The Department finds the IMP to contain all necessary information and recommends that the Commission accept the IMP as complete following the close of public testimony. This concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open it up for public comment. I have one card. Michael Thomas.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Thomas, and I'm the Director of Business Development for Panoramic Interests. Panoramic and SFAI have agreed to basic terms in the letter of intent and are looking forward to signing a master lease soon. SFAI has asked to lease about 80 apartments in the development. We'll be furnishing the units for the students and are receiving design input as we go. We're honored to have the opportunity to provide housing for these great students. Thank you.
Hold on one second. That was project sponsor. That's you, right? Okay, come on up. Don't worry, I'll get the hang of this. It's way harder when you're sitting here.
Holland. I'm the Associate Vice President for Operations and Facilities at the San Francisco Art Institute. San Francisco's original art school. We are a small, private, not-for-profit institution that has been instructing artists in San Francisco since 1871. We are not affiliated with any other art schools in the city. San Francisco Art Institute is dedicated to the intrinsic value of art and its vital role in shaping and enriching society and the individual. As a diverse community of working artists and scholars, SFAI provides its students with a rigorous education in the fine arts and preparation for life in the arts through an immersive studio environment, an integrated liberal arts curriculum, and critical engagement with the world. Since I was here just last year, I'm going to just flip through some of our prestigious alumni's contributions to arts in the United States and take us on to some images of our new campus opening at Fort Mason Center. We're actually moving our students in this fall, next month. This is in Pier 2, formerly the Herbst Pavilion. We have 2 public galleries, a gray box media theater, and room for 170 graduate fine arts students, a wood shop, 2 classrooms, installation spaces, and offices. This is going to be a classroom. Everybody's going to be distracted by the view of the bridge here. We're really excited to also be thinking about the future of housing our students coming in 2020. And this opportunity with Soma West at 333 12th Street is going to be great. We'll be able to house approximately half of our student body in one new location that's central, close to transit, close to safe bicycle lanes. And we hope that you approve our IMP. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, back to public comment. Do we have any other speakers? Okay. Commissioners? Commissioner Moore.
Appreciate that the Institute is joining Fort Mason, a lovely space to have the Art Institute find new teaching space. The master plan was updated with information that is contained in this document, and it's very interesting to read, and I'm in full support of what I see happening here.
Thank you. This is an informational item, so.
Commissioners, that places you on item 10, record number 2017-006-267 IMP at 1 Front Street, an abbreviated institutional master plan.
Did you want to take the supervisor out of order? We have a supervisor here.
So we're going to take it after item 10.
So
10, then 14.
That works.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Acting President Johnson and members of the Planning Commission, Nick Foster of department staff. Before you is an informational item regarding an abbreviated institutional master plan, or IMP for short, for Northeastern University, a post-secondary educational institution. Planning Code Section 304.5 requires that medical institutions and post-secondary educational institutions have on file with the Planning Department a current IMP, which describes the existing and anticipated future development of that institution. Institutions located in the C3 Downtown Commercial Zoning District occupying or proposing to occupy a site area of less than 100,000 square feet may submit an abbreviated IMP. Upon review of the submitted IMP, the Planning Commission has the discretion to hold or not hold a separate public hearing, given that the aggregate site area for all of the leased office space affiliated with the university for the purposes of academic or administrative uses is less than 100,000 square feet in the C3 district. Northeastern is therefore eligible to submit an abbreviated IMP. Founded in 1898, Northeastern University is a large private research university located in Boston, Massachusetts. Comprised of 9 schools and colleges, the university offers majors in more than 125 undergraduate and professional programs. Over the years, the university has grown to include additional satellite campuses in Charlotte, Seattle, San Jose, and Toronto, Canada. Per the submitted IMP, Northeastern is currently developing San Francisco courses, programs focused on information technology subjects. Within these subject areas, Northeastern plans to offer 2 programs, one for working professionals in San Francisco and another geared towards its undergraduate population. Currently, Northeastern University does not own any property in the city and county of San Francisco for the purposes of academic or administrative uses. The university plans to sublease 2 meeting spaces beginning in the fall of 2017. The larger space, totaling approximately 2,000 square feet, is located on the 27th floor of a commercial building located at 1 Front Street. The second meeting space, totaling approximately 900 square feet, would be located within the existing facility at UC Hastings College of Law. The university also currently leases 2 dwelling units with an existing apartment complex in Soma to accommodate participants in the university's cooperative education program who are also employed in San Francisco. The university's IMP does not call for any immediate expansion of facilities, and any future development plans would be described in an update to the Planning Commission. After reviewing the contents of Northeastern University's abbreviated IMP, staff believes it contains all necessary information and recommends that the Commission accept the IMP as complete and not hold a separate public hearing, I should say. This concludes my short presentation. I'm, of course, available for any questions, and project sponsor is also here for some quick comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Project sponsor?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is P.K. Agarwal. I am the Regional Dean for Northeastern University based in this area. And I want to thank you for this opportunity to present our undertaking in this area. As a backdrop, Northeastern University is a Boston-based leading academic institution founded in 1898. Our hallmark is highly experiential co-op model of education that provides students real-world experiences while engaging in their academics. And we hope to bring this historic strength of ours of experiential learning to San Francisco to help enhance the skills of the local professional workforce. We intend to offer short courses programs in leading-edge and high-demand areas of data science, network and security, cloud computing, machine learning, and AI. Our programs offer working professional and educational opportunity that helps them remain competitive with emphasis on flexibility and fitting with their lifestyle. We'd like to launch these short format courses this fall. We're also piloting a program that offers 20 to 25 of our Boston-based undergrads an opportunity to learn from the entrepreneurial ecosystem of San Francisco. These students will study entrepreneurship and design thinking from local faculty, attend a variety of local industrial events, engage with accelerators, startup companies, and venture capitalists. Finally, we expect all of our students to be walking or taking public transit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none. Commissioners? Commissioner Moore.
This follows a typical order of, as described by the department. It has all the necessary information, and I just accept it as informational.
Thank you. I just wanted to
Commissioner Fong.
just generically speak to these IMPs, and I think they're a great idea. It gives us some specificity about the particular universities like these two past two, but I think it also gives us an opportunity to get our finger on the pulse of where the city is going as far as educational institutions, hospitals, et cetera, and as they relate to transit, growth need, housing needs. So I appreciate this single opportunity, but I want to applaud the department for keeping with this program.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
I would like to remind the director at some point, I think this commission voiced interest in starting to track these new institutions together with their enrollment in order to realize what that may or may not mean relative to needs for student housing. We wanted to tie those two pieces of information together. This is just based on Commissioner Fong's comments, something I want to flag again.
Really?
Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go on, Christine, are you taking people off of the list when they talk? Oh, okay. Yeah.
We'll reset that.
We'll reset it. Okay, sorry about that. Thank you. Next item.
Commissioners, that places you on item 14, which we're taking out of order. Record number 2017-006-196 PCA, Medical Cannabis Dispensaries in Supervisorial District 11, Board File 170516, a Planning Code Amendment.
Thank you. I believe we have, do we have someone from Supervisor Safai? You're here.
We'll start.
Is it okay if I introduce him?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Diego Sanchez, San Francisco Planning. Today, we're presenting an ordinance proposing to amend the Planning Code regulations on MCDs in Supervisor District 11. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to allow the sponsoring supervisor, Supervisor Safai, with time to present to you.
I'm fine either way. If he wants to do his presentation, then I can speak after that. Okay, that's fine. So thank you, Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. This is an issue that has been vexing the folks in our neighborhood for a really long time. A lot of you have been through long, drawn-out hearings on this matter. Some of you more recently, as Commissioner Melgar was recently appointed, and others have been here for, like Commissioner Fong, for the last few years and have seen, and Commissioner Moore, of course, sorry, have seen long hours of, and Commissioner Johnson, long hours of public testimony. But I'm talking about even before you were on there.
Yeah.
I was looking at the map that your staff put together and was recalling the number of conversations that we have had. We currently have 5 MCDs that serve our neighborhood. When they did redistricting, 2 of them technically fell out of District 11, but they still serve District 11 because they're on Ocean Avenue. It used to be both sides of Ocean Avenue. One was in District 7 and one was in District 11, as you know. And then we have 3 up and down Mission Street. Those 3 were authorized on one night. This was prior to some of the thinking about clustering, and we've had those conversations over the last few years. But if you were to add all of the other applications that came through without community input and pushback and so on, we would currently have 12 that serve our district, including the 3 that have come forward since I have been supervisor and then found out that we were putting forward this legislation. And I called them as a courtesy to let them know it was happening so they would maybe not waste their time and money, and they pulled their applications to wait to see what would happen. But there were other ones that were about to be authorized, the community organized, and so there was about another 3 or 4. 2 of them were long hearings that you all voted against and voted down, and the argument was clustering. And so in its origin, MCDs were really about access for patients. And so the argument that the neighbors of District 11 have made, because we're a little bit different than other parts of the city in the sense that right off of the commercial corridor, you transition into a single-family home. Whereas if you're at the corner of, let's say, Seneca and Mission or Silver and Mission, you go around the corner and you're on someone's doorstep or you're in someone's driveway, versus 9th and Mission or 10th and Mission, where there's a large clustering of MCDs in South of Market. It doesn't have the same type of impact on the neighbors. So the calls that I have gotten and the conversations that I've had over the years have been, someone's parking in my driveway to go walk around the corner, or someone's sitting on my stoop using their medicinal marijuana, and this is a reality. And we had a woman call the other day that had gone out to ask someone to move, and then she ended up getting punched in the face. So some of the MCDs have taken the opportunity to hire security and patrol the area. One in particular that has done a really good job that we've heard a lot of good compliments from is the Green Cross. They hired a couple smart cars. They put cones out in the area to make sure that people aren't parking in people's driveways and businesses. They go around and clean people's stoops. They've been an addition to the neighborhood in a pretty positive way. And then some of the other ones have work to do, and we're working with them to raise their standard of service. But this isn't really about service or criticizing existing MCDs. It's about when you put so many in one area, it begins to have additional externalities. It begins to degrade the quality of life. I have no issues with medicinal marijuana. I'm a supporter of medicinal marijuana. But the folks of District 11 have spoken really loud and clear that the 5 that serve our neighborhood are sufficiently serving our neighborhood, and we don't need any additional MCDs. So we put forward a permanent cap. We know that there's going to be a larger conversation going forward in the next few months. I will be involved in that with my colleagues to shape the conversation around adult use. We will engage aggressively. We're going to take your considerations, the work that your staff has done through Director Ram and Aaron Starr and the team that are coming up with recommendations for the adult use transition. But in the meantime, this conversation is zeroed in on capacity and access, and because of some of the specific and distinct characteristics of our neighborhood in terms of the transitioning into immediately residential single-family homes, we feel like our district is well served by the 5 that serve our supervisorial district, and so we ask for your full support on our cap today. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Any questions for Supervisor Safai? Commissioner Melgar?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sure.
So have struggled with this issue, and particularly my anxiety is around the future of the implementation of the Prop 64 rules. And so I am very concerned about the distribution and the equity of the distribution across the city. But in looking at your legislation, I wondered if you considered having a temporary cap rather than a permanent one to see how those rules come out and how we define standards and all of the things that you mentioned, safety, security. So my fear is by putting a cap in one district, now the second, because, I think District 4 effectively has a cap. It looks different, but it's, same
Didn't you guys
idea.
Approve one the other day?
We did.
Okay. I'm sorry. I just question.
Right. It's one, and so my fear is that it'll put pressure on the other districts that don't have as much political, power representation in terms of, the dispensaries being open there in advance
I understand.
of us putting the rules.
So we were thinking about that, and that's why we just focused this on the MCDs. And I've told, we talked with a lot of the stakeholders in the district. We even met with some of the existing MCDs, and we've had conversations with folks in other parts of the city. And this is not meant to be to have a moratorium against adult use. We're going to come back and have that conversation. This is exclusive to MCDs. We have some thoughts on adult use. We've been working with the planning department on that, and we will continue to have that conversation. But it is something for you all to think about in terms of what has happened in other parts of the United States where adult use was authorized. Is it going to be a free-for-all? Is there a right number for the entire city? How do you distribute that equitably? And I know that your staff has been thinking about that. But this is exclusive to the MCDs, and we're happy to come back and have that conversation with you on adult use.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate
Thanks.
that. Commissioner Moore.
I would like to just ask you, if you assume that MCDs, regulated as they are like Walgreens or CVS's, they are like a medical necessity. It's a little bit of a shift in use interpretation. Do you believe that there should be equal access to all, which means there are certain radii by which a city in every district has 3 or 4, and that's it?
I actually think that there is the right number to meet the level of what you're saying in terms of a radius or capacity or access. And that's essentially what we're arguing, because the ones that we have positioned, we have one north of Mission, and we have 2 south of Geneva, one north of Geneva, and then we have 2 on Ocean Avenue. And so the argument from neighbors and residents is, if I need to get to a medicinal marijuana, if I'm a card holder, I can get to one in 5 minutes wherever I live in my district. And they all have a varying level of products and services that they provide. And so we feel like that is very well served. To take it to the next level, there might be demand in other parts of the city that are a little bit different than ours, but in terms of that, I think that that's the right way to think about it in terms of the overall city. Yes, I do. I think there are parts of the city where you only see one or none, and if we're talking about medicinal marijuana, we're talking about access and equity, there should be that conversation for sure. But again, I need to have that conversation with my colleagues and your staff and this commission, but I think that is a fair point.
I mean, I appreciate your saying that, because I would rather like to have that broader discussion before extending any particular restrictions for a longer period, because in the end, I believe that as marijuana becomes now adult use and it's more normalized in its understanding, there has to be a reweighting of how much total we want to have anyway.
Right, I get it. I'm not standing here as one of the parts of the city that has none or one.
No.
I'm standing here as a part of the city that has 5 serving our district. And the point that I brought out was, in the meantime, since I've been elected, 3 additional applications have come in, and your body has seen hundreds of residents come up and say, some were saying, yes, we don't want it at all. I'm not espousing that. What I'm saying is we are well served by the 5 that serve our district, and I think it's a fair point. That's why I'm here to ask for a cap on the MCDs. We want to halt that conversation. We don't want to spend any more energy and time and effort on your part or on our part to continue. And that's essentially what folks have said. They said they're prepared to come out and continue. And I'm saying, let's not do that. But just as a precursor, residents and folks that are listening, we have to have an additional conversation about adult use. That's an additional conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
One more question for you. So sorry.
No, no apology.
If for moratorium, generally speaking, I mean, and you can have almost up to 2 years. You can have essentially a year with an interim moratorium, which can be extended for essentially another year after that. 2 years from the fall, let's say the board takes us up in September, I'm assuming the conversation around the MCD versus adult use and sort of the maturation of that model and what it looks like will be well underway. Had you considered an interim moratorium that could potentially be extended for another year?
We did consider a conditional use and an interim period of controls, but as I said, the stakeholders and individuals that I talked to in the community really wanted to see this cap go forward. And I said to them, this is a cap exclusive to MCDs. We have to have an additional conversation about adult use, and we're prepared to have that, and we're prepared to have a thoughtful conversation with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, staff.
One last
sorry.
comment. I want to be careful to not pass too much judgment for hearing the full staff presentation. I applaud you for taking on this issue, bull by the horns, completely understand the situation and how the districts differ, neighborhood and family housing versus a commercial area where maybe it's more accepted. But I do kind of sympathize with some of the comments, and again, I want to yield my full thoughts until we hear from the staff and the public about taking on moratoriums piecemeal, district by district, and I'd really love to have the whole holistic city conversation about adult as well as medical and where we end up. If it maybe follows more of an ABC type of law where there's a maximum number of MCDs per zip code, per capita, per housing, I'd like to really kind of dig into that and see some of the data and usage of where people are coming from. I know a lot are coming from outside of the city, and hence maybe why your district or the southern
Yeah,
districts.
I mean, one of the reasons why our district also gets a lot of demand is that San Mateo County has an outright ban.
You're closer
and
to the
we're
border.
bound by entry and exits to the freeway. I mean, the last application, half the building was in San Francisco County and half of it was in San Mateo County. And it just happened to have a San Francisco address. And so that was the applicant. And he came in and told me that he was going to do the most amazing model of medicinal marijuana delivery that's ever been done in San Francisco history. And so, I mean,
I just wanted to share with you, thank you for the efforts, and I understand and realize the situation and the geography of District 11 and the current situation, but I also kind of want to feel out where the rest of the city is going to go overall.
Yeah, I think it would be harder for me to stand here and say if we had 0 or 1 or none, you know, that this is we just want an outright ban, and that's not. We're trying to have the right balance. I mean, we have currently 5 that serve our district. We could have had as many as 12, but that didn't happen based on organizing a community outreach. And I have to tell you, as someone that's lived in that district nearly 15 years, I have never seen an issue that unifies the overall populace. That is extremely diverse, by the way, age, ethnicity, gender, orientation, everything, that say we're at our capacity. 5 is good. Now there are some people that have a general fear that you hear over and over again that don't understand the medicinal qualities and don't believe in that. And I'm not one of those people. What I'm saying is we're at capacity. We feel like we're very well served, and we're prepared to have the conversation going forward with you regarding adult use.
Thank you, Supervisor Safai. I know that we're going to have fuller discussion after staff report and public comments. I hope you or one of your staff can stick around. But
yeah, we're monitoring this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, the department supports the underlying intentions to preserve neighborhood character and ensure that the NCDs, the neighborhood commercial districts, and District 11 offer a diverse set of goods and services. But as you've heard, the city is in the midst of developing a new adult use cannabis controls, which will ultimately inform the MCD controls. So because of this, the department is recommending a citywide interim moratorium on the approval of MCD applications until the city adopts new MCD regulations informed by the forthcoming adult use controls. So that concludes my presentation. I'll keep it short. I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to open it up for public comment. Are there any public commenters on this item? I see one.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Madam President. My name is David Hooper, and I serve as the president for the New Mission Terrace Improvement Association, which is the area west of Mission Street, north of Balboa High. This issue has come to the community many times. The item I wanted to bring to your attention was last July when the application for 100 sickles, which was unanimously voted down, came before you. At that time, then Supervisor John Avalo sent his aide, Beth Rubenstein, and the two major candidates for the Board of Supervisors at the time both spoke before you, Asha Safai and Kimberly Alvarenga, and all three of them tried to make the point that we had reached saturation for MCDs in terms of our community. This is an extension of this. The applications to the Planning Department for appropriateness have come in. One address on San Jose at Santa Rosa, the property owner, a dentist for Mission Terrace Dentist, was incredibly surprised when she found out that somebody was investigating whether or not her property could become an MCD. This is going on endlessly. You're all too familiar with the idea that the community will come down here and speak to you about their concerns. My thought is that, as stated last year and previous to it, we've reached saturation for our community. At the same time, the Planning Department and the Mayor's Office of Economic Development have engaged with the community to find out what we can do for Mission Street to improve it. This is a real serious opportunity. The community is engaged, and I'm hoping that you'll support this request for a moratorium so that we can move on and find a way to make Mission Street as vibrant as so many other neighborhoods have become. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Joelle Keneally. I'm president of the Outer Mission Merchants and Residents Association. I have been before you many times regarding medical cannabis dispensaries, and once again, I'm here again talking about cannabis. My bucket list at one point is to come up before you and not have to speak about cannabis, but here we are. We really urge your support in this. We know it's a stopgap measure until adult use comes in, but we're under siege in our neighborhood. We are hyper vigilant about every letter of determination that comes out. Every time there is a, hey, we want to come to your neighborhood. It's like, no, we're not coming to my neighborhood. You're coming to my neighborhood because I border San Mateo County that doesn't allow MCDs, doesn't allow delivery services, and it has put a moratorium on recreational. So until San Mateo County makes any type of change, we are going to be under siege. And so is District 10 in Viz Valley, because we're right on the San Mateo County border. And once again, people are not servicing my community, they're servicing San Mateo County. So when we think about the broader spectrum of this debate, we have to look at that, because you're going to be putting my community under siege. And we are going to be here before you again and again and again. We need equity. I get it. We need so that everybody has a piece of the pie. I get that. But you know what? It's coming to my neighborhood. It's not coming to others. So I really hope you take a good, hard look at this. I know it's a policy issue at the Board of Supervisors. I understand that. But we will be bringing people back down here again, and you know we do it. And just in regards to 100 sickles, I don't know if you guys are aware, but Ms. Ong is currently in jail. She's allegedly accused of doing a murder for hire plot. She had her business partner murdered 8 days before the hearing, and she stood before you and talking about how much of an asset she would be to the community. That's just what we have to deal with in terms of, proprietors coming into our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment on this item?
Hi, my name is Zuleika Alvarez. I'm here on behalf for my mom, Raquel
Just make
Alvarez.
sure you're talking to the mic.
Sorry. I'm here on behalf of Raquel Alvarez. We have a business, a restaurant called El Pollo Supremo. We've been there 25 years, in business 36 years in total in San Francisco. We're currently on Mission Geneva. We have been working with a dispensary that's about 2 doors down. They help with security because we are a prime real estate. We have a small parking lot. But what's been happening the last few years is it's affecting everybody's business. We've had our windows smashed a few times because of parking, because we say, okay, you can't park here and go to the dispensary. Well, what if I buy a soda? Blah, blah, blah. You know, we've just had major issues with that. I believe in the dispensaries. I don't mind them, but just like he had mentioned, you know, just putting that cap, because it is affecting everyone on a negative level in the sense of the communities. I had a lady that had a home daycare, lost so many parents, so many kids because of the door, you know, being in front of her home, smoking and stuff. So it just, I'm just here to just help, you know, basically create some type of flow, you know, and just, yeah, I guess create that, the cap, and just, I mean, like I said, I believe in it, but just there is a saturation. And I feel like we're so strict on other zonings, you know, it's like in things, and it's like, well, you know, let's just keep everybody in mind, residential businesses and everything. So I just, sorry, this is my first time speaking, so.
Good job.
Thank you guys for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Any, no applause, but good job. Any other public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, let's open it up to commissioners.
Oh, God, let's go.
Okay, Commissioner Moore.
First, I want to thank Small Business Commission Director Andresi for her report. I think that report makes me fully understand the position the department is taking. With 28 applications pending, and the majority trending in districts which already have the largest numbers of MCDs, I have to believe that this is an issue that needs to be resolved citywide. And perhaps we change the rules altogether. I leave that open. It's not this commission which will decide that, but this commission continuously finds itself between its hand caught between an open door. And I say that having sat here for a number of years, and actually this commission has been seriously chided if it took attitudes one way or the other because a particular supervisor, and that is different groups of people, did not like what we do. We are bound to a broad view to have the health and welfare at the city at large in mind, and that is basically an unbiased attitude to which district we come from. But I think we have developed a robust conversation over and over stating that we really need a broader discussion and a broader participation in all the discussions that are going on. And there are many which are going on so fast that you don't even know who's talking anymore. There are many. And we are not in the front seat, and we are not even sitting at the table, any of us participating in these discussions. So we're sitting here long hours as last week and going through significant stress by trying to be fair, trying to fulfill our responsibility and being sympathetic to the community. And I like to assure the supervisor that indeed we are closely aware of different communities and different neighbors having different reactions. Some don't get called to the table at all because they are 0, 0, 0, 10 years and counting because they don't have any MCDs, they're just not there. And others who are even more frequently asked to come, such as District 6, 10, 3, and 9. They're the ones which are most heavily burdened. And I believe that for me personally, I would feel most comfortable with the department and all other parties to come to a broader understanding what controls we need, what controls we may modify, and take time out for us to have a more informed decision or set of rules in front of us to move forward. I believe that deciding on the legislation as is in front of us in isolation is something which leaves the rest of the city stranded and does not help us at all, because we will continue to have the same difficulties as we had in many other instances in the past few months. And that's probably all I want to say.
Yeah, I think I share some of the same concerns that if you isolate one district, it all of a sudden makes the remaining 10 hotspots, and then it's a race for other supervisors to follow your lead, which I think is a great lead, to do the same. And the last man standing is actually in a difficult, last district standing is in a difficult position. I again applaud the supervisor's efforts, and I think I want to, if I can, try to help make your legislation successful and be the pilot to be used in a citywide discussion. And I don't think necessarily a moratorium is the right solution for a citywide discussion, or solution rather. And I want to clarify with according to this map with staff, are there 2 existing right now in D11 with 2 pending? 3?
There's 3. I think on one of the dots, because they're literally only 80 feet away.
Yeah.
The map doesn't show that there's 2 on top. Yeah.
Okay, great. So to that point about clustering, and when not clustering in a district per se, but when they are literally across the street or next door to each other, that I've had a long voting record of not being in favor of that, and have always said that whether they're coffee stores or pharmacies or whatever, we don't want that kind of clustering right next to each other. So maybe that's a start for the legislation. But I'm not sure where we're going to go with this, but I think I would not be in favor of supporting it at the moment, nor am I in favor of denying it, but I would like to maybe continue it and have this conversation on the record as some really serious discussion about how, when and if there's a citywide discussion, how this falls into part of the ultimate solution.
Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Supervisor Safai and his residents and constituents for their input. I've only been up here 9 months, but we have had our share of contentious hearings in that time, and we won't forget them. We are definitely not rubber stamping these MCDs, and we've continued and/or turned some of them down and rely on the residents in their neighborhoods to tell us what is working and what isn't working. It is a balancing act for us up here, whether to give the residents access to medication, but we're definitely not trying to give them over access to medication at anyone's expense, whether it's the Merchants Association or the nearby residents. So please keep us informed of what is working and what isn't working, and also we, also take into account which operator is going to be managing the establishment, and so there are other better players, more some than others, that are doing a better job and becoming part of the community, and some that are maybe there for different interests. So thank you again for the input.
Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. I also want to thank Supervisor Safai and the residents of District 11 for being here, big customer of Pollo Supremo. I have to say that I agree with the intent of this legislation. I have for some time been worried about the clustering and the effects on the commercial corridors, particularly in low-income communities, where there is already a lack of resources in terms of street beautification and parking and a lot of the things that merchants have to deal with. So I am also in agreement with some of the points made by Commissioners Fong and Moore about the effect that putting a cap in one district will have in other districts. But if I were to think about what I think should happen with all districts until we figure out what the effects are on the commercial corridors and what the adult use will be, I think we should be putting the brakes on things. So in terms of the residents of District 11, do I think that the effect on them, what is that going to be in terms of like what everybody else is doing? My instinct would be to help District 11, and my instinct is to support this.
Thank you. I'll just add a couple comments here. So I appreciate Supervisor Safai, you and your constituents, the ones who came today, really appreciate the time. I would say I agree again with I agree also with the intent of this legislation. We have seen the pressures in some of those neighborhoods, but I would add that one of my issues with what we're considering is probably the fact that Supervisor Safai isn't sitting next to Supervisor Cohen. I mean, D10 also borders another county, and they have similar pressures, but Supervisor Cohen is not dealing with a community that's showing up with hundreds of people for each application. And we have a table that's in our staff report. D11 has 3 in operation and were approved. D10 has 2, and they both have 2 applications in review, but yet Supervisor Safai is here and Supervisor Cohen is not, which is fantastic that you're here and that your constituents are being active, but I think that there's a little bit of equity in who has power and who has the ability to have time to get 300 people here for every single application. And I think as a planning commission, we have to think about that and take it into account and not just see the pressure of the public as guiding all of our decisions. I have been in a position of difficulty. Every time we have an MCD, I feel like I start up every single time saying, what a doozy. And I have been troubled for some time that the Planning Commission and the Planning Department have been put between a rock and a hard place because we haven't figured out the model. We haven't figured out what really works in terms of access to care for MCDs, and now we're currently working on what does access for adult use look like. So we don't have the model like we have for other types of land uses for us to look up to find findings. And so every single time it's sort of, well, what do you think this time? And I think that's really unfair to us, and it's unfair to the public. Frankly, I would prefer to see a citywide moratorium until we decide what the model is for adult use. And then we have more specific guidelines around MCD. We have some operators that are fantastic, and we've sort of used them, like, for example, the Apothecarium last week, as the model for what we want to see. But I think the city needs to have more generalized model for what it wants to see so that any operator that can meet those standards can come into the city and operate. So the staff has recommended that instead of District 11, that this become a citywide interim moratorium, and I'm actually supportive of that. It sounds like I've written 4 different recommendations, so we'll see where we end up, but that's kind of what I'd like to see. And Commissioner Fong, did I accidentally take you off?
Yeah, could you repeat the last part? You're in support of?
The staff recommended a citywide interim moratorium, and I'm supportive of that.
Okay, so I actually wanted to go back to my earlier comment about approving, disapproving, or continuing, and am supportive of the staff's recommendation to have a moratorium until the new regulations come out, which could be 6 months or 9 months, but I'm in support of that. But I do want to share that hopefully it's a citywide conversation that's going to be had with a collaborative effort.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore.
I'm glad that you're clarifying, because if we continue, we're not really part of the solution. We are basically procrastinating on what we need to take a stand on. And this stand is not against any of the concerns expressed by Commissioner Safai and his community members, but it's in support of having a more robust, common understanding of how to move forward. I believe, for example, and I'm not sure if you have that in front of you, Commissioner Ronan in her district has already 13 MCDs with 13 pending. And I hope that those who have the discussion on moving forward will consider what is really a maximum of MCDs we can have anywhere. This doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, I'm sorry, that's Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Ronan has 5 and is looking for the 3 additional ones. I'm sorry, I misread here. But I think those are considerations which I think is something even the department is concerned about, because we don't have any metrics whatsoever. And they're getting fewer and fewer as we're starting to now overlay the discussion on recreational uses. So I make a motion that we recommend approval with modification.
Second.
Okay, before we take up that motion with a vote, I would just add Supervisor Safai mentioned that part of his reasoning is it's also a quality of life issue for his constituents, and has commercial districts in his district that you go right around the corner into single-family homes. And I would note that you have the same quality of life issues in more dense areas as well. D6, there's a table again here. There's 15 operating or approved and 6 in review. And maybe the families that are in D6 don't live in single-family homes where someone's standing right in front of their front door, but they live in apartment buildings where someone's standing in front of their lobby, and that's just as much of a nuisance as someone sitting on your stoop. So I would not discount some of the quality of life issues that we need to manage in other districts as well. And so with that, unless there's other, Commissioner Melgar.
I just wanted to ask a question, clarify what we're doing. So we are going with the staff recommendation for a 2-year? Is it 2-year or 1 year? What is?
I think we were just thinking until we have permanent controls for both for adult use and new MCD controls. So it can be up to 2 years. It's 45 days initially, and then you can extend it for 10 months and 15 days, and then you can extend it for a year.
So what does that do specifically to Supervisor Safai's legislation?
You're recommending sort of approval with modification. The modification, instead of being a cap in District 11, that there be a citywide moratorium on MCDs instead, until such time as a complete sort of cannabis regulation framework is in place.
And then if the supervisor wanted to still pursue a cap just in his district,
he could. Yours is just a recommendation.
After. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he could do that after. He could. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have one quick question in terms of the recommendation. Let's say, what is the action where we would be adopting sort of standards on adult use? Like, what would trigger the interim moratorium ending under this recommendation?
I guess I always assumed that the adult use would inform new MCD controls.
You're asking about the actual timing?
So this is an interim moratorium, which has 45 days, then 10 months, 10 months, and then another year potentially. And so the recommendation is until such time as there's a adopted policy around adult use. And so I'm saying, what's the action item where we would say we've adopted policy around adult use and this moratorium would end? So
it would be the effective date of the new regulations.
Okay, so that would be regulations passed by the Board of Supervisors. And
that's right.
Okay, coincide with that. Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to adopt a recommendation of approval with modifications. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0.
Thank you very much.
And so that'll bring us back to item 11, record number 2015-003308, CWP, Sustainable Chinatown Report for Commission endorsement.
Lisa, where'd you go?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So before staff presentation, we actually have Lee Hepner here from Supervisor Peskin's office.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Lee Hepner from Supervisor Peskin's office. Just wanted to briefly convey that Supervisor Peskin endorses these measures, endorses this project, and also expresses our gratitude to the community stakeholders who have done such tremendous work. Also to planning staff, Director Ram, who went on a tour with our office of Chinatown in order to advance some of these measures. And with that, just brief message, I want to turn it back over to planning staff and the community stakeholders. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Lisa Chen of Department Staff. The item before you today is the endorsement of the final report of the Sustainable Chinatown Initiative. This report was developed by a cross-sector steering committee comprised of city, nonprofit, and philanthropic partners that is here today and available to answer questions. We have John Sway, Sue Exline, and myself from the Planning Department, Rich Chen from the Department of the Environment, Geeta Rao from Enterprise Community Partners, and Linda Lee and Cindy Wu from Chinatown Community Development Center. Cindy will be co-presenting with me today. If I could get the slides, please. Sustainable Chinatown was inspired by our department's work on eco-districts over the last several years. Our organizations came together in 2014 around the idea of developing a cultural eco-district in Chinatown, one that would address both environmental sustainability as well as equity and quality of life issues. The group pursued and won funding for a 2-year planning process from the Partners for Places grant program. The San Francisco Foundation, Enterprise Community Partners, and the Planning Department provided matching funds and in-kind support. Driving this work are 3 core tenets. Our mission is to sustain the community's unique culture and history, maintain the affordability of housing and commercial properties, and improve the neighborhood's environmental performance. We see these 3 goals as interconnected. So in other words, we don't want for Chinatown to become the greenest neighborhood in the city if it means losing the cultural legacy that makes the community so unique. This general timeline describes the first phase of our work, which is focused primarily on developing the baseline assessment and final report, conducting outreach to agency partners, and supporting CCDC's work on rehabilitating public housing. But we really see this as just the beginning of the project, and the next stage will focus on implementation and developing additional partnerships. Our final report is titled Strategies for a Sustainable Chinatown, and it's on our new website, which is at sustainablechinatown.org. It describes our work so far and 6 high-impact strategies that we intend to pursue in the future that complement the work of the steering committee and other agencies and partners. This report is a living document, and the strategies may evolve over time in response to future outreach or to changing priorities and opportunities. There have been a number of key accomplishments during our first 2 years of work. First, the initiative has resulted in stronger working relationships, particularly among the agencies and organizations on our steering committee. We describe the work as a collective impact initiative, meaning that we have been very deliberate about identifying our common goals and using that as a framework to align our work. The project has also resulted in significant resources being raised to support Chinatown, including $1.5 million for a solar installation at the Ping Yuen housing development, over $400K in grant funding, $100K for a ground play project, and an upcoming opportunity to leverage funds for a green infrastructure analysis by the PUC. Our sustainability data analysis was another key accomplishment that we think can be a model for other neighborhoods around the city. And finally, the project was recently honored with an Environmental Service Award from the San Francisco Commission on the Environment. I'm going to hand the baton over to Cindy now.
Thanks, Lisa. Commissioners, Director, what a pleasure to see you from over here. Okay, so why Chinatown? As you know, Chinatown is one of the last affordable neighborhoods in San Francisco, and its role as a gateway for immigrants and low-income people is vital. Some basic facts: the median income is $18,000 per household. 94% of people are renters, and 52% of the units are actually SRO units. We found that out through this project, that it's higher than before. Before I kept saying 40%. Now we're clear that it's 52%, and it's the densest neighborhood in the city. Chinatown is a community facing gentrification. On the edges, it's Ellis Act and OMI. In the core of Chinatown, it's evictions for hanging your laundry. And then once a tenant is out, a landlord will double the rent after doing minor upgrades, such as putting in a toaster or a bunk bed. Regarding environmental factors, Chinatown is already very green. 85% of residents don't own a car and take public transit. People reuse and recycle and save because they're poor, not necessarily a lifestyle choice, but because that they know that they can use that bag the next day for something else. DPH recently looked at all the neighborhoods in San Francisco and saw that Chinatown is actually most at risk for climate change in terms of extreme heat and flooding. But with all of this background, we wanted to make sure that we were talking about sustainability with a broad definition. Lisa alluded to this already, and wanted to look at the opportunity to take this eco-district framework that the city has been working on, and there's kind of been a national movement around it, and apply it to a built-out neighborhood, and especially a built-out low-income neighborhood. And really looking at this intersection of equity and the environment. If we were to achieve some sort of net zero energy neighborhood in the next 20 years, but people don't have the ability to stay in the neighborhood, we will have failed our mission. And so I think that's really important to the core of what we're doing. So Sustainable Chinatown is a piece of work, a collection of strategies and projects within a larger movement. So we're here talking today about Sustainable Chinatown, but I want to make sure we understand that this is happening within a larger tenants' rights movement, within a larger affordable housing movement, and all of that work allows us the ability to do this work. We are working from an assets-based point of view, making sure that we're preserving and enhancing the best of the neighborhood. All right, so let's move into the strategies. We have 6 of them: public housing, privately owned housing, the public realm, district-wide infrastructure, open data, and community engagement. And we'll go briefly into each one of these. The first is around public housing. So you know that through the RAD project, all of the public housing in San Francisco has been distributed to nonprofit owners now. And we are talking about the Pings. So the Pings are in the core of Chinatown. That's a little bit washed out on the screen. It's the most land under one ownership in Chinatown. It's over 500 units in the core, what we refer to as the Pings, plus another 100 units that are right on the edge of Chinatown. And so that's the public housing cluster that CCDC has taken on. You'll see here a historic photo from the historic rent strike of Pingying that really started the activism at the site. We have used this opportunity because we've been scoping this new project for the Pings. We've added the $1.5 million for a solar array. We've done work on windows. We've done work on insulation to do everything we could within the context of a rehab project to make it as green as possible. The hope is then that lowers operating costs and goes back to the tenants in the operating budget. Those are the improvements. The second strategy is around private buildings. So 85 to 90% of the buildings in Chinatown are privately owned. So we will never reach a scale by just looking at publicly owned buildings. Some really great work that came out of this is the data work, and I think Lisa will go into that more, the typologies of the different privately owned buildings. The idea is that we can one day have a menu of upgrades that the different typologies that fit each of the different typologies. And I'm thinking whether to say this publicly. Then one day to maybe actually require these upgrades in exchange for affordability restrictions. We'll see if we can get there. For now, I think that we really want to test the model and want to look at actual acquisition and rehab of an existing building as a pilot. And I'm hoping that it will be an SRO building because I think that that is really the test for how we can upgrade and preserve Chinatown. Okay, I'll pass it back to Lisa and I'll be up at the end.
If I could get the slides again. Thanks. So strategy 3 is really about improving the parks, open spaces, and streets in Chinatown for both environment and people. Chinatown, as you are likely well aware, is significantly underserved when it comes to open space, with the city's lowest amounts of parks per person. It's also a community that's dominated by hardscape with very low rates of tree cover and permeable surfaces. There are, as we know, a lot of planned and future open space and streetscape projects in the neighborhood. This map shows some of them. Sustainable Chinatown will focus on enhancing the sustainability and greening potential of these projects, particularly focused on the Portsmouth Square Improvement Project, which will redesign the neighborhood's most important park. We'll also be exploring creative placemaking and temporary open space opportunities through the Ground Play program. Strategy 4 is closely aligned with Strategy 3 and is focused on district-scale water and green infrastructure. We're currently working with the SFPUC to develop a scope of work for a study on the potential for additional green infrastructure and water efficiency measures in the neighborhood. This analysis would complement the other infrastructure projects already underway and can result in design guidelines or specific projects that could be built incrementally to improve the ecological function of Chinatown streets and open spaces. Strategy 5, which Cindy alluded to, is about using data in innovative ways to drive and monitor our work. We're going to provide a little bit more detail on this part of our work because it's an area that we think is pretty innovative and that the Planning Department and the Department of Environment spent a lot of time and work on. So at the start of the project, the steering committee created a list of 35 indicators in the performance areas listed here. We use these indicators to conduct a baseline assessment to understand the existing conditions in Chinatown, and we intend to track them over time to monitor progress. The list was inspired by other city resources, including the San Francisco Indicator Project, which is created by the Department of Public Health. We see this work as a model for other neighborhood planning efforts. In particular, we were able to obtain and analyze energy and water consumption data at a district scale for the first time, working closely with our sister agencies to develop new methods of data analysis. What you see here is a summary of our energy analysis, which found that Chinatown residents use about 1/2 as much energy per person compared to the city average. As Cindy mentioned, we also wanted to better understand the existing building stock to support the acquisition and rehab strategy. So this slide presents a typology of private buildings in the neighborhood. Our key finding was that roughly 85% of residential units are in 2 to 4 story buildings that were built shortly after the 1906 earthquake. We also found that rates of residential health and safety violations are about twice that of the city average. So these findings suggest that many buildings need significant upgrades to improve livability as well as energy and water efficiency. In a related analysis, we wanted to understand the ownership structure of Chinatown buildings. We found that very few buildings are owned by a single person or a couple, so about 40 buildings in total. Nearly 80% of units, on the other hand, are owned by multiple owners in some combination of trusts, corporations, family associations, or some other structure. This complexity underscores the challenges of conducting building owner outreach in this neighborhood. Going forward, we're in the process of working with a team of researchers at Stanford to develop some online data tools that will share these key findings and make them more accessible to general audiences. And Cindy's going to close out the presentation.
Thanks, Lisa. So, of course, we do all of our work through community stakeholders, and so I'm going to go over a couple examples of what we've been doing. We've been doing outreach at Portsmouth Square. We are actually having an eco fair on August 12th if anyone is around and would like to come by. We've been doing exhibits at 41 Ross. It's a little storefront that we've been able to get to do various creative placemaking exhibits, and so have been doing sustainable Chinatown work there. We have a monthly Super Sunday event where we gather up to 500 or 600 seniors every month, and so, again, a place for education. And that last one is an example of an exhibit. In terms of next steps, we were able to get some more grant funding. We were awarded one of 5 grants from the National Enterprise Community Partners, the Climate and Culture Grant, and so that's really exciting. And so for next steps is, number 1, our eco fair. Number 2, looking at the Portsmouth Square redesign, and we just had a really exciting kickoff meeting to think about water strategies, energy strategies. How can we make this something bigger than a park redesign? And then an acquisition and rehab pilot. And so I believe that's the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to call for public comment on this item. Do we have any speaker cards? Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'll start it off. Thank you very much for the presentation. Former Commissioner Wu, there's a seat here if you'd like to join us for the rest of the meeting. This is fantastic work. I wish that it would be great to know how much of the findings on the success of this process were adopted for MAP 2020, because I feel like there's a lot of overlap in the goals of what they were trying to achieve there, but this seems much more, shall I say, organized. Organized, I'll use that word. So really appreciate all the efforts here, and thank you very much. Commissioner Melgar.
I think it's different, but I will say thank you to Cindy and Lisa. What a great presentation. I did have a question about the strategies. Because you talked about the complexity of the ownership structures, and I feel like as a city we've been talking for decades about the SROs in Chinatown and habitability issues, and I'm wondering, I saw that acquisition and rehab was the strategy, but did you also talk about the strategy of just keeping not the acquisition part, just the rehab in terms of financing and restrictions?
Thank you. I think that's definitely a possibility. With the recent Prop C funds, there may be money that can just go toward rehab that maybe a family association or some other entity can apply for those funds. I think that capacity is always a challenge, and so there may need to be a high level of technical assistance to those kind of groups to get that kind of money. We really started this project 3 years ago thinking about more of just a rehab strategy, because to get to scale, it couldn't be CCDC buying all these properties. But I think the market got so hot that we were a little bit nervous about that, and so wanted to do the pilot as an acquisition rehab. And if I could add one thing I forgot to say, is that it's been a super pleasure working with the planning staff on this, and SF Environment and Enterprise. I think that this has been really the super grade A team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, this makes me very proud to see this amount of work, and as Commissioner Johnson put, this level of organization. This is obviously a treasure to our city, unique to San Francisco, unique to and a treasure to my family. My great-grandmother was born in Chinatown in 1849. My grandfather served on the original board of directors who built Portsmouth Square. So here that is being looked at now is very important to us and to many people in our community. So I think it's great work. I fear the gentrification, but I also realize that there needs to be some change and activation for the retail. And there's been some great restaurants that have opened up recently, fantastic award winners. We need more of that, not necessarily more of other things. So there's a complete fine line, I hope, and I'm sure through this data, and you'll be able to walk that fine line of growth, but also preserving the rich history and culture. So thank you for doing this. Keep going, and however we can support, we'd be happy to do so.
Thank you both for the great presentation. Also wanted to thank planning staff, Department of Environment, and CCDC as a whole. I wanted to commend you guys on especially the sustainable aspects of the plan. I don't think there's any more important neighborhood in San Francisco that defines us as a city as much as Chinatown does. So it's impressive for me to see that a lot of thought was put into this. Also, that it's not just about putting photovoltaics on the rooftops to, harness the energy of the sun. It is about the water also, and those two overlap. The less water you're going to be using, the less electricity you're going to have to use to move that water. So I really am glad to see that this was addressed in the report, and very happy to see it today. Thanks.
A remarkable piece of work. Congratulations to all. I think it's an award winner, and I think it's a model of can-do and what's possible within the city. I think without CCDC, this would not be possible, and we need to remind ourselves of something which we call capacity building, and ultimately having the capacity to lead. And this is an amazing example, together with all the partnerships which help support it, not just to talk about the money part, but also the technical resources and knowledge the department and everybody else brought to this. Open data helps phenomenally, and I think that particular aspect of city governance is maturing as we're seeing this report come forward. What was really amazing to me is, and I did talk to Commissioner Wu about that, is the ownership patterns, which are a little bit of an exclamation mark to see of how ultimately only having 8% of ownership in single or couple in couple ownership who live here versus 77% of people who come in different configurations, who are harder to access and harder to bring into the fold with general ideas. Is it ultimately a community spirit which will convince people? Is it ultimately a motivation for the larger good? Because the larger good, given the number of people who live in this part of the city, to speak with its historic importance, I think hopefully will rally the additional 77% or a fraction thereof to come forward and stand by what basically their roots are as well. It's really looking for roots and kind of engaging people in that broader committed dialogue. And I'm sure CCDC, everybody else, I'm looking actually towards the director, is thinking about other strategies to get a broader involvement. And I hope it is not just pick and choose, but it really keeps the community intact and all of the three basic tenets by which this project is coming forward. And that I like the words, I wrote them down. What did it say? Sustain, maintain, improve. That's a very powerful message, and I couldn't be happier to just basically extend my full support to this effort. I happen to live right at its edges where some of the effects of gentrification are displacing people with modest means who live slightly more up the hill but are unfortunately not included in the boundary of this.
I have one sort of real estate specific question, and that is, and you mentioned that there's a large population of ownership by trust or family associations. In the event that there's seismic work that needs to be done to some of these older brick buildings, and I know Chinatown's vulnerable as far as earthquake, like soft story work, and let's just say those family organizations can't agree or can't put the money together. Is there been any thought to how others grant money, whether it's local, federal, or a trust that's able to help them, assist them in doing that seismic work to keep it sort of within the family associations, and that they don't end up selling them to a larger real estate conglomerate?
I think that's a really great idea. Nothing exists that I know of, but I think that's exactly the kind of technical assistance that people need, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's because they can't agree, but maybe it's because they don't know technically how to get through the project. We would be happy to be part of that.
Yeah, I just think that's an interesting piece that, and unique to the city where they may put up a for sale sign because they can't figure out the seismic work or need a loan to do it or...
Right, and I think the danger is that every time a for sale sign goes up, the next owner is one step more removed from
Tempted.
Chinatown.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
The states and the city's ability for PACE funding would extend to these buildings as well, and that is basically resiliency money set aside for energy as well as seismic soft story improvements. That is not as much widely published financing idea, but that is available and would be interesting to speak more broadly or tie more openly into these potential building needs.
Dr. Ram.
Thank you. I just want to add my thanks to everyone. I'm reminded of when Cindy was on the Planning Commission requesting that the planning department get involved in these types of activities, and I'm very gratified to see this happening. It is comparable in many ways to the work that we're doing in the mission, and it is more organized. And I agree with that comment, Commissioner Johnson, and I think partly is because of the mission project, we kind of invented it as we went along. This one had a kind of much more structured format from the early stages, and we learned from each one of these. And you will hear in the fall or later this year about the work that we're doing in the Tenderloin as well. So I'm very happy to see this work move forward. It's a very thoughtful, incredibly thorough piece of work, and And each one of these are tailored to the neighborhood that they exist in, and I think that's one of the things that's really gratifying about it. Implementation will always be a challenge, and for the very reasons we've been talking about, and so it's going to be incumbent upon us to act as those facilitators, if you will, on the implementation side, and we are gearing up to do that as well as we do with the neighborhood plans. So I'm just grateful to everyone, and thanks CCDC and Cindy for her work on this, and Department of the Environment and the planning staff. We are asking you to take an endorsement action on this today, so we would respectfully ask for that as well. So thank you.
Thank you. And don't get me wrong, some people don't like structure. It doesn't work for everyone. I like it, but it's not for everyone. Commissioner Moore.
Does this require a motion?
Yes,
yes.
please.
Move to endorse?
Yes, this would be a resolution endorsing the strategies. Is there a second?
Sustainable strategies.
Second.
Yes. I want to ask another question, if I may. Would it be possible for the department to sometimes have a small walking tour and really actually witness the improvements of the Pingyang apartment?
Certainly. I mean,
I think it would be very interesting for us to kind of have a hands-on feeling of what is really possible. We talk about this, but I mean, I walk by there, but I can't get in. It would be very interesting.
Certainly,
to
we
see.
did have a tour that CCDC organized a few months ago, and I'm sure they'd be happy to help organize another one, surely.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to adopt a resolution endorsing the strategies. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners, and that motion passes unanimously 5-0. And places you on item number 12, record number 2017-005-179 PCA, commercial uses in North Beach, technical and other amendments, board file 170419, a planning code amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Diego Sanchez with the San Francisco Planning Department. Today I'll be presenting an ordinance proposing to amend the Neighborhood Commercial District Controls and Historic Preservation Review Procedures in the North Beach SUD Special Use District and the Broadway NCD or Neighborhood Commercial District. I believe Lee Hepner of Supervisor Peskin's office will be here shortly.
Yes.
He is here.
Lee's here.
And he will present. I just didn't see you. Apologize. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I do have a few copies for the members of the public and a letter from the Telegraph Hill dwellers that I don't believe made it into your packet, but hoping we can distribute that to members of the Commission. It's a nice and thoughtful letter. Lee Hepner from Supervisor Peskin's office here to talk to you for the second week in a row about a series of amendments to some NCDs, SUDs in District 3, specifically in North Beach, Telegraph Hill, Broadway, and Chinatown area. These amendments, as with the amendments last week to the Polk Street and Pacific Avenue NCDs, arose out of a closer look at the Article 7 Code Reorganization Project, where we started meeting with community members, neighbors, residents, merchant groups to really assess what the community wants from its local zoning controls. We made several substantive amendments to the Code Reorganization Project. These are a series of trailing amendments that would do the following. It would establish a conditional use authorization for any subsequent use to a legacy business. It would expand the definition of historic buildings, prohibit certain uses in just the North Beach SUD, reduce the lot size limit in the North Beach SUD, modify requirements for approval of parking garages in the Telegraph SUD, Telegraph Hill North Beach SUD, the North Beach NCD, and the Chinatown mixed-use districts, reduce off-street parking spaces permitted for residential uses in the Telegraph Hill North Beach residential SUD, and the Broadway and North Beach NCDs, and also clarify the definition of formula retail. I want to thank planning staff for its recommendations and for its approval of this ordinance overall. I think for the sake of furthering the conversation, I might just address the requested modifications from planning staff. First of all, as to the revisions to garage requirements in the North Beach NCD and Telegraph Hill, North Beach SUD, and Chinatown mixed-use districts, our intention was to have this apply to prospective projects as well. The planning staff recommends that it apply not to prospective projects, but only to existing projects. Applying it to prospective projects, we just, as a policy matter, believe that this advances the pedestrian environment of these areas. It encourages ground floor active retail spaces and also advances the city's transit first policy. I think that, these policy matters absolutely should apply to prospective projects, and I think as a citywide matter, I think the city is moving this direction. So I think that we respectfully disagree with that recommendation. Okay with the other two recommendations there. As to recommendation number 2, we were at the Historic Preservation Commission yesterday and accepted a modification that would agree with the scope of historical resources that we define in these in this proposed amendment. I think that the concern there was that we were creating duplicative or redundant process. That was not our intent. Rather, we understand that to the extent that the planning staff already conducts review of locally adopted surveys like the North Beach survey, which was adopted by the Board of Supervisors in 1999, that this proposed amendment intends to confirm in the ordinance that these are historical resources subject to review. As to the third, we believe that requiring conditional use authorization on the ground floor for health services just further advances the active ground floor commercial nature of this of the North Beach SUD, and would respectfully disagree with that recommendation. And as to the fourth, I think, as with last week, this commission recommended that we issue certain findings to support a conditional use for a use that is subsequent to a legacy business. We're fine with that, subject to some discussion. I do think that the CU process allows for the airing out of many of the concerns that we would otherwise issue findings for, and that findings to the effect of, that the business left on its own accord enters into a gray area wherein it's kind of hard to determine whether they left on their own accord or under duress or because of a rent hike, and that sends this commission down a fact-finding mission that is not as black and white as they left on their own accord or not. As to number 5, I don't know that we feel particularly strongly about this, except that saying, putting in discretion to apply the factors that would apply to a certain use does only that. It gives staff discretion to not apply certain purposes of the North Beach SUD. I don't think that that's really necessary, and would politely, respectfully reject that modification. And then as to the last, we do believe that our amendment as to formula retail uses clarifies the existing definition of formula retail use. The current Section 102 definition of sales and services retail includes all of the use categories, all of the uses that we list out in these proposed amendments. So ultimately, we feel as if we are further clarifying formula retail use by listing out all the uses in sales and services retail, removing ambiguity as to the intent, the legislative intent of those formula retail use controls, and making it clear that all of the uses under sales and services retail are subject to formula retail use controls. And with that, I will sit down and be available for any questions that may arise, and thank you for your discussion.
Commissioners, the department's in overall support of the ordinance. The many proposed changes that you've heard to the NCD controls can help maintain and enhance the small scale and pedestrian-friendly nature of the North Beach area. As you're aware, though, the department does have a number of proposed modifications. We believe these modifications are going to ease implementation, increase the success of the ordinance, and further city-held policy goals. So if I very quickly go through our modifications. The first is in respect to the provisions for garage installations. We are recommending that we clarify that these controls apply only to existing buildings, and very quickly the reason is that it's very difficult for us to determine how a proposed garage would have affected a proposed dwelling unit if we don't know what the before and after was. It's much easier for us to implement this on an existing basis. We are also recommending that we clarify that the milestone, the 10-year milestone for the no eviction period, be the date of the acceptance of a complete building permit application. We think that's just going to make it easier for us to implement that requirement. We are recommending that we require conditional use authorization for health service uses on the first floor. And as the case report stated, there are a number of uses that are not permitted in North Beach or require conditional use. We need to expand the universe, if you will, of possible uses on the first floor, risk increasing vacancies. We are recommending, number 3, that we add clarifying language that the Planning Commission is to determine whether or not a proposed use supports the purposes of the North Beach SUD applicable to the proposed use. As you'll see, one of the proposed uses, for example, supporting upper story residential uses may not apply to a ground floor commercial, for example, an eating and drinking establishment. And we would find that difficult for such a proposal to make that finding. So we want to clarify that we only want applicable purposes to apply. Regarding the formula retail controls, we think we should exempt these half dozen or so for a number of reasons. Again, they harken back to allowing a greater universe of uses in NCs. And I think the case report talked about instances of some types of real estate brokerages or insurance brokerages that need specific spaces. If you apply CU to these, the CU from the formula retail may dissuade their entry. We're also proposing amendments to the legacy business controls. We think that we should exempt properties that have been vacant for 3 years or that are otherwise removed from the registry. And we believe this, again, this would be modeled after the Calle 24 legacy business controls, and this also has the concern about not prolonging vacancies in NCs. We also think that we should add conditional use findings for you to consider when a new use is replacing a legacy business. The last recommendation is with respect to historic preservation review. Commissioners, the proposed language can be read to require the application of the Secretary of Interior standards to all buildings, including those found not to be of historic import. So we think that's a bit concerning. To the last 2 recommendations, yesterday the HPC reviewed this ordinance. Their comments focused on legacy businesses as well as the preservation review procedures. The HPC believes that the legacy business controls would benefit from more clarity as to how the CU process would work when a new use replaces a legacy business that left on its own accord. They're also concerned that this control may be a little bit punitive to subsequent uses. The HPC also believes that the current historic preservation procedures should be maintained given the possible confusion the proposed controls may create. Just one final note, the case report references a change to off-street parking ratios under numbers 3 and 4 on page 3. This change is not in the ordinance before you. Please disregard this. There is a substituted ordinance for which you will be acting on, and I'm providing this to you for the record. And this was substituted as of July 18th. So this concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item? I have one speaker card. Stan Hayes. Mr. Hayes.
Thank you very much. I have yet another copy of the THD letter. Sorry to do that to trees. My name is Stan Hayes. I am the immediate past president of the Telegraph Hill Dwellers, and I'm co-chair of the Planning and Zoning Committee. And I'm very pleased to be here today to add our voice of support to these amendments proposed by Supervisor Peskin. This is, as I think Mr. Hepner said, is trailing legislation to the Planning Department's Article 7 omnibus reorganization. We believe that these amendments that are proposed by Supervisor Peskin are going to further protect the historic character and the integrity of our residential and commercial districts in Telegraph Hill and North Beach, that they'll increase our commitment to pedestrian safety and public transit, that they'll help to preserve the fine-grained nature of North Beach neighborhoods and businesses, that they're going to ensure more enhanced review by preservation staff of projects that could significantly alter historically sensitive buildings, that they will limit the loss of residential and ground floor commercial spaces, maintain a more active commercial streetscape, and clarify formula retail protections that you know are so important in our neighborhood. So we urge you to support these amendments as proposed. We think they're going to safeguard protections for residents and businesses throughout Telegraph Hill and North Beach, that they'll confirm and maintain the existing conditions in North Beach that have produced what we think is a very successful commercial and pedestrian-friendly environment, and that has helped to keep at bay some of the worst of the vacancy rate problems that have plagued other areas of the city. And very importantly, it reflects a collaboration between the supervisor and neighborhood and business leaders working together to solve a common problem. We're delighted to have been a part of it. We hope you'll join with us in supporting these amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Is there any other public comment on this item? Okay. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioners? Okay, I will start. I'd like to thank staff and Supervisor Peskin's office and also the engaged constituents of District 3 for this measure. I think that a lot of this makes sense when you read the purposes, when you read the North Beach SUD and you've sat through multiple hearings and discussions about that neighborhood and what they'd like to see. But I'll get started with just a couple of comments that may turn into questions. There's a lot that's here. There's a lot of different pieces of this. Much of it makes sense. I'll try to go down the list and make it as quick as I can. I'll say, as usual with these sorts of things, particularly in light of the Polk Street NCD changes that we looked at last week, my comments are always going to be around making sure that we are equitable and consistent in how we make some of these definitions, particularly when I get to my comments in the legacy business. It makes a lot of sense to me that we would have some regulations around change of use for spaces where there's legacy business, but I'm starting to get the sense that it's going to be treated differently in different neighborhoods, and that does not make a lot of sense to me. So I really just want to see some consistency across all of these NCDs and how we treat citywide uses like that. But I'll go down the list. For parking garages, you know, this commission has really trended in the direction of lowering parking requirements, lowering the amount of space that is used for parking citywide. We've had greater and lesser success with that, you know, in different projects in different neighborhoods, but that's the trend. And I feel that the changes suggested for the North Beach SCD are in line with that. And so I understand the planning department may see some challenges. We're looking at a proposed project, but it's a pretty dense neighborhood, and so I think that the commission, when it comes time to it, will be able to make determinations about the impact of a proposed project. So I actually agree with the suggestion of having that change applied to both existing and proposed projects. Obviously, if it's deemed unworkable through the legislative process, then that's something that this commission will have heard it, and it can get worked out through the legislative process. And if it really doesn't work, we can go back and change it, and things will be coming to the commission, and we'll hear it. But I don't personally see the need to treat existing versus proposed differently. For the historic preservation review, again, my bias is always towards consistency. I feel that we have review procedures, and I agree with the staff's recommendation on that. I'm not really sure It's not that I don't think they need to be strengthened or lessened or changed in any way, but I guess I'm just not really sure what positive benefit or good impact we would have from the changes suggested here. Again, I understand where Supervisor Peskin's office is trying to go and what it is that they're, I guess, trying to protect with some of the historic properties that are contributing properties to the district. But I think our current review process gets us there for a vast majority of the projects that would be reviewed by the Historic Preservation Commission and the staff in the department. I have voiced, so getting to legacy business controls, and then also the retail services control, which include the CU for health service and the formula retail controls. For legacy business controls, I want to see some consistency there. I would love for us to go back to our discussion of what we decided on in the Polk Street NCD and also in the Mission MAP 2020 area and see what we talked about there and just sort of match it up. I know that we made some specific suggestions around time periods for if a legacy business goes out of business or otherwise leaves a space, time periods to when another application could be considered, findings we would have to make, and I just really want to see us doing that consistently versus saying, okay, in the Polk Street NCD, what are we doing with legacy businesses? In North Beach, what are we doing when we have a citywide legacy business registry for a citywide policy purpose? In terms of the rest of the uses on the retail corridor, and I sort of group health service along with the changes to the definition of formula retail, I have stood on my soapbox before about the need in this period of time to be flexible about what we consider active ground floor use. I understand, again, the North Beach and sort of the specifics around that neighborhood and sort of the specificities of how that commercial corridor has come to be and what it is and how it's different than other neighborhoods. But I think we are in a changing environment. And if the more restrictions we add to our planning code, the more we tie our hands in the future. And Mr. Hayes' comment letter actually points it out, that this district wants to avoid some of the vacancy rate issues that are occurring in other neighborhoods. And I want to see the same thing. I have the same goal as a planning commissioner. And I don't think that providing much more restrictions is going to get us there. I would hate for us to be sitting here in a couple of years talking about the North Beach SUD and them having a vacancy rate problem and having to go back and redo, big portions of our planning code to try to alleviate issues in that area. So I would just sort of group those together to say I would love to see the staff recommendations move forward. I think there's a little bit less restrictive. And again, I understand where the North Beach SUD is trying to go. I understand, the history of that neighborhood. But at the same time, I'm looking to protect the vibrancy of that corridor as well. Those are my thoughts. And do we have other comments? Commissioner Moore.
Counterpoint. I believe that the legislation itself is complete and sensitive. I do not believe in making things too similar because our city is a patchwork of the highest diversity of any American city. And for that very reason, I support the very fine-grained, thoughtful legislation that addresses that, even if it may be a little bit harder for us to implement or understand. These types of legislations are very clearly written. I think we understand where the differences are, and I am not interested in getting too much into the same applies everywhere else. I'm actually a proponent of continuing diversity and letting the very special characteristics of building types and use types give us a clue of how to regulate and support and regulate it. It's a better way of saying it. So I am generally in support of everything that's being said, and I would actually remind you, and I regret that Commissioner Richards isn't here, I believe that the influx of ground floor urgent care is a very negative element in many of our retail corridors. Since they can pay higher rents, they are basically displacing other business, and since they are rather predatory, I do believe that I would like to see restrictions on them that I believe, at least for North Beach, are clearly expressed here. I think there would be a very inappropriate ground floor use in the majority of what I know North Beach retail to be all about, and so I take a slightly different tack from Commissioner Johnson, and I'm basically interested in supporting the legislation as it has been brought forward.
Commissioner, Jocelyn? That's Aaron, Mr. Starr.
Aaron Starr through the chair. I just wanted to highlight the sort of changes to formula retail. Mr. Hepner touched on it. It is a confusing section, and so I really am thankful for Supervisor Peskin's office to attempt to clarify that. But our current practice now is to not include every retail sales and service use as a formula retail. Our current practice is only those uses that are actually called out specifically as formula retail do we consider that. Also in that list, we call it retail sales and service. It's confusing. It's been to the Board of Appeals, I think, twice. They've sided with our interpretation with it, I think, twice. We've also brought you an ordinance a couple years ago about expanding it to include financial services so that banks would be included as formula retail. That was because we didn't consider all retail sales and service formula retail. So what is being proposed here is a significant policy shift. Every single retail sales and service use would be considered formula retail. So I just want to highlight that. If it's included as formula retail, certain uses will not be allowed in North Beach at all because of the nature. So a financial, I'm trying to think of a real estate agent or a retirement plan or an insurance company, those are mainly formula retail. You're not going to get a whole lot of independent ones of those. The health clinics that are coming up, like One Medical, things like that, they're mainly formula retail. So those will be prohibited from North Beach. So just please keep that in mind when you're making the decision on the formula retail recommendation.
And if I may just respond to that briefly, as to the formula retail piece, I mean, it is our office's understanding that in fact, the black letter of the law, as it has existed since these formula retail use controls, has been deviated from over time, and that in fact the discretion that various bodies and non-elected policymakers have made have actually drawn us away from the black letter intent and the intent of the law, and that in effect what we are doing is merely confirming that these are subject to formula retail use controls. To Commissioner Johnson's point about whether making this more restrictive will contribute to a vacancy problem, I think it's, there's a theoretical question here, and I think that actually the proof is kind of in the pudding. It's almost a self-fulfilling prophecy. And there is an equal argument to be made that actually deregulating our land use controls will contribute to exactly what formula retail use controls were put in place to do, which is to prevent businesses entering into neighborhoods that can afford much higher commercial rents, driving up the offered rents on adjacent spaces. And in fact, by putting in these more restrictive controls on simply formula retail use versions of these uses that are already underneath the code under sales and services retail, that in fact we are helping to limit commercial rents, to make entry points to those commercial spaces more accessible, and to in fact decrease vacancy through this more stringent level of control. So that's kind of the counterpoint that I would put to the theoretical argument that making this more restrictive might contribute to more vacancy. I think that there's an equally plausible counter narrative there. As to the other points that were made, as to legacy business controls, I think that it would be acceptable to our office to have some consistency with Calle 24 and the Polk and Pacific Avenue NCD time limits and findings. I think that's fine. As to the historic preservation review, again, what I would love for this commission to do is affirm our definition of the scope of historical resource, irrespective of the process that takes place. And to your point, Commissioner Johnson, the process may be enough. We would like to confirm that the scope of historical resources includes all the resources that are already listed under Preservation Bulletin number 16, which includes things as Category A historic resources, things like the North Beach Survey. Anyways, that's my rebuttal, if you will. Thank you.
Thank you. Good rebuttal. Commissioner Moore.
I appreciate what Mr. Hepner just said. We need to think about the close proximity of NCDs, that is, North Beach, Chinatown, and Broadway. And where one use isn't possible, there is a close proximity, the common boundary for that use to find its location right someplace else. So there is a complementary proximity between those types of uses. Talk about banks, for example. North Beach has 2 banks, 2 newer banks, and a couple of smaller ones, but there's no clustering or basically overabundance of banks and ATMs other than what is reasonably explorable within walking distance. That holds for other types of uses as well. And I see that to be the benefit of this legislation, as it is always complemented by the proximity of another very active district presenting a similar array of uses which complement then the other one. I make a motion to support the legislation as is without modifications.
Second.
Are there any further comment? Okay, I have. So I will not be supporting the motion of legislation with no modifications, again, because I believe that it's a great idea to do this, and many of the changes make a lot of sense, but I have some concerns about sort of changes in major areas, and I think that my comments have been registered, and I think it sounds like the supervisor's office, they will make sense to them, but I won't be supporting the motion just because then I'll be on record saying, yes, no changes, even though I've given some concerns today. But I do, again, appreciate the office's, the Supervisor Peskin's office's efforts here.
If I may, I'm sorry I had to step out for a minute. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of why we were recommending what we were recommending, and that there are certain types of offices, for example, an insurance office, which that if it works for a large company that has insurance offices, they wouldn't need, like I happen to use Allstate, my Allstate insurance agent would not be allowed in North Beach
Mr.
under
Starr
this
went
provision.
over.
So if that, that's the kind of implication, even if it was on an upper floor.
Right. Mr. Starr went over all that.
Okay, thank you.
That was one of my concerns too. So.
Okay.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to adopt a adopt a recommendation of approval without staff modifications. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Johnson voting against. And places you on item 13. Record number 2015-000988 PCA-03, Mission Street Neighborhood Commercial Transit and the 24th Street Mission Neighborhood Commercial Transit District. An intention to initiate amendments.
Okay, do we have staff? Project sponsor?
Staff.
Staff. Oh my God, I have to go next.
You're up, Pedro.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Pedro Peterson. I'm a staff member with Citywide Planning, and I'm here today to initiate a set of amendments to the Planning Code that have been developed, that we have developed in conversation with the community as part of the Mission Action Plan MAP 2020 process. These amendments would change some of the land use controls in the main neighborhood commercial corridors in the Mission District, so Mission Street and 24th Street Mission Neighborhood Commercial Transit NCT districts. Just by way of some background, MAP 2020 is a multi-year process that the Planning Department and other city agencies have engaged in with a multitude of mission community members and stakeholders to curb displacement and help to preserve the historic Latino and working class character of the neighborhood. As part of this process, we have developed a series of strategies that fall under different categories, including tenant protections, housing preservation, and new affordable housing production. The amendments that we'll be discussing here today have to do mostly with the retention of small businesses in the mission, particularly production, distribution, and repair activities. PDR activities. The purpose of these amendments, first, is to curb business-to-business uses on Mission Street for two primary reasons. First is to maintain the historic retail and commercial character of the corridor that was codified under the Mission Area Plan, but also to ease some of the sort of land use pressures on retail businesses from non-retail office activities that may be able to pay higher lease rates for commercial spaces. We also would like to want to provide more locational opportunities for PDR businesses in the Mission in general, as well as expand options for PDR businesses within the Mission Street and 24th Street Mission NCTs that are compatible with the retail character of the corridor. So, for example, if the Planning Commission wants to require that new developments include some replacement PDR or new PDR space, you're currently limited in the types of activities that can go into those spaces. So with this legislation, we would broaden the range of activities that could go into spaces on Mission Street and on 24th Street. And I wanted to highlight that the PDR activities that would be allowed to locate in these spaces would have to include a sort of a retail component facing the main corridors, so that it wouldn't break up the retail and commercial activities along those streets. And then finally, a goal is to protect the fine-grained pedestrian orientation of Mission Street and 24th Street. So the amendments to the Mission Street NCT include, that we're considering for initiation today, include removing non-retail professional services, which were formerly known as administrative services, as a permitted use. So this category specifically allows business-to-business activities, so it's a way to actually have some sort of office activities that are not commercial or retail in the corridor. So we would remove that. It's currently allowed with a conditional use, and we would remove that as a permitted use. We would permit arts activities, light manufacturing, and catering on all the floors. And again, these businesses on the ground floor would have to include a retail component. We would permit animal hospitals as a principally permitted use on the first two floors. They're currently permitted with a conditional use, but then they would be principally permitted. Permit trade shops above the first floor. They're currently only permitted on the first floor. And then also limit lot mergers on Mission Street to less than 150 linear feet street frontage. So if you're merging lots on Mission Street, the combined lots could not have a frontage of more than 150 linear feet, which technically it would be adding Mission Street to the table of neighborhood commercial districts in section 121.7. And then the amendments to the 24th Street Mission NCT include permitting arts activities and light manufacturing on all floors. And again, this would require the uses on the ground floor to maintain a retail component. So the action today and the next steps would be to adopt the resolution to initiate these amendments today. Staff will continue to have conversations with the community on some of these issues over the next few weeks and with the mayor's office. And we're on the advanced calendar right now so we wouldn't be able to adopt this any sooner than September 14th. So it would be to adopt this resolution on or after September 14th. And then we're continuing to work on MAP 2020 legislative items, which will sort of come to you in the next few weeks and months. So thank you, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you. And opening it up to public comment. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioners?
I'm sorry, Commissioner. If I can just add one thing here. I want to just re-emphasize Pedro's comment about continuing to work with the community over the next few weeks on some of the details. There is some concern about the PDR allowances and that the community has, and so we want to make sure that we work with them on specifics on that. On the one hand, you and the community have been encouraging PDR uses on the ground floor in these districts. On the other hand, they're concerned about the potential for what might be the unintended consequences of that. So while we are asking you to initiate today, the specifics will be worked out over the next couple of months, and we'll bring that to you in September or later when we actually kind of deal with this with the specifics of these issues.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Moore.
Since we have witnessed a collaborative relationship between the neighbors as well as the department, I am very, very comfortable to support this for initiation and scheduling for adoption in September. And I assume that is a motion.
Yes, thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Melgar.
I was going to make the motion, but I'll support it.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to adopt a resolution to initiate and schedule a hearing on or after September 14, 2017. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 4-0. And places you on item 15, since we've already heard item 14. And as a reminder to the audience, we are going to take item 16 out of order. We were going to hear that item at the end of this hearing. So we are on item 15, record number 2013-0784-ENX-02 at 2177 3rd Street, a large project authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Johnson and members of the Commission, Doug Vu, Department staff. The project before you is an amendment to a previously approved large project authorization under Planning Commission Motion Number 19550 and pursuant to Planning Code Section 329 to modify the prior condition of approval for compliance with the Inclusionary Affordable Housing Program under Planning Code Section 415.3. through payment of the affordable housing fee in lieu of providing the required affordable units on site as previously approved. So for some context, the project site is located at the southern half of the block on 2 adjoining parcels at the corner of 3rd and 19th Streets in the city's Dogpatch neighborhood, which is also located within the central waterfront sub-area of the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. The combined parcels have 230 feet of frontage along 3rd Street and 96 feet of frontage along 19th Street. On January 14, 2016, the Commission approved the project, which included the construction of a 7-story, 68-foot-tall mixed-use building totaling 182,724 square feet with 109 dwelling units in 2 towers above a shared podium, 3,298 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and a 2-level basement garage with 91 off-street automobile parking spaces and 102 Class 1 bicycle spaces. The project also included 7,019 square feet of common residential open space at the podium level courtyard and an additional 2,500 square foot common roof deck as well. Since the project was approved, the proposed number of dwelling units has increased to 114, but the building envelope remains unchanged, and the 5 additional units comply with all applicable development controls under the Planning Code. Under this approval of motion number 19550, the sponsor elected to comply with the Inclusionary Affordable Housing Ordinance under Section 415 by providing 16% of the total units as on-site permanently affordable, which was the requirement at that time. Under the ordinance, a sponsor may choose to provide the required below market rate units on-site, off-site, or pay a fee that shall be deposited into the citywide Affordable Housing Fund under the care of the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to increase the supply of housing affordable and provide assistance to low and moderate income home buyers. Under the current ordinance, the project at 2177 3rd Street would be required to provide 17% of the total units as on-site affordable, which is 9 units, or 30% if the units are located off-site or if the sponsor elects to pay the inclusionary fee. So since the packet was published last Thursday, the department has received 2 correspondences from the Dogpatch Neighborhood Association expressing, among other things, their opposition to the project's compliance with the requirement through payment of the fee instead of providing the units on site. And I have a copy of that correspondence that I will hand out to you. So after analyzing all the aspects of the proposal, the department staff finds that the project remains in compliance with the objectives and policies of the general plan, central waterfront area, and the planning code. The project remains compatible with the existing and desirable neighborhood character for the actual rapidly changing area within Dogpatch, with the appropriate massing and scale and high-quality design. The project will continue to fully utilize the Eastern Neighborhood Controls and pay the appropriate impact fees, in addition to the approximately $11.46 million to satisfy the inclusionary affordable housing program. And the department also recognizes that under Section 415.5, the Planning Commission or department may not require a project sponsor to select a specific alternative. Based upon these findings and those the Commission made under motion number 19550, department staff recommends approval of the large project authorization with conditions and an errata that corrects page 24 of the motion that references the incorrect project address. The project sponsor is present and would like to address the Commission, but this concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you very much. Before project sponsor, I think we have a representative from Supervisor Cohen's office. Yo-Yo, hello.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yo-Yo Chan, Legislative Aide to Supervisor Malia Cohen. I am here to express the Supervisor's support for this project, and specifically, we're pleased to say that we have worked with the project sponsor to refine the project's affordable housing requirements. The project currently before you has the sponsor paying the in-lieu fee, as planning staff mentioned, to meet the obligation. But after some deliberation, we have come to an agreement for the project to include 8 on-site affordable units, with the balance of the obligation be made through the in-lieu fee. Supervisor Cohen believes this is a balanced compromise that acknowledges the reality of rising construction costs in our city, but also ensuring we continue to grow the diversity that shape and define our neighborhoods in the city, especially in the southeastern neighborhoods. And with that, we'd like to thank the project sponsor for working with us, as well as the neighborhood, specifically the Dogpatch Neighborhood Association, for their continued advocacy on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Project sponsor.
Commissioners, Andrew Junius with Rubin, Junius and Rose on behalf of Align, the developer for 2177 3rd. We would echo the support for the compromise that was just presented through Supervisor Cohen's office, and we thank the supervisor as well as the staff for getting us to this point. Bottom line is that the construction costs are starting to drive projects crazy. I think this might be one of the first times you're seeing this question come before you for an ownership change, where you've got on-site ownership originally approved, and we were going for the fee. The staff has already approved a number of these where they weren't required to come to you. So people are having trouble with construction costs. These kind of solutions are necessary, but we applaud the supervisor to get us to a deal, and we'd like to go ahead and ask you for that compromise to be the condition. And that's really the only issue before you today, is the condition regarding the election. So happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item? I have a couple speaker cards. Go ahead.
I didn't submit a speaker card. My name is Mac Allen. I am representing the board of the Dogpatch Neighborhood Association. I'm a member of the board. We really like this project. We think it's a beautiful building. We're excited for the contribution to the streetscape that it's going to make. We really want to see it happen. But we feel that the thing that's greatest about this project, and what we liked about it when we endorsed it, was that it was going to bring an opportunity for 16 families who otherwise would not have an opportunity to come to our neighborhood, to come to our neighborhood and make a life and enjoy the wonderful environment that Dogpatch provides. And when we learned of this modification, we were immediately opposed to it, most of all because it altered the agreement that we had when we endorsed the project. And we have, as a board, the obligation to engage with that. I'd like to thank the project sponsor and also Supervisor Cohen office for working on this issue and coming to an agreement, but we feel it's not quite what we want. The Dogpatch Neighborhood Association would really like to see a mix that has 10 units on site with the balance as a fee. We think it would be a fair compromise. We think it would be an opportunity for 10 families to come to Dogpatch and enjoy everything that it has to offer. But we do think it's a beautiful building. We're not here to say we don't want this building in our neighborhood. We're here to say that we want people of all income levels to have a chance to come to our neighborhood. Dogpatch is a place that is growing tremendously quickly. Its environment is changing tremendously. And one of the things that is most exciting about that is there's this potential to bring new people who had never had that opportunity to come to the neighborhood before. But it needs to be an opportunity that enables a diverse community and not only the wealthiest in our city to come. So with that, I have to say that the Dogpatch Neighborhood Association Board has formally rescinded its endorsement unless the condition of 10 BMR units on site and the balance as a fee is met. So we ask the Commission to recommend that balance and that compromise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. J.R. Epler, President of the Potrero Boosters Neighborhood Association. I'm here in support of my neighbors in Dogpatch Neighborhood Association. In the projects that we've had in Potrero Hill as well, that there's been a dearth of affordable housing built, and we have a strong preference for affordable housing to be built on site. We believe it provides for a better integrated community, a more diverse community, and the provision of the units on site ensure that the units get built in our neighborhood in a timely fashion. In this situation, we have a new developer coming in and purchasing a project that has already been entitled. And that entitlement represents a large number of negotiations and hours spent by the neighborhood to provide a project that reflects the values of the neighborhood. And I can only imagine that we'll see in the future more of these situations where an entitled project is acquired and there are changes to the entitlement that are asked. And I want to thank you in advance for helping us toe the line to the agreements that are made, to toe the line on ensuring that we have diverse neighborhoods, and to ensure that the economics of new developers are not balanced on the backs of having fully diverse neighborhoods. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have a few other speaker cards: Dennis Lumsey, Tony Lee, and Adrian Simi. If you're in the room. If there's any other public comment on this item? Here we go. Item 15. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Dennis Lumsey. I'm a longtime resident of San Francisco. I'm also a member of Local 22. We support this. Program or whatever that's going on with the housing, because we need more housing. We need jobs in San Francisco. And like you said, we need to be more diverse in San Francisco. So I'm endorsing this project. My members are endorsing this project, Local 22. And we're just hoping that you pass it so that it'll create more jobs and more housing for the community in San Francisco.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tony Lee. I'm a San Francisco resident. I'm part of Local 22 Carpenters Union. I'm a fifth period apprentice. And every day when I wake up in the morning, I wake up at 2:30 in the morning, and I drive all the way to San Jose for work. And I literally spend 3 to 4 hours in commute in traffic most of the time. I just got off, and I came straight here. And we could have work in San Francisco if you do approve more projects for local hires. creating more jobs, less commute times. We have work here in San Francisco. I don't see why we have to go all the way out there sometimes just to go to work when we have work that we could create in San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adrian Simi, Carpenters Local 22. I want to thank Dennis and Tony that just came out. These are two neighborhood carpenters from the neighborhood, from the Bayview, right there within walking distance of that job. And we fully support that project. We hope that you'll support this sponsor in their what they want to do to it. And we hope you'll vote for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment on this item? Seeing none, public comments closed. Commissioner Melgar. Oh, is that you?
No, but it's okay. I'll go. So I actually like the project. I like the look of the project. I like, a lot of things about it. I'm worried about this trend. I'm particularly worried about the effect on community process. We encourage project sponsors to sit with a community, negotiate, hear things out, and if, after getting to approval, things can change, it really undermines, the process and the good faith and the good faith that community members have in coming out after a hard day of work to come to a meeting to do something when things can be changed at the last minute. So that worries me. I appreciate that Supervisor Cohen smartly got involved and tried to come up with a solution. However, I really would like to support the community's desire to have more on-site affordable housing. I understand that that's a tough thing. I also understand that as our inclusionary is changing, we do need the money. I don't know exactly how that is going to mitigate the need for affordable housing in that district. So that's a tough one, and I think that in many districts, folks don't want affordable housing being built. In this district, people actually do, and I think it's a good thing, and it should be supported. So.
Thank you. I'll give some thoughts. So just really quickly, I'd like to ask staff, why are we seeing this? I mean, the city attorney on many occasions has let the commission know that the option of how to meet the affordable housing inclusionary requirements are something that we cannot opine on in terms of making it a condition or forcing a project sponsor to choose one or the other. Yeah. So I'm confused as to why we are hearing this today.
That's a very good question, Commissioner Johnson. I think the department was confused as well.
Oh, really?
In the code right now, it permits a project sponsor to basically change the way they meet this requirement up until the first construction document is issued. After that, then the project sponsor would have to return to the commission in order to seek approval. And however, I've consulted with, Kate Connor, our housing specialist, and other individuals in the department, and the way that the code is structured, if the project sponsor, for instance, wanted to do the reverse, where they had elected to, pay the fee, but instead, now they want to provide the units on site. That could be handled and approved at the administrative level without the commission's, discretion. So it's still a little bit unclear to me as to why, that requirement isn't applicable, when the proposal is switched. But I hope that maybe the city attorney can opine on that further. But it's definitely something that the department is aware of, and we discussed this.
Okay. I have a further comment, but City Attorney Byrne, do you have a...
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne.
It's true that the code indicates that it actually states that the project sponsor shall elect which of the options before the first construction document is issued. And it's my understanding, and staff can please jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, that when this project came before the commission last time, the project sponsor had elected at that point to provide the units on site and also provided a Costa-Hawkins agreement to the commission, and all of that was entered into the conditions that were imposed on this project as part of the large project authorization. So the conditions of approval for this project actually discuss that the units will be provided on site, and thus to get those conditions amended and changed, it needs to come back to this commission to do that. Pardon me. All of that said, there are some things to be aware of with this project that's now before you. First of all, the city can't, require that a project sponsor enter into a Costa-Hawkins agreement with us. And because these units are to be provided as rental housing on site, the project now proposes, pardon me, I have a very bad cold. The project now proposes to provide, it's my understanding, a total of 5 additional units from what was originally proposed. I believe the last project approval was for 104 units, and the current project approval is for 109 units. So a new Costa-Hawkins agreement would need to be entered into, and the city can't force a project sponsor to do that. Second, if the commission were to deny the current proposal, which includes an addition of 5 units from what was previously approved, I would recommend that the commission continue the matter so that staff can work with the city attorney's office to come up with findings under the Housing Accountability Act to support that decision, and the commission would, I would recommend, should provide that support here at the hearing discussing the Housing Accountability Act findings. So those are 2 legal considerations that the commission should take into account.
Before the commission deliberates on that, I just wanted to clarify that for this particular project, the city did not enter into a Costa-Hawkins agreement with the project sponsor, and the intention from the very beginning would be that these would be ownership units as opposed to rental units.
Okay, thank you for the, yes, saw that in the staff report. Thank you for the correction. Okay, so I'll get to the commissioners just a second. I would hope to not see a continuance of this today. Number one, I don't think that we should. I think hopefully what I would love to see is for either the city attorney or the planning director to issue some sort of guidance on this. I mean, I feel like this has come up before. The Planning Commission has broad latitude and discretion in many areas of projects, but there are 2 areas that City Attorney Byrne brought up where we don't. So the State Housing Accountability Act, we cannot make changes to projects that will in any way lessen the number of units that are proposed. The second thing is in terms of the option of the project sponsor to choose how they meet their inclusionary housing requirements. We don't have jurisdiction. We can't make them choose a certain option. And I get really uncomfortable when the commission is asked to use its discretion in some way to pressure a project sponsor to make one choice over the other. If we want to only have one option, then we should do that as a city, and then whatever happens, happens in terms of our ability to do that. But I really believe that, this is something where it's very much accepted and set in stone that this is something we don't have discretion over. And so I don't agree with using the commission's discretion to pressure something that we can't put pressure on. In addition, it is not a settled policy question as to whether on-site or the in lieu fee is better. We've heard MoCD on many occasions express consternation that they may be funding challenged due to the recent push for on-site. On the other side of that, there are good reasons that where there's neighborhoods that are accepting a lot of new development, the income diversity in those buildings is going to come from having it on-site. So it is not a settled policy question, and for that reason, we really have to go back to the fact that the project sponsors at this point in time can choose which method that they want to use. So those are my thoughts. Commissioner Moore.
I went back to look at the work we did in January 2016, and at that time, we not only spent time hearing the community who on their own had worked out an agreement with the developer that in lieu of studio apartments, that they would really agree to 1 and 2 bedrooms, not even require or supports a typical unit mix, which also requires 3-bedroom units. There are no 3-bedroom units in this particular in these particular 2 towers. That said, there were strong agreements about the architecture, and there were strong agreements about the public realm improvements that came with it. Since we supported that, and since we are here to basically represent and support the public's interests, that's basically our mission here on this commission, I need to at least go in my mind through those types of commitments I agreed to at that time, now being asked to look at a different project. And I'm very grateful that Supervisor Cohen jumped into the fray and tried to get something. You are correct that we cannot create conditions by which we demand certain things to happen, but we can at least participate in the benefit of the discussion of what if. And to remind ourselves, in the majority of cases, we take a strong stand. In almost all cases, we take a strong stand that on-site affordable is indeed the position this commission supports. And the reasons for that are quite clear. While we appreciate in lieu fees being used with a very wise and very, very capable Mayor's Office for Housing Development, they're doing an amazing job, unparalleled in the country. The preferred option in order to foster and continue the diversity of neighborhoods and specific projects, we prefer on-site. That stands just at least for my interpretation of what I hear the Commission say frequently and mostly support. We cannot make demands. In this particular case, the project is going from 109 to 114 units, an increase in 5. If I understood Mr. Wu correctly, you mentioned that the affordability quotient at that time was pegged at 16%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And has now been increased to 17%?
That is correct.
That would mean that out of 114, we would get 19.38 affordable units if this developer would make a commitment to that particular venue.
That is correct. We would be using the numbers and requirements that are in effect today. And if I could just, address Commissioner Moore's comment regarding the increasing number of units. The department has a long-standing policy that I think, the genesis was at the Planning Commission to consider projects that maybe deviated minorly from what was entitled. And in the office, we kind of refer to it as the 5-10 rule. So basically, if the number of units that is decreased is less than 5%, and the number of units that's increased is less than 10%, that the zoning administrator would make the call or the determination that the project is still in general conformance with the planning code and with the entitlement that was granted. And so, for that reason, the only reason why the department made that clarification is because the original entitlement identified 109 units, and what's before you today is 114 units. But the subject of today's hearing is strictly limited to Section 415.5, and again, staff's understanding is that under Section 415.5, neither the Planning Commission nor the department can require the project sponsor to select any specific alternative. And in fact, the way that the code is structured right now, paying the fee is actually the default method in which you satisfy this program, this ordinance. And should a project sponsor want to provide off-site units or on-site units, which I acknowledge that the Commission feels is more appropriate, they actually have to demonstrate that they are able to do that, as the City Attorney's Office discussed earlier. And so, for those reasons, I think that that the Commission should basically look at the code and what it basically limits the staff and the department and Commission to do.
I wasn't questioning that, Mr. Wu. I was just trying to get a clarification on the number. So I thank you, though, for reminding us again. I saw Mr. Junius shaking his head. Did you have an opinion that differed from what Mr. Wu was explaining to the Commission?
I certainly echo the sentiment that the planning code, and I'm going to pass this forward, the planning code absolutely positively gives the project sponsor the right to make this choice. The planning commission or department may not require a project sponsor to select a specific alternative, period. That's not a qualified statement. We are allowed to change make the choice. And we haven't pulled a construction document yet. It took us a year to get a site permit. And what happened during that year, construction costs go way up, Prop C happens, the grandfathering happens. The changes that you're talking about are changes that we had nothing to do with. This project could have been in the ground 18 months ago if we could have got a permit that quickly. We couldn't get a permit that quickly. That's just impossible. So the only thing that we're changing in this project is how we're going to comply with the law. The design that you like is not changing. The project itself is not changing. Mr. View explained very well how the administrative process can allow a few extra units to come on. That's not changing at this commission. The only thing we're changing is going from legal option A to legal option B. And legal option B is the fee that allows us to give a check for $10.4 million to the city. We'd like to do that.
Except you said that you would be bringing 8 units of affordable units on site.
Well, I mean, if we could, we would very much like to get this done today. And to get this done today, we would make that deal. We absolutely would submit that documentation tomorrow and move ahead with that condition change. This project is ready to start construction. It has a construction loan in place. The lenders are waiting for this hearing to be over so we know how to satisfy the requirement. So we can either move ahead with the project based on the deal we've presented, which is 8 units on site and the fee for the extra 11. I mean, or the project may not go forward as quickly as you'd like it to. It's ready to start construction next month. So I hope you will take that into consideration, as well as the law that says we're allowed to make this choice. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Junius.
Thank you for explaining that. This is kind of like an interesting twist that I haven't thought about before. It sounds very enticing, but I'm curious of what the other commissioners are saying.
Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, thanks to everyone involved here. Thanks for the continuing conversation with Supervisor Cohen's office. Over the past 3 or 4 years, I can't help but notice, the situation of projects getting approved, and then before you know it, they're sold. And I keep seeing this as an opportunity for these projects to deteriorate. And I don't have a good feeling about this just in general, and I don't think the DNA is getting what they supported the first time around. I am not in any way trying to hold up or make this not possible with the developer. I personally would be in favor of increasing the height, the number of units to make this more plausible and have the units on site. Besides just the BMR issue, we've seen the architectural integrity of certain buildings get, quote, value engineered, which is a change and a deterioration somehow or sometimes in the final product. The DNA letter also states that there's a couple mistyped spaces in the packet with reference to 1298 Howard Street. And I think this is such a gray issue that we might want to look at pushing this back a little bit till the other 2 commissioners are here so they can weigh in.
Commissioner Fong.
Yeah, this is kind of an unusual item. I think it's pretty black and white to me that it is the project sponsor's choice whether to put BMR units on site or to go in lieu. But there seems to be some confusion, maybe even amongst the city attorney. We are down, and part of the unusualness, we are down 2 commissioners. And would be supportive of a very short continuance to iron some of these things out. But it's pretty black and white to me. And my first question after reviewing the materials was, why is this coming back? And it's been explained a little bit. Maybe you can go a little bit further. But I don't see it's in our purview to make that decision, whether it's BMR or in lieu.
Yeah, Commissioners, I think as Doug Vu was explaining, it was embedded in your motions of approval. which is why it's actually a change to the motions of approval. It admittedly is an awkward situation because on the one hand, legally it's a question whether you can actually say no. On the other hand, it was actually part of your motions of approval because it was what was proposed when you approved the original project. So I realize it's putting you and us in a very awkward position, but in reality, it is the developer's choice about how to choose the option, about which option to choose. And again, I would point out that the proposal that's in front of you now is 8 units on site, and then the payment would be based on the equivalent of the 30%, or based on that prorated to the remaining amount. So it's if you recall the recent inclusionary discussions of Prop C, the off-site option is actually substantially higher. And it's the equivalent of a much higher percentage of the units, which is why the in lieu fee is as high as it is, even though it's only for a portion of the units.
That's correct.
But the bottom line is it was embedded in the condition of approval, which is why we were asked to bring it to you today, even though you technically don't have the option to tell the developer which way to go. I know it's a weird position to be in, but that's where we are.
Okay.
Commissioner Fong.
Since we're in the land of weirdness, but this is a very large project. I mean, it's 100+ units. It has great impact on the neighborhood, and I appreciate and understand the desires of the neighborhood and the supervisors. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to continue this item.
Commissioner Johnson, before the commission takes a motion, could I make a couple of clarifications?
1 second. Let's just see if it's seconded. You made a motion?
Yes. Motion to continue?
Yes.
Second.
Go ahead.
I just wanted the opportunity to address Commissioner Koppel's comment. I actually received that email this morning and thereafter had a long conversation on the telephone with DNA, and regarding the comment that the project may be value engineered. I tried to assure DNA that the department would not let that happen. There may have been projects in the past where materials were changed and lower quality, exteriors resulted in a building that perhaps, didn't stand up to the commission's approved project. But I think that the way that the department is working right now, we're working very hard to make sure that, whatever the commission approves or even what staff approves, at the staff level, what's being constructed is actually, consistent with those plans. And that includes everything from window systems to materials to, cladding and architectural details and all of those things, because I think that the department definitely recognizes that. And so we have actively been taking measures to ensure that, that does not occur. And regarding the comment that you had about the error on 1298 Howard Street, that was the errata that I referred to in my presentation. It just incorrectly identified 1298 Howard instead of 2177 3rd Street.
Thank you.
Commissioner Melgar.
So I just had a question because I heard Mr. Junius say that the on-site affordable units were being provided above and beyond the requirement so that we could get this done today. So I'm wondering if we're postponing this until we have 2 other members voting, would those come off the table, or is that?
I can't really answer that, but to clarify, we want to just comply with the law. And we can do that in a hybrid fashion. So what we presented to you today, if we could have moved forward today, would have been a partial on-site, 9 units, and then the rest, as the director said, in lieu fee. So this project can barely get going with this awesome design and expensive materials, et cetera, the way it is right now. We can't really add any more units or any additional affordability. It will be either the fee or a portion of the units on site with the remaining portion of the requirement paid on in lieu fee. So the city would get some of both. They'd get 8 units and then a large fee of probably $3 or $4 million in compensation for the rest of the requirement.
Right. So what I'm asking is, if we vote on this, at some point in the future instead of today, is this the same deal that we will be voting on?
Don't know yet.
I see.
I don't know.
Commissioner Moore.
Mr. Junius, did you say 8 or 9? I heard you say 9 units.
I apologize. I meant 8. So the offer that was made
yeah.
and that supervisor's office helped put us together would be 8 on site with the remainder of the requirement paid in fee. 8 on site per the current rules, which are complex as it is, and have changed under Prop C, plus the remaining portion of the fee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Junius. So we have a motion and a second on a continuance. I think we have to take the vote on that before we move on to anything else. I would just say this commission needs to be very careful about not overstepping our bounds. Planning code says a lot of things, and so it is challenging. It's hard sometimes when you have what just got passed up to us is text from the planning code that says if there is a change to the affordable housing election, then, and it comes back to the commission, that we're really only allowed to look at just that issue. So that's what that says to me. I'm not confused about what we're looking at today. I see Supervisor Cohen here. I'd like to invite you up if you have any comments.
I had to rush all the way up here. Good evening. Good afternoon, everyone. Whew. So, my name is Malia Cohen. I'm a member of the Board of Supervisors. I represent the southeastern neighborhoods of Bayview, Hunters Point, Viz Valley, and Dogpatch, and Potrero Hill. One of the things that I heard that concerned me was that because there are the two commissioners are missing, that you want to postpone it. And I disagree with that. I mean, that's the whole purpose of why we have a quorum, right? You guys are empowered to make a decision, so I would really encourage you to make a decision today. I support this project, and I would like to see it move forward so that we can continue to get things done. I don't think delaying it, certainly because people are out of town, because it's summertime, that's their own personal choice, but those that have chosen to be here today to honor their duty to serve on this commission are empowered to do so. So, please, do not continue. Let's make a decision, up or down. I prefer up. And thank you.
Thank you. You look fantastic. Doesn't look like you ran at all. And okay. So I think, let's make this easy on ourselves. Let's take up the motion to continue and then see where we are.
Do you want to add a date to that continuance at this time? The next available hearing where all commissioners are scheduled to be present would be after your summer hiatus, which would be August 24th. It's a closed calendar, but it's up to your discretion to add to that calendar.
Can you repeat
that? Well, the thing is, we had a motion and a second on the continuance, so we have to take that up unless it's rescinded.
I think what Christine is saying is that, Christine Lamoureux and Christine Silva is saying is that all commissioners will not be present until October 24th.
August 24th.
Excuse me, August 24th.
If that, unless someone gets sick, or their kid gets sick, and they can't attend. I mean.
Oh, I understand. Unfortunately, unless the motioner for the continuance rescinds it, we have to take up the vote on that. So.
Take a motion to rescind.
Take some motion. Okay. Call a motion.
Let me get my turn.
Sure. Yes, Commissioner Fong.
As I stated, I'm supportive of this project. I'd like to see it move forward today. I'm not sure we have the votes to do that. Maybe we do. I understand your frustration of us not being able to take an action with a full commission, but this is an important piece, as you know, and I can feel your pulse from up here why this is an important piece. It's a large project. You've worked very hard. The neighborhood's worked very hard. But I would get a feel if we have enough votes to move it forward. If not, if it's a split vote, then let's continue it.
Commissioner Melgar, sorry.
So what I was going to say is, I made my comments at the beginning. However, I do think that the additional affordable housing units are a lot to gamble, and I'm actually not willing to gamble the additional affordable units in this neighborhood. I think we need them. So I would be supportive of voting on this today.
But let me be clear. It's not our decision to force the project sponsor to.
I understand that.
Okay.
I think that the city attorney was very clear about this. So
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So, Commissioner Moore.
Thank you. Commissioner Fong, I think you're accurate. We did not force. It was offered as an alternative, and that was brokered by the supervisor before we even started discussing the subject matter. And for that reason, I would agree with Commissioner Melgar, I'd rather have something than nothing. And we have too many nothings in repeated fashion. That said, I believe that we have the ability to vote on it one way or the other right here without having to continue it. And I'm not supportive of a continuance.
Okay, thank you. So would you like to rescind your motion to continue?
Well, I think we should vote it out and see what happens.
Okay, so let's take up the vote, call the question. Thank you.
There is a motion and a second to continue the item to August 24th. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
No.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
No.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
That motion fails 2-3 with Commissioners Johnson, Melgar, and Moore voting against.
Commissioner Fong?
So I'd like to make a motion to approve the project as recommended.
I'll second that.
Commissioners, there is a motion.
Excuse me.
Oops, sorry.
Commissioner Moore?
I like to at least put to record that without making it a condition, that we are acknowledging the offer brokered by the supervisor with the applicant for an on-site 8 affordable units.
Correct.
I like to have that as a sub-note to the motion.
Accept that and add that to the motion.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve with conditions and also include the corrections from staff and direction from the commission. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
No.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 4-1 with Commissioner Koppel voting against.
I wish we could not.
Okay, thanks, people. If you could leave quietly, still have business to attend to. And just for the public, we are skipping over item 16, moving to item 17. Just give everyone just a second.
So. Yes. 16 is being put to the end. Yeah. Okay.
Worse.
Thank you. We are not in recess. We are continuing our hearing. So if everyone could please keep their voices down. Next item, please.
As a reminder to the audience, we are taking items out of order. Item number 16 will be heard at the end of the hearing. So that places us on item 17.
I'm sorry, we just have one.
Okay, thanks.
Waiting for the sponsor to get
Yes.
in here.
We're on 17.
Carly, is she this project sponsor?
Is that the project sponsor?
This is the project sponsor.
Excuse me, is she the project sponsor? Can you? Okay, let her come in and sit down, please, so we can keep going. Come in, sit down. Thank you, people. Is he also the project sponsor?
What fun. My goodness.
Is that one other person in the building, or?
Want to take a 2-minute recess?
We'll just give her a second. She's right there. Let's keep.
Is there an emoji for that?
Okay. You ready to go?
Let's just call the item.
Yes, great.
Item number 17, record number 2017-000655 CUA at 458 Grove Street, conditional use authorization.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Carly Grobe, Department staff. The item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to establish an outdoor activity area for an existing restaurant doing business as Birba at 458 Grove Street, located within the Hayes-Goff Neighborhood Commercial Transit District. Birba is an existing restaurant use that has been in operation for approximately 2 years. The project sponsor proposes to establish an outdoor activity area within an existing back patio on the subject property. The proposed outdoor activity area would include seating for 26 restaurant patrons. The project sponsor has incorporated soundproofing measures into the design of the back patio, including a pergola structure and landscaping. The project also includes expansion of the existing restaurant use into the adjacent 216 square foot garage space, which also includes the replacement of the garage door with a storefront system. In total, the restaurant would occupy approximately 1,490 square feet between the existing and proposed indoor and outdoor space. To date, the department has received 53 total letters of support for the project, including 9 letters from residents on the subject block, 26 from Hayes Valley businesses and residents, and a letter from the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. These letters identify the existing restaurant as a community gathering space and acknowledge the sponsor's continued effort to reduce potential impacts on neighbors. Many letter writers identify the business operator as considerate and state the existing restaurant as an important neighborhood serving use. The project sponsor has also provided over 1,000 signatures in support of the outdoor activity area. An example of the signature sheet has been provided as an attachment in your case packets. In order to save trees, I did not include those signatures in your packet, but I have the entirety of them here if you'd like to reference them. The department has also received 14 letters in opposition to the project, including 4 from the adjacent property owners at 470 Grove, as well as 1 letter from a neighborhood group known as D5 Action. Most letters state concerns about noise nuisances resulting from patrons in the back patio. The majority of individual public comment is included in your case report, and I have provided additional correspondence received after the packet is published. The department recommends approval with conditions and believes the project is necessary and desirable for the following reasons. The project promotes the continued operation of an established, locally owned business and contributes to the viability of the Hayes-Goff NCT. The project sponsor has worked extensively to mitigate potential impacts that could result from the use of the back patio. The sponsor has incorporated soundproofing measures and has limited hours of operation to 10 p.m. daily and has limited the occupancy of the space to 26 patrons. The subject property is located within a mixed-use district and is directly adjacent to commercial properties on the north and the east. The project meets all applicable requirements of the planning code, and it will enable an independent, locally owned business to provide desirable goods and services to the surrounding neighborhood. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor?
Good afternoon, Tuya Catalano with Reuben Junius and Rose, representing Angie Valguisti, who's the owner of Birba Wine Bar. This is actually not the first time you're hearing about this case. This is actually the 3rd time we're here. The project first received its approval on a 7-0 vote on a DR hearing in September 2014. Even at that time, the plan was always to open the rear patio at some point. The DR conditions at that time provided that the restaurant would need to be operational for at least 6 months before the commission could hear any CU for the patio area. So essentially what happened at the DR hearing is that there was this trial period, if you will, imposed so that the commission could see how the use fit into the neighborhood. The DR conditions also required the project to come back for an informational hearing, and that's the 2nd time when we were up here in November 2015 when we provided you an informational update. So what has really changed since you first and for the 2nd time heard this project? The original DR requester, Mr. Welsh, is from 470 Grove, and I think he teamed up with Mr. Colton, also from 470 Grove. I believe both of them are here, and I believe they are still in opposition. Over the last 2 years, there have been a number of complaints that have been made to planning, I believe, by Mr. Colton, but all of those have been resolved and closed. I think there are still cameras installed by Mr. Colton that point to the rear yard at 24/7. But really beyond that, Burba has now been operational for a little bit more than 2 years. It has been very well received by the neighborhood. In 2014, the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association was actually against the project. However, what you have in your packets today is a support letter, an endorsement letter from them. You also have in your packets 52 individual support letters. If you look at them, they're not template letters. They're unique letters from every individual. You also have a petition with over 1,000 signatures in support of the project. We did not copy that full petition into your packets, but I do want to, if I could hand it over through Commission Secretary, and I would like to, if each of you to at least have a possibility to glance through it. 1,000 signatures in support is a lot of signatures for any project, and here we have that for a small wine bar that really currently has a dining room of only 435 square feet and seating for 14 people. So why such a huge effort? And I would like at this point, we might have a few more supporters in the hallway, but I would like to ask all of those here today who are in support of Burba to stand up for a moment so that you can see that there are a number of people here as well. Thank you. So why such a huge effort? The restaurant industry is a very tough industry to survive in. The ability to open the rear patio is it's not just a nice thing to have, but really it is a question about survivability. Burba is not part of a large chain. It's not formula retail. This really is a mom and pop operation. It's also not a big corporation. So this is really someone who worked in the industry for a number of years, had a dream of opening their own place, and then took the big leap and pursued that, and something that they really are passionate about. In the process, they're providing a service and amenity to the neighborhood that has proven to be very desirable. So the bottom line, however, is that it really is a matter of being able to make it in the long term. The existing dining area is very small. The ability to use the patio will allow for more tables, and therefore it will enable Burba to better serve its customers, including, especially in terms of the food service, as we're able to add a few more tables. And when we talk about expansion, I want to be really clear that there's really not an intent to actually expand the capacity. For fire regulation reasons, Burba is limited to 49 people, including staff, and that will not change. So we're merely talking about using the patio that's already there for some of the customers' use. So I think I want to go back for a moment to a very elementary question that I think is sort of at the heart of this entire discussion, and what I think you'll hear from some of the opponents, which really comes down to the purpose of zoning regulations. In the city, we have a lot of areas that are zoned just for residential. We have some areas that are just for commercial, industrial, and some where housing's not even allowed. And then we have neighborhood commercial districts. These are the districts that have always been intended as a mix of residential and commercial uses. These are the areas where we encourage different kinds of uses to mix and match. We want housing there, but we also want to have neighborhood-serving retail uses nearby. We want these areas to be vibrant so that they do provide those services and amenities that the people nearby actually want to use. So in a neighborhood commercial district, does this really mean that then we want to isolate and insulate every use from another? I don't think that's what it means. This is still a city of 860,000 people in 48 square miles. In this case, we might have 5, maybe 10, or maybe even the maximum 26 people using that patio, and they're having some discussion or they're talking, and somebody nearby certainly could hear their discussion to some extent. So the question really comes down today to compatibility, and since we are asking for a CU, the other factor here really is the use necessary or is it desirable? You have in your packets and what I just handed out more than 1,000 signatures in support of the project from people who either live, work, or visit this neighborhood. They certainly believe that this is a desirable use, and they want to see this restaurant succeed. An approval from you today will support a locally owned small business, not a chain, not a big corporation. In terms of compatibility, this proposal is exactly in the type of zoning where we want these types of uses. It is surrounded on 2 sides. I'll show you on the overhead couple photos. On the overhead right now is one of the walls. This is a commercial use right there, but it's a solid brick wall. On the rear side, in the rear side, there's another commercial building, and then On the third side is the residential use, but this is the facade we're looking at in the patio. So even overall, even with the patio, this will still end up being a small place. The overall maximum capacity for the restaurant will remain at 49. The proposal is also very reasonable. We're not asking for unreasonable hours. We're asking to up until 10 p.m. daily. And there's definitely, if you look at the plans, you'll see that it involves sort of a very carefully laid out plan with features that will end up mitigating some of the potential noise impacts that have come up. So I think at this point, I'm going to let Andrew McKee from Charles Salter and Associates finish up our time. He worked on with a team to evaluate whether the opening of the back patio could have some noise impacts, and if so, are there any kind of features that we could incorporate that could potentially mitigate any of those? So he'll finish our time, but I would like to, from my comments, end by emphasizing that this is an existing use that has been here already 2 years. So I think we've gone through the trial period already in terms of compatibility and desirability, and I would urge you to approve it. But I'll let Andrew finish my time right now.
Good afternoon. I'm Andrew McKee from Charles Salter Associates. I carried out the noise assessment of patio noise to the neighbouring residences. What we found out was that with a fully occupied patio with half the patrons speaking in raised voices, noise levels would likely be audible within the neighbouring property at 470 Grove with the windows open. Now, this is unamplified human speech. This is not music noise. This is not amplified music noise through a sound system. This is purely the sound of people chit-chatting, and we consider our assessment to be a worst case because typically people aren't speaking in raised voices consistently throughout the evening. But based on this assessment, we had to determine what the best solutions to mitigate noise were. This is an open patio with windows directly above the patio. So our solution was to come up with a barrier pergola roof, which was absorptive on the underside. And with that in place, we estimate noise reduction to be about 10 dB from the closest tables to the nearest windows above. Based on that, and if this was assessed as music noise, this would be in compliance with the San Francisco Police Code with all people talking. And we feel this is probably the most practical solution, short of enclosing the entire patio with the roof, which would not make it a patio anymore. So that's our conclusion. So yes, there is some noise from people talking, but we have a practical and useful solution to reducing noise. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have public comment on this item? And I believe we have a number of speaker cards that have been passed up. I'll call some names, but anyone's welcome to come up. Matthew Smedden, Ellis Berner, Christina Olagi, Michael Welch.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Matt Sneddon, and I've been asked to share my observations about the noise control features which have been incorporated into the patio design. I had reviewed the existing design, and it's a fairly challenging setting. You have it's a small patio, but it's very close to the adjacent residential structures. And I went ahead and looked at the proposed solution to see how effective it might be. And as it's already been described, there's the two features which have been incorporated into this to help mitigate. One is this pergola, which covers approximately a quarter of the entire patio, including some of the seating areas on the patio. And the predicted noise attenuation, as you already heard, was about a 10 decibel benefit that could be had from that. My concern was that the ability of the pergola alone to achieve compliance with the Article 29 noise limits is right on the boundary. The report that you just heard about provided an estimate of 53 decibels for the expected noise levels at the property line, and the Article 29 limit for this particular setting also works out to be 53. So the question is it adequate or not? It seems to be on the limit. And in looking at the proposed solution, two concerns came to mind. One is that it's a very confined space, and as you saw in one of the photographs, one of the adjacent buildings it's just a brick wall, and it occurred to me that one of the problems was going to be with reflections off of the adjacent buildings, in addition to just the direct sound that would be impinging on the residences surrounding. And the other concern was that the analysis appears to rely on the fact that all of the speakers are in fact getting the benefit from the pergola, as if they were seated under the pergola, clearly they could get the full benefit. But there are other seating areas in the patio. So what I did was to try to take a more nuanced look at the sound environment there, and considered reflections off of the buildings as well as the direct sound from the speakers, and also distributed the talkers to different locations within the patio, not simply concentrating them under the pergola. And the result of that was just...
Sir, your time is up.
Oh, very sorry.
Thank you. Commissioner may have questions for you afterwards. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else? I called a few names: Michael Welsh, Ellis Berner, Matthew, well, you're Matthew Sneddon, that's you. Catherine Lopez, Jim Morshell, Gail Baugh.
This is Mike Welch.
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Mike Welch. I'm one of the owners of the property that's directly adjacent at 470 Grove. I also represent the 470 Grove Street HOA, so I've been involved in this matter since the start. We're strong supporters. We love the small independent businesses of Hayes Valley, but we also think that economic growth of this nature should be permitted only when it's not injurious to the neighboring properties. In this case, we're deeply concerned that the expansion as currently proposed and planned will detrimentally impact the quality of life of those people who are living in the properties. So I've lived in the space for over 12 years, and I'm aware when the prior tenants had events in this backyard, the sound was intensely audible. We only had 2 or 3 events back there, but we could hear it to the point where our living rooms became uninhabitable. We had to go into our bedrooms, close the door, just to have any peace and quiet. So the neighbors have hired a sound consultant who you heard from just a moment ago, Matthew Sneddon. He'll be able to answer any questions that you have. He's raised significant concerns about the plans for mitigation, as well as its ability to be compliant with the noise code. We further engaged soundproofing contractors, and we anticipate that the cost to mitigate sound in the 4 neighboring properties will be in excess of $20,000 each. So we did approach the business, we took this to them, and we thought it would be reasonable if they would cover the cost of soundproofing. We offered to endorse and to drop any opposition. They said this was unreasonable. So we do wish to support this business, Birba, and its efforts to expand, but we believe this should occur in a manner that's not detrimental to the rights of the neighbors to enjoy the quiet nature of their homes. And it shouldn't be the responsibility of the neighbors to have to rebuild our properties to support this expansion. So we request that the Planning Commission not approve this project until the sponsors can demonstrate that it will comply fully with the San Francisco Noise Code. This permission, I want you all know, this runs with the land and it becomes permanent. If it's approved, we'll be in a position where we really have little opportunity to mitigate it in the future. So we appreciate your consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Members of the Planning Commission, thank you for taking the time to hear me today. Lauren and I are new homeowners in a condo at 443 Fulton Street. It is our first time owning, and we closed on the house only a few days before getting married at the end of this March. We have lived and worked in San Francisco for over 6 years, Lauren as an environmental attorney and myself writing software for doctors. Our lives are very busy, even when we are not planning a wedding and closing escrow in the same week. It was in April that we heard about Birba's plans to expand into the back patio through our HOA mailing list, and it truly pained us that the place that we just bought and settled into, in large part for its quiet lane and back patio, was immediately at risk of being subjected forever to noise pollution. Sound travels incredibly well in these tight, high, distinctly flat alleys, both in front of my condo, but especially behind it. It's not a wide open space like Arlequin or Beer Garden with room to dissipate and trees to capture the sound. In fact, we have a direct line of sight from our kitchen window to 458 Grove Street, where it's about 30 feet away. No amount of corkboard, pergolas, or vegetation can temper the music and voices of 29 people amplified off the walls of 470 Grove Street, 429 Fulton Street, and the first floor open-air garage, through to our kitchen window and inside our living room and what will be our newborn's bedroom. I can only be appeased by a fully enclosed space because I honestly feel it's the only way to keep the sound at a respectable level. The expansion is a complete intrusion into our personal space of our home, is likely to violate San Francisco noise ordinance laws, and I cannot help but feel unduly stressed about how approving this permit will negatively affect our lives and the life of our child. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Catherine Lopez. I am one of the owners at 470 Grove Street. I have the condominium number 4 in the back, and it is adjacent to the proposed patio. I'm here to ask you to please request Birba to take additional soundproofing measures in their patio. I'm not opposed to the project at all, but request some additional soundproofing measures. I was here last time in September, a couple of years ago, and I stated at that time, I'll state today, I am in full support of the city's efforts and interest to revitalize neighborhoods and expand economic development. But it is important to balance, as I know you know this as commissioners, balance that with the needs and the interests of existing residents. The current soundproofing measures are inadequate to mitigate the noise in the units. Our request seems reasonable, and given the potential increased revenue and expansion for the business, I think that these requests are reasonable. I ask that you please consider requesting Birba to amend their plans and securely soundproof the outdoor patio before fully approving the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gail Baugh. I'm president of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. We did not support the initial Birba bar when it first opened. They have since shown themselves to be model business owners, and I would recommend that the clear conflict that we have between the homeowners and the business come together to resolve some of these issues. I think the soundproofing is a major concern. The other piece is to be sure, clarify this from the point of view of planning and the city attorney's office to make sure that this approval that we do for this particular business goes with the business and not with the property. That would be very important, especially if the business fails, then it's with the property instead, and we may not have this additional conversation with a new business who does not have the same concerns for the neighbors. So that would be my one caveat to this discussion, and I would hope that the two sides can finally come to an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm here. My name is Dominique Ren, and I'm a chef owner in San Francisco. And I do have a restaurant very close to Beer Bar. Sorry, my French. I'm here to support beer bar and these small businesses. I do understand the pro and the cons of opening a business like that, and also having deal with outside seating. But we have to really look at things not just as an outsider. What this business is for, why they are here for. They are here for the community, and it's a very important business. I went also in the patio. The patio is a very small space, and I guarantee you this is not a space where they're going to have people that drink and eat and partying and dancing and all that. It's just, it's a space to give to the community of Hayes Valley, which is very important. I mean, we live in a world where there is building all over the place, there is big corporation all over the place. We need to support the small business. So saying that, I think this is people that are responsible and they understand the pro and the cons of opening a patio. So I just want, I'm here to support anything they want me to support, but I understand the other side. But I'm going to tell you, this is a great community of people that just want to do the best for everybody, from the residential part and also for the commercial part. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm just going to read from here. I believe our efforts for a garden patio will have a positive effect on the neighborhood. Increased planting in the garden will revive oxygenation and reduce the carbon footprint while absorbing city sounds through greenery and masking of hardscape. Both contribute to stress reduction of customers, improvement in immediate and local environment. The expansion of floor space in Birba leads to hiring of more personnel to best serve our customers, while increasing revenue and city tax benefits. We look to serve lunchtime and dinnertime customers of the neighboring business community, reducing their need and distance for travel. Target cost of our menu places Birba in a more affordable price range while providing a locally and sustainably produced meal. Birba is already a 2-year neighborhood resource, providing support to locally housed staff and neighbors in an industry and neighborhood known for a high turnover closure. Our continued symbiotic success depends on its successful partnering with the community, neighboring businesses, and the city. Birba is a woman-owned LGBT minority business that is investing in San Francisco and itself for continued growth in the local median income sector of San Francisco. Its small expansion maintains its position in the community without relocation and adds another project for the local tradespeople who will be contracted for the upgrade. On a personal level, this is my hometown, and I look to the city to help provide us with an opportunity for success and profit through the expansion of the garden. We want to work with the neighbors and to respect each other's space and comply with the city and its laws. We wish to move forward to become a San Francisco institution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you very much for your time and consideration in this matter. I was born in San Francisco, and I've seen the city change many times over the years. I'm also the owner of a small business in San Francisco, so I know the challenge and struggles it can be. It can be very difficult. Since Birba has opened, it has always been an oasis and offered nourishment to its community and the neighbors that live there. It is run with honesty, integrity, and would be a welcome addition to any neighborhood in the city. The owners have proven themselves over the past 2 years to be respectful and responsible owners and operators. As our city grows, outside spaces are often compromised. As our work keeps us often indoors more than ever, it is these outside spaces that become an integral part of a healthy life. I'm here to show my support for Birba in opening their outside area. I know that given the opportunity to open, the owners of Birba will continue to show the integrity and respect to the neighborhood in which they live. I also know that they've hired a sound engineer and will heed their advice in order to keep the sound levels low. They have the support of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. This is the association that represents the whole neighborhood and its inhabitants. I feel that with the support of the neighborhood association, many of us in here today support, as well as those that are unable to attend, also supporting Birba, that they should be allowed to open their garden and continue to serve the community in which they live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is David Liu. I work in the neighborhood of Hayes Valley for Azalea Boutique, which is, if you don't know, is also a local independent woman minority-owned business that's been in the neighborhood since about 2003. And as such, although for full disclosure, my wife is one of the co-owners, and we're all here on support, and she wasn't able to come. We wanted to support the project for Birba's expansion, including the opening of the patio. I mentioned that I worked there at Azalea on Hayes Street, probably since about 2010, and as such, I've probably spent more of my waking hours in Hayes Valley than I do at home. So I have been party to and partaken in a lot of the growing pains that this neighborhood has gone through in the last almost a decade, where we've seen it transform from a shady location to pretty much one of the premier destinations in the city for shopping, boutique shopping at small independently owned businesses, as well as fine dining and entertainment at night. So in the process, this has been a positive process overall, I think, for most people, for the city, and for the residents. But there is, of course, another side to the coin, which isn't always represented, which I would draw attention to the fact that now more than ever, obviously, the rents is very high in the neighborhood since it's desirable. And also the property crime level is extremely high right now. It's an unprecedented high. And it's mostly businesses, but also the residents and just general people in the neighborhood are falling victim to that. So there's a lot of stress and there's a lot of demographic change that's been going on. And I know from my experience in the neighborhood that I feel like the communities have been a little bit fractured and they're not as cohesive in the recent years due to a lot of these changes. So what is the solution for that? In my opinion, what needs to happen in Hayes Valley is small local businesses need to continue the trend where they've been protected and helped nourished and protected by some of the good ordinances that we have in place around formula retail and other actions the city has taken to help protect and incubate these businesses. So Angie's Birba is one of those businesses. It is going to build a positive community. She takes care of her customers. She tries to take care of the neighbors. So I think that, it would be a great thing for the city to remove any obstacles that they can in order to help her business survive. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Julia Tenike. I'm an attorney with an office in Hayes Valley. My office is at 459 Fulton Street, which is directly behind the property in which the proposed garden is located. And I am here to express my support for the project. I've been in that office building for approximately 5 years, and I know many of my colleagues also are supporters of this project and of Birba. I think the opening of Birba has been a really wonderful addition to this neighborhood. The owner and her staff have done a wonderful job of operating the restaurant, building community, have been responsive to complaints and concerns, and have really been become an asset to the neighborhood. I've enjoyed visiting Birba for lunch, dinner, after work, both alone and with friends, and everyone that I've introduced to Birba has loved it. It's an exceptionally friendly atmosphere and community of people, and is welcoming and with outstanding food and wine. And I strongly support the rear patio, and I hope that any solution that is necessary can be found to deal with the sound. Honestly, though, I believe that the sounds of convivial chatter and clinking glasses that might emanate from the garden project is far less disruptive than many of the unpleasant noises that we all have to deal with as urban dwellers, such as construction and traffic noise. And so I think that under those circumstances that this project should absolutely be approved, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kimberly Cha. I'm actually reading on behalf of a fellow Birba patron who couldn't be here today. From the law offices of Linda Vota. Dear Ms. Grobe, I will not be able to attend the hearing on July 20th and wanted to express my support for the conditional use of the outdoor area at Birba. This business is directly behind my office building. I have been there many times for lunch and dinner, and I have taken business guests there. An outdoor patio area would be a very nice addition to the neighborhood, and we would use it and enjoy it. Birba is a small wine bar with limited food service. Angie and the staff are very attentive to their customers and to the neighborhood. The patrons are generally wine drinkers, and it is not a noisy or boisterous crowd. The busiest I have ever seen it was on the day of the Women's March, when many people gathered there before the parade, and even that day it was a respectful, orderly crowd. I sincerely hope that you will grant their application so that we can enjoy that patio this summer. Please feel free to contact me with any questions. Very truly yours, Linda Vota. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is David Donner, and I'm here to express unequivocal support for the Birba expansion. My business has been in Hayes Valley since 1995. I'm a solo practitioner lawyer. I got my start actually in this building with the City Attorney's Office in the 1980s. My office at 414 Gough Street, I've had 3 different offices in that building, all of which have abutted the courtyard at Arlequin, the cafe and wine bar. And in all 3 different locations abutting that courtyard, there has never been an issue with distraction of noise in my practice. 414 Gough Street is full of lawyers and therapists, many of whom are colleagues of mine, and we visit Birba regularly and support the expansion. I personally, also being a solo practitioner, I often am working 50, 60-hour weeks. I leave the neighborhood late. I park at the Performing Arts Garage, and there is an incidental public safety piece that with the more foot traffic and the more customers that are there, it does add an element of safety for the neighborhood. I bring clients to Birba, colleagues to Birba. I do work at Birba on cases. It is a place where I conduct business. It is responsive to customers and holds true to quality and easy sophistication while offering something unique, personal, and it is value-driven. It is not Monsieur Benjamin. It is not Absinthe. It is not the Hay Street Grill. It is affordable and reasonable. And the amazing other piece about it is actually so convivial, and it coexists with quiet. It is a mature adult environment that will not change with the addition of the patio. The community and neighborhood will be enhanced by this expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to add another name to the speaker cards. Carrie Heater, if you're in the room. Is there any further public comment? Okay, can you ask anyone who's here for item 17 to come in? Are there a lot of... Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for your time. My name is Leslie McGarvey, and I live in Hayes Valley. I live in the notification range. I got my letter in the mail about this hearing. I don't work in Hayes Valley. I come home from work and live in actually one of the homes they showed on the video picture here. I'm not a crazy person or a bad person. I'm actually a public health dentist, which some people might find crazy. And everyone has worked very hard on this project to make it about Birba and Birba's management. But this is actually a hearing for the property at 458 Grove. And so while Birba and the management at Birba have been good neighbors, they might not always be the neighbors there. And this is a hearing for the property and not for Birba. So I want to make it clear that I am against this proposal for the property at 458 Grove. I have a lot of concerns about how it's been represented and about the soundproofing. And as it stands right now with the 10 p.m. closure, when you look at all of the other outdoor areas in my neighborhood, none of them are open that late. All of them, none of them have music. None of them are open to 10 p.m. And we've even seen already the lunchtime place that had permit for alcohol use switch to a spirit-forward cocktail bar. That's Anina around the corner from where I live. And that has changed the sound in our neighborhood as well. So again, I just want to make it clear, while everyone here has great T-shirts and they're making it all about Birba, which is a nice place to go have a drink. They even have a sign outside that says Rosé all day. I know because I walk by it every day. It's actually not about Birba. It's about the property at 458 Grove. And I oppose having an outdoor space there because I live in one of the pictured buildings you saw. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Canton. I live on 437 Fulton, which is also very close to Birba. I want to make a quick observation. Standing outside while waiting to get in here with all the Birba supporters here, it was loud outside. And at one point, the officer had to tell them sternly to quiet down. So compared to, again, as Leslie has mentioned, that Birba is asking for longer hours and also for music to be played. This is above and beyond what the other businesses have. So this is contradictory to their claim of trying to be a respectful and considerate neighbor. So this is, to me, it's clear that this is a business that's looking for ways to increase their revenue while sacrificing the quality of life of the immediate neighbors. None of the supporters live there. Everyone, people work there, people go there to have drinks, but nobody have to deal with this noise every night. So I ask everyone here, what if I tell you that I'm going to have a party next door to you every single night? This is something that I'm terrified of, this idea that I have this noise to deal with. So thank you very much for your time.
Hi, my name's David Johnston, and I don't live in the city anymore. But my wife and I drove down from Calistoga to support this project. We enjoy coming down to the city and spending our money here in the city and going to shows, going to restaurants, going to wine bars, and this happens to be the best one down here. I think it's going to be a great addition to the neighborhood, and it's going to be another reason for us to continue coming down and spending our money here in San Francisco. Thanks.
My name's Jody Edmondson. I just came upon Birba not too long ago, and it's been a wonderful experience. I've had job offers at Birba. I've had very thoughtful conversations. I've been introduced to people that have enriched my life. Angie, the proprietor, could be doing a million other things, but she's choosing to come and try and bring value to the neighborhood. I mean, if this isn't what we want in San Francisco, I'm not really sure what we're trying to do with the city. It's social, it's non-pretentious, it's a place where people are educated, you discuss topics of politics, you learn about wine. I live next door to a cafe in the outer Sunset, Java Beach. It couldn't be louder. And I mean, I understand noise issues, but part of the reason why we come together in this city is to make the city what it is. And I think the outside space will give this person who's put themselves out on a limb and is struggling financially to make this thing happen, it'll give her a better chance. And I think the neighborhood will be better because of it and the city at large. So thanks for your time.
Hello, my name is Lester Zeidman. I recommend that you approve this
conditional use permit before you. Burba is not a small business. It is a micro business with a very narrow margin between sustainability and failure. There are no corporate interests, no sponsorships, just one person sharing her vision of wine with others. This business has been subjected to petty misdemeanors by neighbors who do not understand the zoning and planning laws in place in San Francisco. They complain to this body that you should enforce laws that do not exist. They make up reasons to discourage this business in the hopes that they can bleed it dry of resources and force her to hire expensive land use attorneys or just go out of business. Burba has followed the laws, is properly situated in a commercial district, has met the requirements of the ABC, and is now asking to use the garden area behind her shop that she's been paying rent on for the last 4 years. Burba has multiple letters of support and a local customer base exemplifying the need for her continued presence in Hayes Valley. It's time to clear away the cobwebs and allow this business to utilize the area to which it is legally entitled. Please approve this conditional use.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Laura Mock. I also live in the neighborhood in Hayes Valley at 401 Grove. I'm in support of Birba, and someone mentioned earlier that none of the supporters live in the area, and that's obviously inaccurate. I supported Birba on Kickstarter. I wanted to support a female entrepreneur, a small business in the area. I also support bringing new businesses to the area for the culture and value for Hayes Valley. I also had my engagement party at Birba. They did the wine for my wedding, and they're a very family business, and we're very close to them. They've been really great, actually, at the closing time, which I think is very similar to other businesses in the area, including Fig and Thistle, which is also right across the street from my apartment. And also, to be clear, I'm a homeowner. I don't rent in the area. It's also, there are other bars in the area like Anina, which is brand new, that also has an outdoor space, Arlequin and the Beer Garden, and having Birba be a restaurant with an outdoor space makes a lot of sense to me, being a neighbor in that area. So yeah, I guess that's it. I just want to say I support them being a neighbor in Hayes Valley.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Karen Huderberg, and I've run a small business on Potrero Hill for 43 years. My space, however, is about 4 times larger than Birba at 1,200 square feet. Birba is very small. It's a long, narrow space. The countertop is just enough for an hors d'oeuvre plate and a wine glass, and she makes it work. She's conscientious. A lot of places use their outdoor space on the sidewalk. She's not using outdoor space on the sidewalk. She's asking to use a back patio area, a garden area. That knowing Angie and the way she does things will be absolutely exquisite. I ask that you approve this because small business doesn't need any more obstacles to try to succeed. This is a place, it's a gym, it's why we live in San Francisco, for small businesses from people who've had a dream and want to make that dream happen. We don't come to San Francisco or live in San Francisco because there's a Safeway nearby. We live in San Francisco because there are small businesses like Birba that want to succeed. And this patio would almost, it would just open up the whole back. Now, a patio in San Francisco is probably not going to be used every night of the year because it gets a little freaking cold. So, it's afternoon, it's warm evenings, it's when people are out and about. So let's be realistic. Let's help this small business and help this expansion. I know it's going to be wonderful. And come and see it. Come and see Birba now and what it can be with a patio where we can sit among greenery and flowers, have a glass of wine, have a laugh. Can't be anything wrong with that.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Lagi. I'm a community activist. A few years ago, I came here to speak on behalf of the neighbors who live adjacent to the business. So I'm here again to really ask that commissioners that you really listen to the concerns of those who live adjacent to Birba. Most of the people here who have raised the quality of life issues are the ones whose windows are facing into that proposed area. So I know that they're suggesting that it's a pergola and a tree, I think, are what they assume will be enough to mitigate the privacy issues and the noise issues. But I'm convinced by the testimony of the sound engineers that were hired by the neighbors that there's additional information that can be provided and considered as you deliberate. I was called by a few of the neighbors and some of the neighbors who, in fact, do support the permit. But many of those who do support the permit are convinced that the permit runs with the business. But as long as I was on the commission, it was my understanding that the permit runs with the land and not the business. So many of those some who I've spoke with casually have said that they may not be supporting this change of use permit. As you know, this isn't granted as of right if they knew that the permit didn't run with the business, that the permit ran with the land and not with the business. So I just hope that you, maybe there's a time, if it were to be continued, or maybe more time would be granted to those who live adjacent to this business, where more conversations can happen about, the consideration for those adjacent neighbors, because I do believe it is a quality of life issue. And I mentioned to friends, there's a bar that's coming up, and they said, Christina, why would you have concerns about it? Why would you be opposed to it? It's a great bar. I've been there. It's wonderful. And I said, I have no doubt the people are wonderful. I have no doubt it's a great experience and it's a great bar. I said, but how would you feel if your window was facing into it and you had people mingling until 10 p.m. at night and all the other noise that comes with living near a successful business? And they said, well, that's different. So I think it's always different for people when they're not the ones that have to wake up at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning and are going to be impacted by the potential noise of this use. So I just think that there's some wonderful people on both sides, and I hope that the people who live adjacent will get the opportunity to weigh in more about the impacts that this is going to have on their life, and that those impacts aren't dismissed as just first world problems.
Thank you. Next speaker, thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for spending such a long day of your time being willing to listen to our comments. I'm a new owner at 443 Fulton. It's one of the residences that is pretty close to the Birba patio. From the back of our house, we can overlook the patio itself. We moved to the neighborhood because we love the solidly residential, quiet feel of the neighborhood. It's not just an investment property for us. We're planning to spend a significant part of our lives here. We're going to be starting our family here in February. So it means a lot to us what goes on in the neighborhood. I also want to make it clear that we're not against Birba per se. From what we can tell, Birba has been a decent neighbor. It's part of what we love about Hayes Valley, having so many options for bars and restaurants and shops. But I think it's important, and we'd ask you to consider that the permanent land use change that's being proposed here is, we believe, going to seriously impair our ability to the quiet use, our ability and our right to the quiet use and enjoyment of our property. Just to give you a little bit better sense for how we feel we'd be impacted, the Fulton Grove properties are 3 stories and about 1 room wide. Those of us on the west side of Fulton Grove, we abut essentially a corridor and a tall building and the back patio area where this proposal would be. You've probably heard from the sound experts. I was outside. I didn't get to hear what all they said, but I can tell you as someone who lives at this property every day, even the smallest noise is amplified because of the, I guess, building acoustics of the back area. And so we trust that BIRBA has made a good faith effort to look into the sound issues, but we just don't feel that they're adequate based on our experience living at the property. I think when you look at it from the standpoint of, the situation of our property in particular, we have a line of sight into the garden. The pergola isn't going to, at least from what we can tell from the plans, it isn't going to block any of the noise as it would potentially project into our property. I also want to say I just don't think that even if it were covering the tables that would be closest to our property, that a pergola and a couple of plants would do enough to mitigate the sound issues that we believe would be a serious issue. So I just want to conclude by saying we oppose the project as it's currently proposed. A number of my other neighbors feel the same way. They couldn't be here today and they asked me to speak on their behalf. Please deny the conditional use authorization until the proponents come up with a more convincing way to assure the neighbors and the close residents that the sound mitigation will actually be effective.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers for public comment?
Hi, my name is Joan Quitt, and I'm here to support the efforts of BIRBA and Angie. I owned a small business for 20 years, a restaurant, and I know how difficult it is to get things going and to keep them going. I really want to speak to Angie and Tanya's integrity and their willingness to make it work. And they've done that in the 4 years that Angie's had the building and the 2 years that she's been running the operation. I know lots of people born and raised in San Francisco who have survived the noise. It is a city, and Angie has created a community within the city that is a really valuable asset to San Francisco on many levels. And I would like to see this project succeed, and I know that she's taking into consideration everybody's concerns, and she deserves to have that patio. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carrie Heater. I live at 470 Grove. My apartment is directly adjacent to the back patio at 458 Grove. I've lived in the city for over half my life, and when I was finally able to purchase a unit, it was with the intention of making it my home for the rest of my life. I would not have purchased my place next door to a backyard bar. I feel that the anticipated level of noise from the back patio will place an undue burden on my quality of life for the rest of my life. I would request that the Commission not approve this plan without further consideration and some kind of compromise on putting some sound mitigation in place. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Alan Beets. I'm the owner of Borderlands Books and Cafe on Valencia Street. And I have been a friend of the young lady who just spoke, Carrie Heaters, for almost 30 years. When about 2 weeks ago, when this hearing came up, Carrie asked me to come and speak because I am somewhat familiar with some of these processes. In fact, I was here about 9 years ago getting a conditional use permit to open my own cafe next door to my bookstore. So I appreciate the complexities of this process, and I also appreciate what it's like to run a small business in San Francisco. When Carrie asked me to come and speak, I asked to review what documents and discussions had taken place previously. And something that struck me about that is that it seems that, unfortunately, this has been a somewhat adversarial relationship in between the residents at 470 and the owner of BIRBA since the permitting process began. And that seems to come through in the sort of dialogue that took place around sound levels and soundproofing. It seems to me, though I'm not an expert, that one report is unnecessarily negative and the other report is unreasonably optimistic. It also seems to me that the process of discussion that took place in between the residents of 470 and the project sponsors went from them asking for $80,000 in soundproofing for their building, the project sponsor offering the replacement of 2 windows, and then the discussion stopped, which doesn't seem like much of a negotiation. So something that I have admired through all my years of living and running a business in San Francisco is that, as other people have pointed out, this is a city and we make accommodations with each other. But I think that our capacity to come up with compromises and organizations, committees like yours, being able to encourage compromise and encouraging people to come up with a way to get it to work together is really positive, and it's one of the great strengths of San Francisco. It doesn't seem like that process has worked its way out at this point. And so I would hope that it would be possible to continue this matter and suggest to both the local residents and the project sponsor that perhaps there's room for some more negotiation, and perhaps there's a compromise that can be arrived at that would allow everyone to come here and speak in favor of the project. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Jim Warshall, and I'm with Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. I'm representing the Transportation and Planning Committee today. This is an interesting project for me in that 4 years ago when Burba first came in, I was speaking against the use of the courtyard. We didn't know Burba. New business coming in. We saw some online postings from them, and I went to the site to see the courtyard, and I was quite concerned about it when I met with the neighbors. And we took the position, even though the neighborhood association was divided on it, that we would support the neighbors and ask to get to know Burba better before we did anything quite like this. In the past several years, we have gotten to know Burba. It's proven to be exactly what you want in a community-serving, local, warm gathering space. This isn't for tourists. This isn't a loud bar. In fact, even calling it a bar seems a little bit uncharacteristic of what I've witnessed most times when I've seen Burba. It's a gathering place. It's a community space. They are warm. They're welcoming. And, you know, you look at this building, it started out as an apartment with 2 garage spaces below. Burba took over one, got rid of the curb cut. There's a parking space there now. The other one is still a garage that they'd like to expand into and change it from a storage unit for the beauty salon to a larger restaurant, and then also use, hopefully, the sidewalk and the back garden. Everything I've learned about Burba in terms of their approach, their outreach, their clientele, really swayed my feelings about this. And now that we know them better, we have every confidence that there can be, you know, some issues that they should work more closely with the neighbors on. If you have conditions on the hours of use, weekday versus weekend, that's fine. If it is even possible to have this, since it's the business lobbying for it and not the property owner, have it go as a right of use with the business and not with the land, that's a very desirable thing. This is a very good small business that fits the character of the neighborhood, and we've changed our feelings now that we know them. And we are in a dense city where we make accommodations for all of the good that we have of these communal gathering spaces. So I wish the neighbors very well, but our position has changed, and we're now firmly in support of Burba. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Gary Jaffe. I've been a San Francisco resident for about 3 years, And I'm not a direct neighbor of Burba, but I live fairly close by. And I spend a lot of time at Burba, mainly because it's very quiet, it's very mellow, and I meet a lot of very interesting people. And there are all sorts of bars and restaurants you can go to in the Hayes Valley area, but Burba is the only one that I feel comfortable spending relaxing time in. And given the atmosphere on the inside, which is mellow and quiet, I have no doubts that the backspace would be exactly the same and could be managed to a very minimal level of noise. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, members of the commission. My name is Antelmo Faria. I'm a chef here in San Francisco. I recently just opened my own business. And 5 years ago, I actually sat here about 5 years ago in front of you. A couple of you might remember was with the project at 741 Valencia Street. And at the time, I think we're in a similar situation where there was a lot of opposition from the neighborhood and neighbors and a lot of support from the community that had built around that specific project. I think we're talking about a project that is on a much smaller scale, much quieter, different demographic. The use of the term bar is disingenuous. We are not talking about a 47 or a 48 liquor license. We're talking about beer and wine. We're talking about a footprint that is less than 1,500 square feet, much less with a minimal occupation load. And if we look back on the previous project that I was talking about 5 years later, I think that we can see that that has worked itself out. And in terms of its use with the community and with members, it's 5 years later, it is now a non-issue. That is a place that provides jobs, that provides a sense of community. And as a result of that project being allowed, its CU being approved, I am now here as a business owner. That provided me an opportunity to work and to continue to grow and to employ people and to grow as a professional. And 5 years later, I've now been afforded the opportunity to open my own business in San Francisco and to now employ people myself. I think some of the voices that we've heard here from today, while I understand their concerns, they have recently moved into those buildings, into the neighborhood, which they knew was a commercial corridor. Birba has been there for 2 years as operating as a business. Someone coming in within the last 6 months and saying, we don't like your business model, frankly, I think is unfair. I was also brought into Birba about 1.5 years ago to as a culinary professional to enhance and make a more robust food offering and to create an environment where the food is as much or if not more of a focus than just the wine. So like I said today, I think we had an example where it was a much bigger project with a much bigger footprint and a much bigger issue at the time that is now 5 years later worked itself out within the community. And I think allowing Birba, a small business, the opportunity to continue to grow and do the revenue necessary to be viable and to stay as part of Hayes Valley for the foreseeable future is important. So I'm here to offer and lend my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. I am here to give you a couple of reasons why we should support this project. Birba is a community-oriented, quaint, moderately priced wine cafe that serves lunch and light dinner. This is not a raucous bar filled with loud music and disorderly customers. There are no hard liquor served here, no beer and shots specials. As a customer, I come to Birba to relax. This is a spot where a community of people come together and friendships are made. I started as a customer and then I became a friend. That's why I'm here today. I'm just wondering if you guys are paying attention to me.
We're paying attention.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I did. I became a friend. That's why I'm here today. This is my first time at a public hearing. I don't usually get involved in these sort of things, but I believe in this business and the owner, Angie, so much that I decided to come and actually speak, even though I have a fear of public speaking. I live in the inner Richmond, and because this business owner is so warm, I choose to spend my time and my dollars in Hayes Valley at Burba. And even though Golden Gate Park is steps from my door, I long for the day where I can sit outside at Burba on a warm afternoon and drink a glass of rosé and read a book amongst people who are sure to become my new friends. Doesn't that sound lovely? There are not many establishments in the city, especially in Hayes Valley, where you can just chill. This is a new kind of urban solace, and I think we deserve it. I have worked in the wine industry in San Francisco for 6 years, and I'm planning on opening my own wine shop in the city in the near future. I hope that when the time comes, I have as much love and support from my customers and my neighbors as Burba and Angie currently has. Please approve this conditional use permit. I promise Angie will continue to be an excellent neighbor and enrich the neighborliness of Hayes Valley. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Catherine Nash. I am a Bay Area native and a longtime SF resident. I've been a patron of Birba since they opened their doors, and as a small business owner myself, I believe in supporting small business. It's one of the reasons that I choose to live in San Francisco. I live upstairs currently from The Mill on Divisadero. I'm sure you're familiar with the NOPA neighborhood and its recent expansion over the last several years. Since opening, they have added a parklet, as well as extended their hours into the late evening and added alcoholic beverages available. I can say, as their upstairs neighbors, that it has not been rowdy. If anything, it has only improved the neighborhood, creating community. I've met several friends. It's a family place. It welcomes everyone, much like Birba. While I'm sympathetic to the noise issues that come with living in a popular neighborhood in a large city, I'd like to highlight that like many of the opponents to Birba's expansion, I made the decision to move into a neighborhood with existing commercial zoning because of its lively nature and the culture that it encourages. I feel it's unfair to pick and choose the benefits that such a neighborhood provides. As several of the other speakers have emphasized, Birba has created a special sanctuary for its clientele in the neighborhood, and in my opinion, has added much value to Hayes Valley. I also have a work studio in Hayes Valley, just a side note. They have been cooperative and offered many solutions to mitigate noise levels, and I'd like to strongly share my support for its expansion.
Thank you. Next speaker. And I'd like to ask the sheriff, is there anyone else outside for this item? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Giovanni Yu. I am the owner of Taylor Monroe, which is the salon right next door to Birba. Angie's been an amazing neighbor and business owner for the neighborhood and has been such an integral part in the success of Hayes Valley and supporting other small businesses such as myself. My stylist and myself like to go next door pretty much on a nightly basis, and we have a mellow, quiet night, sipping wine, having a few laughs and calling it a night. That's pretty much her clientele. They enjoy her curated wine and a few small quality bites. The approval of the courtyard and patio would just simply be, in my opinion, an extension of what we experience inside, which is just a nice, mellow, quiet evening with friends and family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Lenore El Carew, and I strongly support the use of the outdoor patio for Birba and its customers. I reside in close proximity to Birba and have been enjoying going to Birba since its first opening. The owner has been diligent in engaging the neighbors in her plans for the patio and has welcomed their ideas in a huge effort to create a positive experience for everybody involved. The outdoor patio will be an asset to the neighborhood, and I believe the Commission should approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Greg McIver. I live at 419 Fulton Street, so right around the corner from Birba. I just want to give my support for this project. Living on Fulton, it's already it's a reasonably noisy place, but that's that's part of city living, and more importantly, places like Birba are exactly why I chose to live in somewhere like Hayes Valley. So I hope you can approve this project, and I think it'll be a great addition to an already great business. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Miramontes, and I have been a customer, friend, and frequent lunchtime Instagram poster of Birba for 2 years. And along that journey, I've also become into a professional capacity as a wine supplier, and in a smaller capacity, a walnut supplier via my grandfather's walnut orchard he planted in 1979. So I have several interests to the success of this individual and special business, which the Garden Patio will speak highly to. I lived in New York City for 10 years and am highly aware of the varying levels of ambient noise due to business proximity to residences. And from this experience, I do believe it is possible to have a high quality of life while in proximity to the outdoor space, like the one proposed by Birba. I am sensitive to that it may be different, but still a high quality of life with the addition of a community space operated by a group of passionate and responsible business owners and managers. This proposal shouldn't be viewed as a potential burden, but as an opportunity for continued positive growth in the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
My name is Alexandra Donahue, and I have a business in Hayes Valley. We have been operating, my partner and I, in the same space since 2001. So we've seen a lot of changes in the neighborhood. And Birba is one of the first new businesses that's really captured the original spirit of Hayes Valley and how inventive and, individual the neighborhood was. There has been a lot of change, as I'm sure you've seen, and there have been a lot more major businesses that have come in. So I think it'd be great for the city to support a smaller business that's trying to create something for the neighborhood. Sorry, I get nervous when I speak. I also wanted to add, we don't have a lot of outdoor space in Hayes Valley, and I don't know if you guys spend time there, but the Patricia's Green is very dog-oriented. So for those people who are afraid of dogs or allergic to dogs, it would be really nice to have a space to go that was not a dog space. Thanks.
Your next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Craig Hamburg. I live at 400 Grove, and I'm here to support Birba. Angie and her team have been wonderful neighbors and created an extended living room for Hayes Valley locals, as well as a destination for those who don't live in the area. The Market Octavia plan encourages active ground floors, and our neighborhood maintains a strict formula retail ban. 458 Grove Street is a small, awkward space with several unsuccessful tenants over the years. Small spaces like Birba are great examples of how micro retail should work. Running a small business in San Francisco is difficult and expensive. We should be supporting businesses like Birba to help make them successful. My bedroom looks out onto Birba. They close early, and I've never heard a sound. Mellow Monday dinners are family style and offer an affordable, low-stress meal. Nicole Liu was recently hired after stints running Probaco in San Francisco and Nobu in New York. They take their food very seriously. I hope you approve their proposed garage and backyard uses. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any further public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioners? Anybody want to go first? Commissioner Fong.
Well, small business, I think we encourage. Hayes Valley, I think we encourage the unique non-formula retail and entrepreneurship. This is a restaurant more than a bar. Understand that it is beer and wine only. I was kind of searching for a list of the neighbors had a list of requests or conditions that I couldn't find that. I wasn't sure if someone could help me find that. But just for knowledge and history, we've had many of these cases where the noise in outdoor space, garden spaces, is an issue. The Commission has been quite thorough in coming up with solutions to try to mitigate some of the sound and noise. They can be from hours of operating, limiting that to hours. It could be when you throw out bottles at night set to a certain hour. We've had noise curtains. We've had a variety of things. And so maybe I'm looking at this case. I'm supportive of the business. It seems like a great neighborhood community that's been created. Love that. Understand the concerns that the neighbors have. But it is in the middle of San Francisco. It is an urban setting. And there used to be a freeway there. And it was a lot noisier. So I'm kind of leaning towards the business side and the small business side in this case, with obviously some great responsibility as the business owners merge with their customers, the neighbors. So I'll leave it up. Maybe collectively we can come up with a couple of conditions related to sound and operating hours.
Thank you very much. And I would note in the staff report that their operating hours limited to 10 p.m. Perhaps we could add something else in terms of movement of the bottles and things of that nature. But there are a number of conditions that are in the staff report. Commissioner Melgar.
Thank you. So as a couple of the speakers brought up Article 29, and as I remember, for indoor noise use, it's 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So since they close at 10, I'm not really sure what the issue is with the noise, but I'm supportive of this business. I do want to from this position, I want to make sure that we create the conditions where small businesses and micro businesses and these small locations can actually succeed, that it pencils out. We have lots of neighborhoods where we are now implementing or prohibiting mergers of, small storefronts. So we can't do both. We can't prohibit mergers of storefronts and then also not allow small businesses to be able to pencil out when they're in small locations. So I'm on the side of wanting to make sure that this business can thrive and grow. And it sounds like they have been good neighbors. As far as the issues of the recycling and the bottles and the noises, that is not something anyone has brought up. So I'm not sure that putting further restrictions in that way, it's like fixing a problem that's not there, as far as I'm concerned. But I also would be interested in seeing the list of the further mitigation measures that folks talked about, and to see if those are doable and what the costs would be to the business. A couple people alluded to it, but nobody actually handed them out. So if any of the speakers that spoke to that are still here, it'd be interesting to see what they are. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see if anyone raises their hand, but Commissioner Moore.
This operator seems to be enjoying a huge support by the community, which I think speaks for itself. It is a small restaurant, and in support of small business, I believe that will be in the interest of the operator to extend the positive elements of her operation to the use of the outside. I live in a neighborhood where there is a special agreement with a restaurant operator in a neighborhood where there is actually no permission for restaurants to operate till 10 o'clock, and that has worked for the last 28 years, and there is no problem. It ultimately depends on the integrity and on the real desire of the operator to want to be in that neighborhood, and that seems to be definitely an agreed-upon description we are getting here. Today, and that is not unusual, we had the Riptide Bar, which I mentioned out on Terraville. After 6 months, there were no complaints, although there was a huge number of people speaking against that at the time when this project was in front of us. I do believe that the mechanism of self-control, including having a community liaison as a complaint number, is always a good idea. We had large numbers of people when we talked about the reestablishment of Julius Castle a few weeks ago, This is a city, this is a commission which is very strongly supportive of small entrepreneurial business, and I would extend my own support to this particular business, and I make a motion to approve.
I'll second that. Commissioner Koppel?
Yeah, I was going to kind of echo the comments of Commissioner Moore. I have been to the site and do see it needing a little more than the space they currently do have, whether it's back of house space just to prep and store items and food, and also the actual interior of the location is very small, and it is a really nice backyard. I really don't have a problem with this, especially because of the 10 p.m. Time cutoff, and I really do not hope to see any open mic nights or live bands or speakers in the back patio. I, in good faith, am going with the project sponsor to and their will to just serve dinner and drinks out there. So again, I will be supporting the project.
Commissioner Fong?
Yeah, I just note it's not a stand-up bar area. It's all seating, which I think it makes a significant difference in consumption and type of use of a patio area. So again, another reason to support. I would just ask the maker of the motion, Commissioner Moore, that if you would consider a one-year check-in.
Yes.
To see if there's any complaints. Maybe you mentioned that, sorry. And that while we may be anticipating a problem, it is, I think, sort of an industry problem about bottles and Recology pickup that I would be doing the last case. We had Recology pickup after 8 a.m., and they made a special request to do that. Was that it?
I don't want to create a problem which doesn't exist. Nobody mentioned it.
I think it's kind of an industry standard that bottles make a lot of noise at the end of the night or morning.
We can add that, but they are not really changing how they operate, so that's fine. That's just a cautionary comment, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's been a motion and a second. Any other comments?
Did you want that 1 year, for clarification, 1 year check-in as a memo or as a hearing?
I think a
memo is fine. I mean, what Mr. Perry did today is perfectly fine. Ms. Gope knows how to do that.
And if you could, Commissioner Fong, repeat about the recycling?
That Recology pickup occur after 7:30 a.m. the following day.
Thank you. So there is a motion and a second to approve with conditions, including a 1 year check-in with a memo, and also for Recology pickup after 7:30 a.m. On that motion, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved. That motion passes unanimously, 5-0.
The commission will take a 15-minute break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
So first of all, I want to say thank you, everybody, for coming here today. This is an exciting day, a long time in the making here in San Francisco. I want to thank the mayor for being here and his support, to my colleague, Supervisor Ronan, Assessor Recorder Carmen Chu, and all of the folks that are here in the room, to the commissioners that are here. Thank you very much. You know, the equal rights for women and in terms of pay parity is a huge issue in our country. And as we sit here in San Francisco and we view ourselves as the progressive bastion of the world, we unfortunately have in Washington, D.C. right now, the Republicans in Congress and our president who are diminishing and are trampling on civil rights across every single spectrum, and women's rights as part of that. And we see in and day out from the headlines from Washington, D.C. And so I think it's so incumbent that we as a local government, we here in San Francisco, as representatives of this great city, take the step forward, make sure that we are on the forefront to push for the most progressive legislation that we can. And so we're so proud to be here today. And as I was mentioning earlier, it is shocking to me that here in San Francisco, we still have a gender wage gap. The fact that women in San Francisco in 2017 still only make 84 cents on the dollar, to me is a shame. And we need to do everything we can to remedy that. And as we see from the stats, it's even worse for minorities. For African American women, it's 60 cents on the dollar. And for Latino women, it's 55 cents on the dollar. This has to stop. And so this pay parity legislation is a huge step forward here in San Francisco. It is the product of work from groups like Equal Rights Advocates, from national organizations. And I do want to give a special thanks to Margot and Kanishka from my office, who worked incredibly hard, to amazing women who helped push this legislation forward, and proud that this legislation was supported unanimously at the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. I think it says something about what we're doing here today. I think it says something about who we are as San Francisco, and hopefully as a shining light for the rest of our country. So with that, again, thank you everybody for coming here today, and want to introduce a huge supporter, our great mayor, Ed Lee.
Well, thank you. I'm going to be brief because we need to get to equity right away. And I want to thank Supervisor Farrell for his leadership in leading this effort, but also Supervisor Ronan and all the other supervisors who joined our assessor, who heard the research that's being done at ERA, another bolthead, by the way, Jessica, but also have followed the traditional leadership that our commission and our department on the status of women have advocated. And I wanted to make sure that my own house was paying equally. And so we did a little research already, and I just want to guarantee you the mayor's office is at pay equity right now, Supervisor. So we need, and here's the thing. Here's the thing about it is that we're at a cutting edge of helping women catch up. I mean, this is actually a sorry thing to have to say that we are behind 84 cents on the dollar for women. That is not a good thing. And so we have to catch up. And I want to thank the business community, the Chamber of Commerce and the business community for embracing this, because they want to happen as they promote more women CEOs in our ranks. We want to make sure that all the women in the ranks, management, when they do earn the ability, and I even looked at the wording that we had that it's that women are not, they shouldn't be earning pay, they should actually be getting it. They've already earned it, they just weren't getting it. And so hopefully maybe even changing the way my notes were written to say that women should earn that. They've already earned it. They just weren't equally paid for that work. And so this is personal to me as being having an active wife, but also two daughters who I want for them to fully earn and fully get what they're earning, and to make sure that all women catch up, that the state, ultimately it means over billions of dollars that women are not getting, even though they've earned it. And so we're glad to take the step forward. And again, I want to thank the supervisors for uniting on this so that we could show the way for everybody else, that you shouldn't have a study about how much it costs you to do this. You should do the right thing and get it done so that people can get what they're supposed to have earned already. I'll be very happy to sign this legislation and get people equity right away. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Lee. A few things as well. Mayor Lee mentioned the business community. I want to thank all the folks that came together, a number of organizations as well. I want to specifically point out Lyft, who is here today, a San Francisco-based employer who is at the forefront sending in letters of support for this legislation. And it shows that we can work together as a community, as advocates, as our business community, as our city government here in San Francisco. So a real shining example. So thank you for being here today. And you know, Mayor Lee alluded to it. He has 2 daughters, I have 1 daughter. And as I thought about it as well, I want my daughter to grow up in San Francisco and in a community where we equally pay our women as well. It is so important. It takes on such a special, different meaning as a parent. And it's something why it means, as a man, I am so proud to stand here. As a man, I am so proud to push forward this legislation because this affects all of us. This says something about who we are as a society, and it says something, again, who we are in San Francisco. I was very lucky at the Board of Supervisors to not only have ultimately unanimous support, but a number of people who came on very early on to support this legislation. We do now, as a Board of Supervisors, have a majority women, which has been great to see. Absolutely, a round of applause for that. And one of the early supporters is here with me. I'm very proud to have her here with me. And again, was one of the leading charges of this during the legislative process. So I want to thank and bring up Supervisor Hillary Ronen.
Thank you so much. What an exciting day. And I just really want to thank Supervisor Farrell for this leadership. You know, as we've alluded to, on a federal level, we're moving backwards on women's rights. And to take a leap forward today here in San Francisco is extraordinary and something that we should be celebrating. And the reason that I was so excited when Supervisor Farrell and his incredible staff brought forward this legislation is because it is so meaningful. It is groundbreaking legislation that will change the course of centuries of discrimination against women. It literally says to employers today, you are not allowed to use a system that promoted centuries of discrimination against women by paying them less for equal work in terms of your decision about what you're going to pay us today. And that is the type of meaningful, real legislation that I am so proud to be part of on the Board of Supervisors to support, and that changes our lives and that makes our society and our world and our city and our communities stronger and better. So let's celebrate today this advancement for women's equality in San Francisco. And again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for this incredible ceremony and for signing this, and Supervisor Farrell for your leadership. This is really exciting. Congratulations.
Thank you, Hillary. And as I mentioned before, this legislation would not be possible without the work of a lot of organizations, advocacy groups, so many women's rights groups that we are proud to have here in San Francisco. And I want to bring up Jessica Stendler from Equal Rights Advocates, an organization that has been pushing at the forefront of these issues, who's done just amazing work. And hopefully this is, as we talked about, the beginning of a great working relationship to continue to push our city forward. So I want to bring up Jessica.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here today and to speak alongside Mayor Lee, Supervisor Farrell, Supervisor Ronen, and Assessor Chu. I want to thank Supervisor Farrell for introducing this legislation, his excellent staff, Kanishka and Margot, and the full Board of Supervisors who voted unanimously to pass this important legislation. My name is Jessica Stender, and I'm an attorney at Equal Rights Advocates based here in San Francisco. Our mission is to protect and expand economic opportunities for women and girls. We work to eliminate barriers to equal pay, and today we celebrate a milestone.
For Thursday, July 20, 2017. Please be aware that the Commission does not tolerate any disruption or outbursts of any kind. Please silence any mobile devices that may sound during the hearing, and when speaking before the commission, speak directly into the mic, and if you care to, state your name for the record. Commissioners, we left off on item number 19, since we are hearing number 16 at the end of the hearing, and that is in the discretionary review calendar. Item 19, record number 2014-1509, DRP at 188 Octavia Street, also known as Central Freeway Parcel T, full discretionary review.
Good evening, Commissioners. Carly Grove, Department staff. The item before you is a request for discretionary review of a building permit application at 188 Octavia, also known as Central Freeway Parcel T. This property is located within the Hayes-Goff Neighborhood Commercial Transit District. The proposal is to construct a 5-story mixed-use building on a vacant lot. The subject lot is approximately 120 by 46 feet and about 5,500 square feet in area. The project includes 27 dwelling units and approximately 3,000 square feet of ground floor retail, as well as a private roof deck. The project does not include off-street vehicle parking, but includes 27 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces on the ground floor. The project is required to provide 15% inclusionary units on site, which would result in 4 below-market rate units. The zoning administrator granted a variance for rear yard and open space in April. The variance allowed the project sponsor to enter into a Costa-Hawkins agreement to provide those on-site affordable units as rental units. The DR requester is Harold Darling, who lives at 102 Haight Street. The primary concern of the DR requester is that the units in the development would not be affordable. He states that the proposed 5-story building is taller and denser than surrounding properties, and the proposed alternative is to decrease the monthly anticipated rental rate and to decrease the property density. The project sponsor was granted the right to purchase and develop the subject property as a market rate project through the RFP process. Pursuant to their purchase and sale agreement, the sponsor is required to provide their affordable units on site and may not pay the in-lieu fee. Note that none of the RFP responses proposed more than 15% affordable units, and it is not feasible for the project sponsor to reduce the density of the project or to provide 100% of the units as affordable units. The department has received one letter in support of the project as proposed from the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. The HVNA states that the project is an appropriate density for the site and it is consistent with the Market and Octavia plan. They acknowledge that rents in San Francisco have escalated to untenable levels, but they support the project as it incorporates the required affordable units on site. The department recommends that the commission not take DR and approve the project as proposed for the following reasons. The project adds 27 dwelling units to the city's housing stock without displacing any existing residential, commercial, or industrial uses. The project does not call for more density or height than is permitted by the neighborhood-specific plan. The project includes over 40% two-bedroom units, which is consistent with the department policy to provide larger, family-friendly units. The project includes 2 retail suites that incorporate roll-up doors in their entries, which would enrich the pedestrian realm and provide greater continuity of active uses along Octavia Boulevard. No off-street vehicle parking is proposed as part of the project, which is consistent with the city's transit-first policies. The project incorporates high-quality materials and unique design elements to enliven the Octavia street wall. The project site is an identified infill site in the Market and Octavia plan, and the design is consistent with the goals stated in that plan. And the project approval would help the city implement its 2014 selection of the proposed project in a city-run public RFP process. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We go DR requester first.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Can you, do you need the computer or can you speak into that mic?
You can speak into either mic, actually.
Yeah, either one would be fine.
Does this one work?
That's fine. Yeah,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Hold on just a second, please. I'm objecting to this project because I feel that it does not comply with the, with the clear language of the, housing priority policies, particularly the one about affordable housing. And also, it's this Hayes Valley, I'm sure, as you all know, has been just inundated with apartment buildings. I mean, there must be a dozen of them being built within 4 blocks. And it seems that the character of the neighborhood is really being compromised. I mean, I don't understand why half the apartment buildings that are being built in this area have to be built within 5 blocks of each other. It's having a disproportionate impact upon neighborhood businesses and also the character of the neighborhood. I mean, I also have some objections to the style of the architecture. it's the lot is very small, and I'm really kind of surprised that they could get this many apartments onto such a tiny lot. And part of the reason what inspired this was I live across the street from 8 Octavia, and frankly, 8 Octavia was a mistake. It's really affecting the views and vistas. It's a compressed building. I'll revisit that later with some photographs, but if I had known the impact that 8 Octavia was going to have, because it's on, these lots are very slender. You know that. They're only like 40 feet wide or 60 feet. I don't remember the exact number, but the buildings are too big for these lots. Can you see the graphics?
Yeah, no, can we get SFGov to put the graphic up? But continue. There's nothing up, so it would be on that screen too if we were watching it.
Can the commission see the graphics?
No, I mean, whatever we, yeah,
Oh, there we
that's
go.
what we see, yeah.
Okay, I created this little chart here just to, as a way to demonstrate the affordability of these apartments based upon the information I could get. There's going to be 11 two-bedroom apartments. There's going to be 4 one-bedroom apartments and 12 studios. And what I did was I looked at internet ads and called around to buildings in that immediate area to see what the prevailing rents are right now. Obviously, that could change between now and when the building's constructed. But based upon the numbers you can see on the third column there, what I did was I estimated what it would take to rent an apartment there based upon 30% gross income and one person qualifying for the lease. And the number I came up with is not good. A 2-bedroom apartment, you'd have to make $240,000 a year to even qualify. The 1-bedroom would be $160,000, and then the studio would be a whopping $120,000 for a 300 square foot room. And I mean, and then the fourth column over there, you can see on the fourth column, I figured out what percentage of San Francisco residents could afford these units based upon the franchise tax board data. And for the 2-bedroom, only 3% of the people living in the city can afford that. Frankly, I think these numbers are conservative. But and then for the 160, for the 1-bedroom, it's going to be 6%, and then for the studios, it's 11%. So my objection is that leaves like 89% of the rest of the city unable to even afford any apartment in this building. And and I just wanted to substantiate it. That chart there is the franchise tax board data. That's much more accurate than the Census Bureau household income. Because keep in mind, with rentals, they want one person to qualify for the lease. Household income doesn't help you with a rental. They want at least one of the occupants has to have the minimum income qualifications. And so I feel that this is much more accurate measure than the Census Bureau household income surveys. These are some ads that I got recently. 8 Octavia currently has an apartment for rent. This one's relatively recent. It's $8,200 a month for a 3-bedroom apartment. This one here is a brand new building. It's 200 Buchanan. As you can see here, the studios start at $3,700. The 1-bedrooms start at like $4,500, and then the 2-bedrooms are like starting at $5,700 a month. There's another. What's that one? I forgot what that one is. Hold on. That one, there's another one. That's a 1-bedroom apartment at 8 Octavia, which is directly next door. That's $5,500 a month. Anyway, I'm going to get to the legal authorities here. I've read Section 101B, and I'm sure the Commission's familiar with it. And it's unequivocal. I mean, you guys are on point out here on this. You're supposed to be, and as the Commission knows, there's a housing crisis. It's become. I understand that the city entered into an arrangement with the real estate developer quite some time ago, but a lot's changed since then. The housing crisis has gotten much worse. I mean, I don't know about you, but these rental numbers are just staggering. I'm not even sure if any of you can afford to rent these apartments. I mean, also it's. I have to say, again, I mentioned this earlier, was like the excessive gentrification in Hayes Valley is really becoming a problem.
Sir, your time is up, but you will have a chance for a 2-minute rebuttal.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there any public comment in support of the DR requester? Okay. Seeing none, project sponsor.
We're just going to make sure that you can see the screen before we get started.
SFGov.
Do we have to do
There
something
you go.
special?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jackie Braver with DM Development, and I represent the project sponsor. Parcel T, located at Page Octavia Boulevard, Rose Streets in Hayes Valley, is one of a few remaining undeveloped Central Freeway parcels slated for repurpose under the 2008 Market and Octavia Plan. The project was awarded in a competitive 2014 city-run and publicly participated RFP process. Parcel T's development program directly reflects the city's mandate and Market and Octavia Plan prescriptions for more affordable and market-rate housing, ground floor retail infill and engagement in the public realm, more intense and active uses along the freeway parcels, innovative architecture, strengthening of the urban form, and enhancement and celebration of the pedestrian experience. The DR requester seeks a 70% reduction of housing units at this site. The project's inclusionary housing program at 15% on-site units, or 4 units out of 27, is above the required percent at the time of the project's submittal in 2015. In fact, the RFP mandated higher than code-prescribed affordable housing levels for award consideration. Once the Market and Octavia Plan's 22 former Central Freeway parcels are fully developed and activated in the built environment, over 50% of the new residential units will have been cumulatively developed as 100% affordable housing. That's a big number. Parcel T received very strong support and design participation from the Planning Department, from UDAT, from SDAT, from SFMTA, and the HVNA and the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, who are administering the parcel's disposition. You will hear HVNA support in today's public comment. The city and neighborhood highlight and applaud the project's unique architecture, its consistency with the Market and Octavia Plan prescriptions for new development scale, character, density, affordable housing, and other community benefits. We would like to emphasize that any reduced scale or density to this project would be inconsistent with the City Planning Department and area plan goals and policies. Maximizing density, not minimizing density, on infill parcels helps alleviate both supply and price pressure in a supply-constrained housing market. Moreover, a reduced scale to the level proposed by the DR requester cannot yield a market rate purchase price to the city for the land, and the freeway parcels are legally required to sell for fair market value. There are no unique circumstances that warrant acceptance of a DR. In fact, we feel current specific plans, policies, and legislative action by the City of San Francisco are directly addressing the DR requester's concerns on a more citywide, holistic level. Finding in favor of the current project will help us realize the city's goals to execute a project that won a public RFP process based on its architectural merit, community benefits, and deft conformance with the Market and Octavia Plan design and policy goals developed over a 20-year period. Thank you, and we hope to have your endorsement.
Thank you. Is there public comment in support of the project sponsor? Come on up.
Hi, my name is Jim Warshall, and I'm with HVNA. Everything about this project really speaks to its origins in Market Octavia. As was mentioned, the parcels are over 50% affordable, which is the highest rate, I think, of any major area. We've welcomed everything from transitional age youth that's being developed now, formerly homeless, you name it. And to have this project where it's a very elegant building with on-site affordable being developed by DM that's developed other projects successfully in the neighborhood and has honored all commitments to the neighborhood, which takes me to some of your earlier conversations on the 3rd Street property, really just reinforces why honoring all the effort that went into Market Octavia is important. Part of the logic of Market Octavia was that half would be affordable and half would be market rate. The reason Octavia Boulevard was built was because the revenue from the sale of these parcels was what paid for Octavia Boulevard to be built. We have to honor these things. We have a responsible developer here, and everything about this project speaks to the quality that planning is looking for in excellent design, street engaging retail. Obviously, one of our main issues of zero parking to take advantage of the availability of transit, bike parking. All of the things that we look for in good planning are represented by this project from a really responsible developer. I think that to not honor Market Octavia by putting any impositions further on this project would be a severe mistake, and we look forward to your approving this project as it's proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Robin Levitt. I live at Lilly in Octavia, which is a half a block from this project. I'm a member of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. I'm also on the Market Octavia Citizens Advisory Committee. I'm very supportive of this project for all the reasons that were previously stated, so I won't reiterate that. I just want to say that I've lived in the neighborhood since the early 90s, about 91. And since that time, I've spent countless hours on the Octavia Boulevard project. First, on the task force, I led the campaigns to replace the freeway with Octavia Boulevard. I helped organize the San Francisco Prize design competition for the parcels along the boulevard. I worked very hard to get the Market Octavia plan passed, along with my neighbors here. I'm now serving on the Market Octavia CAC. These vacant lots are eyesores in the neighborhood. We've been waiting since 2003, when the freeway came down, to develop these parcels. It's a long time. They are magnets for homelessness, for tents, for trash, for crime. It's time we develop these parcels without any more delay. This project before you is an excellent project. It does everything the Market Octavia plan calls for. It's a beautiful project. The developer lives in the neighborhood. He is committed to the neighborhood. It has affordable housing. This project deserves your approval without further delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next topic.
Hi, I'm Gail Baugh, president of the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association. I'm here to support this project as it's been presented to you. Just to give you an additional piece of information, the other 3 remaining parcels will be, there's an RFP out on those right now. They are going to be 100% affordable. So in addition to the housing that was already described, where we have close to 50% affordable housing, this pushes it above 50% affordable housing in a neighborhood that has embraced high density living. And we had 10 years of community outreach about this process. It hasn't been perfect, for sure, but the Hayes Valley Neighborhood Association supports the Market Octavia plan and the requirements put upon the developers to adhere to those requirements, and they have done so. So I would support the project as it is currently presented to you.
Thank you. Is there any further public comment in support of the project sponsor? Seeing none, do you request here a 2-minute rebuttal, if you'd like to take it?
There's one thing I think got lost from that testimony was this is city-owned land, and given the depth and severity of the housing crisis, I mean, I'm really surprised that people aren't noticing that these apartments are probably going to be renting for $6,000 a month. I mean, to me, that warrants like taking a harder look at what's going on here. I think the commission is well aware of the affordability housing crisis in San Francisco, and I think that I believe that you have a legal responsibility to act upon that. Given that this is city-owned property, I would say that you're held to a higher standard because the city-owned property is for all of us. It's not just for the few. I mean, I understand that there's 4 units on site, but that's just not enough, given the extent of the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, you have a 2-minute rebuttal. Okay, choose not to take it. Okay, thank you very much. We will close the hearing and like to open up to commissioners. Commissioner Moore.
I am very admiring of the city taking such a creative approach towards disposing of the freeway parcels. This has been a long effort. I think the city's creativity is clearly not just in designing Octavia Boulevard, but everything which comes with it. I'm very comfortable with the project. I think the project is just one complement to things we have done before. We have looked at a number of other freeway parcels, and I am in full support of what's in front of us. So I actually like to move that we do not take DR and approve the project as proposed.
Second.
Thank you. Commissioner Melgar.
So I agree with the DR requester that the rent is too damn high. There's no question about it. We are well aware of it. That being said, this particular project was part of a larger set of plans and financing of what transpired after the freeway was damaged by the earthquake. So this is not the proper venue to have that discussion in terms of how solving the affordability crisis. It's not appropriate for this one, parcel. So I will be supporting the project.
Commissioner Koppel.
Also supporting the project tonight. Thank you to HVNA for showing up with their support tonight. I like the unit mix of this project. I like that it has no car parking. I do like the nice broken up design. I think they're doing a lot with a little parcel here, and the on-site BMRs. That's my comments.
Thank you. Just quickly, I also am supportive of this project and would also say I do agree with the DR request that the rent is too damn high. And this is a city-owned parcel, but it's part of, as Commissioner Melgar pointed out, a larger, more than decade-long process that included a number of parcels along the former freeway. And there's a mixture of sort of public and private enterprises to build new housing in that entire area. So it was a very long process, and this project is part of that. So supportive today. Commissioner Koppel, you're good? Okay. All right, thank you. We have a motion and a second.
On that motion to not take DR and approve the project as proposed, Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved. That motion passes unanimously, 5-0.
Thank you very much.
And places you on item 16. Record number 2017-000979 CUA at 1522 Bush Street. Conditional use authorization.
Okay. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Johnson and members of the Planning Commission. Sarah Velve of the Northwest team. The item before you is a request for conditional use authorization pursuant to Planning Code Sections 209.3 and 303 to permit a health service use on the second floor of the subject building in an RC4 zoning district. Expansion of the building is not proposed, and the use is permitted as of right on the ground floor. The building would be occupied by Planned Parenthood to provide reproductive exams, counseling, and procedures. Pursuant to Planning Code Section 342, the project was reviewed for consistency with the Health Care Services Master Plan. The sponsor provided an application and findings which were reviewed by the Department of Public Health, who recommended the proposal be found consistent. On June 27, 2017, the Planning Department concurred and issued the final determination. The consistency determination was available to the public for review, and the Planning Department did not receive any comments on the decision. While the building would not be enlarged, windows and doors would be replaced. Because the building is a historic resource, the proposed modifications were reviewed by the department's preservation staff. Staff determined that the changes are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards, and on July 6, 2017, the department issued a categorical exemption for the project. Since the commission packet was issued, the department has received one call in opposition to the project and one email in support of the project. The caller expressed concerns about construction and pedestrian traffic along Austin Street at the rear of the building. While not all letters of support received by the department were included in the packet, all letters received by the department are part of the public record. At this time, the department recommends approval of the project as it meets the criteria of Planning Code Section 303 as contained in the draft motion. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Do you have a project sponsor here?
Good evening, commissioners and planning staff. I'm Gilda Gonzalez, the CEO of Planned Parenthood, Northern California. And for 100 years, Planned Parenthood has had a tradition of providing high-quality sexual and reproductive care for anyone who is in need, regardless of their background or ability to pay. But now we are limited to meet this need here in San Francisco at our current location. We have reached service capacity, and our average wait time to get an appointment is 6 to 8 days, far longer than is ideal for the patients who come to us in some of the most vulnerable moments of their life. Our proposed relocation to 1522 Bush Street will increase our ability to meet the need in several critical ways. It more than doubles our current space. Our patient visits will increase by 20%, and the wait time to come see us will go down by 3 days, go down to 3 days. The ancillary space at this site will be a hub for community engagement, education, and advocacy, in keeping with the spirit of San Francisco as it leads the path in social justice issues. We have worked very carefully to present a project that exists in harmony with the surrounding neighborhood, with no increase in building envelope and with a timeless design. We are experts in delivering our compassionate care, and we know that our requests for a conditional use permit to locate our clinical services on the second floor will ensure that our patients receive the dignified and private experience they deserve. We have fully engaged the community, delivering 13 presentations, circulating detailed web and print overviews to thousands. We received hundreds of signatures from San Franciscans, and 20 letters of support were submitted to this commission. You have a sample of those. We also have petition signatures from San Francisco residents here with me. So before our other team members speak, I want to reiterate Planned Parenthood Northern California's resolve to push back on baseless attacks on all levels, even here in San Francisco, against our patients and their constitutionally guaranteed rights. We will not be intimidated, and we will never stop fighting for their right to access the care they need. We are confident that we have been on the right side of history in this fight for the past 100 years, and I respectfully invite you to stand with us tonight as we launch the next 100. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. No applause, please. Are you part of the project sponsor team? Okay, great. Go ahead.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Jennifer Sarche, and I'm the Center Director of the Planned Parenthood Northern California's current site at 1650 Valencia. Our health center serves the highest volume of patients of all the 20 Planned Parenthood Northern California sites, and it's the only site where the demand continues to grow month over month. Patient volume has increased over 50% in the past 3 years. In the past fiscal year, our health center and satellites provided 17,000 visits to 10,000 clients, 80% of whom make less than $24,000 a year for a family size of one. Our services include family planning, pregnancy testing and counseling, STD testing and treatment, HPV vaccines, infertility services, abortions, and medications to prevent HIV. We deliver 26,000 STD tests, which includes 6,000 HIV and 16,000 chlamydia and gonorrhea tests. This is an essential service that we provide in San Francisco because San Francisco has one of the highest rates of HIV and gonorrhea in the state of California. In San Francisco, 200,000 plus residents are in need of low-cost health care, and 60,000 of them lack health insurance. These are the residents who benefit most from Planned Parenthood services. Every day, I see the firsthand impact our services make in the lives of my fellow San Franciscans. Our patients come to us because they know us and because they trust us. We are their first healthcare provider, and often at times we are their only healthcare provider. Our patients know that they will receive high-quality, non-judgmental care with Planned Parenthood, and I have a quote to share from one of our patients. STD testing can be very stressful, and there are many stigmas associated with it. Thank you so much for the vital role you play, the humanity with which you provide it, and the compassion you demonstrate. As Center Director, I also see the firsthand challenges we face. Space is the main challenge we face. We are able to deliver a lot of critical care in the current location we are in, but if we just had a few more exam rooms, we could truly meet the need. Our planned flagship location at 1522 Bush Street would provide this badly needed space. Currently, we're open over 60 hours a week, which includes evening and Saturday hours, and we struggle to meet these demands, especially for time-sensitive services. We struggle to see our patients in a timely manner that fits into their busy schedules, and on many occasions, we run into longer wait times due to the limited exam room space. And also, we struggle to even have enough seating space for in our waiting rooms during some of our busiest clinics. Another challenge for us on the Valencia Street is security. Because we lease the property, we are not free to modify the entrance or space in ways that would enhance the comfort and privacy of our patients' experience. At times, our patients must walk past the aggressive messages from protesters and have to tune out the hostile environment that protesters create. The aggressive presence of the protesters often intensifies the already stressful time that our patients are experiencing when seeking sensitive and highly stigmatized services. As a result, a significant amount of my time as Center Director is taken away from services and diverted to security protocols and interacting with San Francisco Police Department to minimize the impact. Planned Parenthood is an organization whose mission is to improve access and remove barrier for patients, but we struggle to meet the goals of our mission because of the limitation of our current physical space. As a resident of the neighborhood and as a Center Director, I can wholeheartedly attest that a new location that we design and own at 1522 Bush Street can significantly improve the patient experience and increase the amount of the time Center staff devote to our patients. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Mary Jung, and it is because of the important work that Planned Parenthood Northern California does every day that I serve as a member on our Board of Directors. Planned Parenthood is critical to San Francisco for several reasons. Many low-cost providers are restricted to a certain segment of the population, such as gender, age, or sexual orientation, or they only provide select services. Our clients can access many services at once at Planned Parenthood, and our doors are open to everyone. We are a crucial safety net that residents depend on. We provide culturally competent, multilingual care, and we understand the needs of low-income individuals. Our services are inclusive of all sexual orientations and genders. We assure clients strict confidentiality in all situations, including teen visits and when serving undocumented individuals. Now, you've heard today some reference to Planned Parenthood's centennial birthday. To commemorate this milestone and respond to the rapidly shifting healthcare environment, we launched an ambitious 5-year, $50 million Second Century campaign to ensure that Planned Parenthood Northern California's services are accessible to future generations. A state-of-the-art flagship location in the heart of San Francisco, the project you see before you today is the centerpiece of the Second Century campaign. I want to assure you that the dedication of our donor community has never been stronger. To date, we have raised almost the entire purchase price for the 1522 Bush Street address building. We have every intention of seeing our campaign through to fully finance the build-out of this facility. We urge you to support this visionary project in San Francisco to usher in the next century of life-saving care from Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll open it up for public comment in just a minute. I think we have a lot of cards here, but I don't see a lot of people, and I know that we have a lot outside, but I'm going to treat it as if we still have this huge stack. So I'm going to limit public comment to 2 minutes today, and I'd like to remind all of those who are giving public comment tonight to please keep your comments related to the land use item before us today. Okay, thank you. Let's open it up. I'll say a few names, but you line up on the left side of the room by the TVs. Jill Levinson, Larry McNeil, Alice Schwab, Catherine Conaway. People can just start getting up and going over there. Dr. Barbara Mark, Megan Fischel, Shannon Weber, Kate Ben Ash, Dee Dee Workman, Ryan Kojase, Marilyn Morgan, Christina Sutton, and first person can come up, Martina Gupta, Anna Avoya.
Hello, I'm Larry McNeil. I think we all know that Planned Parenthood is very controversial lately if you look at the internet, read the news, or see TV. And I think that the property could be better used as housing. We need housing in this city desperately, and we don't need what's been called a medical facility at that spot. I'd like to see that used as something productive, used for housing, which we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Catherine Conway. The Van Ness Avenue plan encourages high-density housing to maximize the number of housing units. 1522 Bush already has housing plans for residential housing submitted to the San Francisco Planning Commission by Jensen Architects. Number 3, Planned Parenthood's 1522 Bush project is not a residential program, and San Francisco needs housing. This is not a continuation of an existing commercial use. It is a new one that needs a conditional use permit. The city can say that Planned Parenthood says it will buy the property with 100% donor funding, but will it have the money to keep the place going if the government funding dries up? 80% of its revenue comes from federal and state and city and county grants and programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm a resident here in San Francisco, and I'm here to testify about the difference that Planned Parenthood's facility here on Valencia has made for me. I became a patient there when I was unemployed with no insurance several years ago, and they provided for me annual exams, regular preventative testing, and birth control at a price I could actually afford while I found a new job. At some point, I became pregnant, and just as Planned Parenthood had been there for me when I needed regular care, so were they when I needed help in a very irregular situation. Abortion itself is a routine procedure, something 1 in 3 people who can get pregnant will experience in their lives. But sometimes seeking abortion can enable local providers to identify other serious conditions that require immediate treatment just by getting the patient through the door. I was one such patient. When it was discovered that this would not be a standard procedure for me, the team at our local Planned Parenthood put me and my safety first. And they worked fast to diagnose and intervene what might have become a situation that could have either permanently taken away my fertility or cost me my life. Sorry, I'm emotional. It's my birthday. So
Happy birthday.
It's because I was able to get an immediate appointment here in my city where I live that I was able to get potentially life-saving care. If I had been limited by distance or because of appointments that had been limited by the kind of patient load that they're experiencing today, I might not be here for you today. Permitting a larger office in the center of San Francisco will ensure that they can provide its deeply necessary services for a demand that is dramatically increased with the number of current and incoming patients here in our city, with better security and more resources and space to conduct research to ensure our national future. As someone who now works in the space between reproductive rights and technology, I'm especially excited at the growing partnership between our local tech community and this facility. I ask this commission and the good people of our city to join me in standing with Planned Parenthood and to grant them this conditional use permit today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Happy birthday. Next speaker.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Ryan Kojaste, and I'm honored to speak before you all this evening representing the board members of the San Francisco Young Democrats, a Democratic club that represents over 300 young people who live and work here in San Francisco. We would like to voice our support for Planned Parenthood Northern California's proposal to establish a new flagship location at 1522 Bush Street. Planned Parenthood serves some of the most vulnerable in our community and delivers high-quality care, regardless of documentation status, insurance status, or the ability to pay. In addition to their vital reproductive health care services, they provide community outreach at local events such as Project Homeless Connect, Trans March, Dyke March, and Carnival. Additionally, Planned Parenthood offers sexual health education to hundreds of San Francisco Unified School students each year. The proposed plans would allow Planned Parenthood to serve thousands more in their health center, and their administrative office will provide space for trainings, community meetings, and clinical research. The location is also easily accessible with multiple public transportation options and bicycle parking. As such, the board members of the San Francisco Young Democrats urge you to approve the conditional use permit for 1522 Bush Street. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Sorry, a little short, you guys. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Christina Sutton. I'm a real estate agent here in San Francisco. And for nearly 10 years, I have called the Inverness at 1405 Van Ness Avenue my home. My windows look over the top of 1522 Bush Street, which is roughly 10 feet away from the walls of my apartment. This makes me uniquely qualified to speak to the impact that Planned Parenthood will have on their neighbors, on our neighborhood, and should you please grant them their conditional use permit. On Saturday, July 15th, I was surprised to find a gathering of anti-Planned Parenthood protesters in front of 1522 Bush. It never crossed my mind that their opening might be protested with such vigor. This is my neighborhood, my city, and it has always been an area of acceptance and tolerance. Why would Planned Parenthood not be welcome here? Many from my residential building came out to support Planned Parenthood, and all of us were shocked to find that these out-of-town protesters were there to get us, the neighbors, to come to you today and tell you not to allow the permit. Thankfully, it turns out the protesters' appearance had quite the opposite effect. I'm proud to be here today representing the Inverness in our support of Planned Parenthood. I've spoken with so many of our brand new and up to 25-year residents, and we are enthusiastic to have Planned Parenthood as our neighbor. The building that Planned Parenthood is looking to purchase and occupy has been a blight in our neighborhood for many years. Most of the time it has been empty, which makes it a target for graffiti and trash. A previous owner even threw unpermitted rave parties on the premises. I promise you that a very high percentage of us prefer having Planned Parenthood as our neighbor. Further, I believe there is a height restriction on the existing building that prevents it from being attractive to most developers. However, Planned Parenthood's use suits the location and works perfectly. They will preserve the historic facade of the building. They have no need to build up, and they have incredible support from their neighbors. Again, as a representative of the Inverness, I'm here to pledge our support for Planned Parenthood's proposed conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Megan Fischel. Thanks for staying late and hearing us. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak with you today. I am here in support of Planned Parenthood and their project planned at 1522 Bush Street. I work and live in San Francisco. It has been my home for 9 years. I am lucky. My story begins in 2013. I had just begun dating my now husband and did not feel I was at a place in my life when I could bear responsibility of motherhood. I was vulnerable. I chose Planned Parenthood as my provider for contraceptive based on the convenience of their facility to my home and my community. The staff was professional and caring. They also saved me about $1,000 from what my doctor wanted to charge me. Planned Parenthood is a vital linchpin that serves a greater good than you and I do. I truly hope your actions today in approving this measure sends a message of solidarity and support for the women and families in our community. Planned Parenthood was the affordable choice for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, and while you're walking up, I'll call a few more names. Ann Turner, Emily Webb, Dina Lon, Tom Timprano, Teresa Buchanan, Stephen Carr, Lauren Handy. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm Marlene Morgan, president of Cathedral Neighbors. The proposed Planned Parenthood facility is in the Cathedral Hill neighborhood. I am proud to say that right now we have over 1,000 new units of housing being built in our neighborhood in response to the concerns raised about new housing. In addition, we have a brand new hospital being built on Van Ness and Geary. So we are totally in favor of Planned Parenthood. Also, also speaking on behalf of the Van Ness Neighborhood Corridor Coalition, which is 10 neighborhoods from Golden Gate Heights through Hayes Valley, we all unanimously support Planned Parenthood in this location for several reasons. First of all, it is a medical district. Not just St. Francis Hospital, not just CPMC Hospital, but all kinds of other medical office buildings along Van Ness Corridor. Also with the Van Ness BRT, we've emphasized transit and transportation, so the employees and the patients of Planned Parenthood will have great access to get to this facility. We think it's going to be a great mix for our very robust urban neighborhood. We welcome them, and we ask you to support the application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having us here later than usual. My name is Anna Avoyan. I'm a San Francisco resident and the newest district representative for Senator Scott Wiener. And I'm here speaking on behalf of the state senator who urges you to support Planned Parenthood Northern California's proposal to establish a new flagship location at 1522 Bush Street. Planned Parenthood provides invaluable health services to our community and is dedicated to advancing public health. Annually, they serve millions of individuals with a myriad of services, advocacy, educational assistance, and now they want to extend their wraparound services to San Francisco. Senator Wiener is a proud co-author of Senate Resolution 9, which outlines California State Legislature's commitment to keeping Planned Parenthood funded and allowing them to continue supporting even more patients. With a right-wing Congress and extremist president working desperately and callously to dismantle healthcare for millions, including defunding Planned Parenthood, we must stand strong not only to preserve its existing services, but to expand them to more San Franciscans and more Californians. The Planned Parenthood Northern California's flagship location will advance that effort. At 1522 Bush Street, Planned Parenthood would be central to all of San Francisco's communities that, especially today, are in desperate need of care and the services that Planned Parenthood provides. Those include cancer screenings, STD testing, and access to birth control, among others. What started as a movement for reproductive rights evolved into a safe haven for not only women, but the LGBT community, families, and those who have been ignored by our current healthcare system. Our city has a long history of spearheading social change, and today San Francisco can and should continue to lead that effort. So I, along with the state senator, urge you to approve this conditional use permit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Alice Schwab. I've lived in San Francisco for about 40 years, and I'm here to hope that you will reject the proposal and use this space for housing for seniors. It's a good location, it's walkable, and it's central, and I don't like seeing such questionable procedures being done in my city. I applaud Planned Parenthood for their work for education in some instances and for STD testing, which also could actually be done by our city's fine city clinic. Other than that, I'm so supportive of the unborn, and I'm here to speak for them because they can't speak tonight. And I'm sorry I don't speak more eloquently, but that's my position. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ann Turner, and I live at 1661 Pine Street, which is San Francisco Towers, a continuing care retirement community with upwards of 300 residents. We will be the new neighbors of Planned Parenthood of Northern California because our building goes from Pine to Austin Street, whereas their building will go from Bush to Austin Street. So we're right across from each other. We have two reasons. I'm not speaking on behalf of Episcopal Community Services. I'm speaking on behalf of all the people I had lunch and dinner with and talked with about this project over the last few weeks. We're in favor of it basically for two reasons. One is that it will raise the whole tone of the neighborhood. Have you been on Bush Street recently? It's mostly car repair places, except the vacant building at 1522. Car repair places and dry cleaners. Planned Parenthood will bring an active presence to the community with a diverse population coming in and going out. The second reason why we're in favor of it is because it will give us a nearby volunteer site. We are retired people who have little to do except write letters and volunteer at places. So I very much hope that you will support this project.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Dina Lon. I am a resident of San Francisco, and I am the Vice President of Policy at the San Francisco Community Clinic Consortium. San Francisco Community Clinic Consortium, as you may know, is a consortium of the nonprofit health clinics serving a mostly low-income population in San Francisco. We serve over 12% of the city's population, and we are proud to say that Planned Parenthood recently joined us. Community clinics and Planned Parenthood must work together to provide the array of services that the diverse population of San Francisco needs. I've been to visit them in their tiny little cramped space, and I can't even believe they can do anything there. They need this new building, and the people of San Francisco need a place to get non-judgmental, expert advice and care. I can't speak strongly enough to that we are very much looking forward to working closely together with the traditional community clinics and Planned Parenthood to provide all the services that our people need. Please support this action.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, guys. My name's Teresa. I am an atheist, I'm a feminist, and I'm a registered Democrat. And just in case you were wondering, I totally voted for Hillary in the last election. I'm also the president of Pro-Life Future of San Francisco. I'm a San Francisco resident. I've lived in the city for 10 years, and many of those years I have lived within just a few blocks of the Van Ness corridor, including presently. I'm here today to oppose Planned Parenthood's request for a conditional use permit. While Planned Parenthood earns, according to their annual report, roughly $1 billion a year, it's no surprise that they were able to generate a significant amount of support today. But what is also significant is that there are quite a few local San Francisco residents that are here to oppose it that don't have any kind of financial incentive. San Francisco needs housing more than anything else. We have world-class health care available in San Francisco. We have 2 Planned Parenthoods, and what we need is housing. While the planning department letter says that this is a continuation of an existing commercial use, this is a different commercial use and one that is not included in the Van Ness corridor plan. The building was on its way to becoming residential with permits and so on. Is Planned Parenthood planning to provide housing elsewhere to make up for taking this building out of the residential market? There are 12 local federally qualified healthcare centers in San Francisco that can meet the public's need for contraception and health care. And there are already plenty of abortion providers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. And while you're coming up, I'll call some more names. Veronica Feely, Yunin Garcia, Mallory Knight, Robert Bird, Mary Massell, Ross Foti, Jim Warshell, John Lieb, Ray Hack. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Sear, and I will be a freshman at Thomas Aquinas College this fall in Santa Paula, California. I am here because I am concerned about the health care of women, men, and their children. I'm concerned because Planned Parenthood does not have the best interest of their clients' health care in mind. They have the interest of their wallets in mind. Planned Parenthood has shown this through focusing their services on abortions, the ending of a living, growing human being's life in the womb of his or her mother. They seek this profit instead of offering other commonly needed services like mammograms, which they have said they offer, but in fact do not. Planned Parenthood has also raised profits by selling the baby's body parts after the abortions.
Okay, sir, I know you're nervous, but I really need you to keep your comments to the land use issue in front of us. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay,
I
go
believe
ahead.
this is important in deciding this matter. Although I am concerned that Planned Parenthood does not provide basic healthcare services, my main concern is that they are in the business of abortion. I believe that all humans should have the right to life, even if they are living in their mother's womb. But I'm just an 18-year-old kid with little credibility, so I would like to draw to your attention a few things that more credible people have said. I would like to quote the recipient of the Nobel Peace Prize in 1979, Mother Teresa. She said, I feel the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion, because it is a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child. From Mahatma Gandhi, it seems to me as clear as daylight that abortion would be a crime. Please allow other community health centers to help women in this area, and do not allow the controversial, questionable Planned Parenthood to build a center in this beautiful area. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, so my name is Lauren Handy. I'm the founder of Mercy Missions, and I work with counseling women in reproductive health options. And what I'm here today is I'm concerned about this Northern California Planned Parenthood affiliate coming into our neighborhood. They are under active congressional investigation, and they have had a history of a death. Holly Patterson was killed at the Northern California affiliate, and so not only are they going to be bringing in protesters, they're going to be bringing in the possibility of dangerous procedures as well. They have a history of violence, of ambulances coming to their clinic. I know that's hard to understand. We can roll our eyes, but that's the truth. Planned Parenthood hurts women. And not only that, it's not pro-choice, it's not pro-life, it's bad business. Planned Parenthood is bad business. They will bring escalating protests. Anyone who is connected to the Planned Parenthood will be protested, and that is included everyone here today. So thank you.
Next speaker, please. I think that was a threat.
Hello, my name is Veronica, and I'm 17 years old, and I live here in San Francisco. As a young woman who lives here in the Bay Area, I oppose the placing and the opening of the new San Francisco Planned Parenthood. As most of you probably know, and as she just stated, San Francisco Planned Parenthood is under an active congressional federal investigation for the illegal trafficking of fetal body parts. I do not want Planned Parenthood's controversy in my city. They are bad business, and we deserve better. And I'm all for women's health and support, but I do not believe that Planned Parenthood is our best option, nor do I believe that they are a good option. And I know a lot of people say that we need them, but for every one Planned Parenthood, there are 21 federally qualified health centers for women to go to. So, in fact, we do not need them here, and there's already 2 Planned Parenthoods in San Francisco. If this clinic were to open, there would be much more protesters, and there would be little peace for people who live in the city. So that's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Before the next speaker comes up, just referencing the last speaker, we are volunteers and also public officials. We welcome public comment, but if there are any threats against commissioners of any sort of verbal or physical violence, you will be asked to leave the hearing. Next speaker, thanks.
I'm really short, sorry. Hello, my name is Junan Garcia. I am 19 years old and a Latina. Today, I'm here to represent minorities such as Latinos and Afro-Americans. I strongly oppose to have a Planned Parenthood open in this area of San Francisco because ever since Margaret Sanger created Planned Parenthood, she and everyone after her purposely targeted minority neighborhoods. About 70% of Planned Parenthoods are located in Hispanic and Afro-American cities. Why? For eugenics, they like to call it. It's sad to say, but more minority babies are being aborted than born today in America. About 3 out of 1, to be specific. This, I dare to say, is bloodshed. I'm sorry. Now, Planned Parenthood will say that abortion is only 3% of their services, but this math is actually completely ridiculous. In 2015, they committed about 323,999 abortions, which averages to 887 abortions per day, so 1 abortion every 97 seconds. Now, let's divide the number of abortions Planned Parenthood does in a year to the number of patients they see, which is 2.5 million patients per year. And the result is 1 out of 8 patients will walk into Planned Parenthood and will undergo an abortion. So this just proves one of Planned Parenthood's constant lies. Now, San Francisco is known for its beautiful diversity and acceptance society. So then, why would you allow a horrific and murderous organization such as Planned Parenthood to destroy our children and the families when eventually everything is going to be gone? With all due respect, harmony and respect are not words that Planned Parenthood deserve, not only because of their horrible procedures to kill babies, but also because they hurt women physically and emotionally. Instead, I strongly suggest that a medical center that provides higher quality of birth control and mammograms, and eventually community.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker.
Thank you for your time today, Commissioners, and I'd like to thank you for staying this late with us. My name is Mallory, I'm 18, and I live in the San Francisco Bay Area. In the fall of 2016, I was told that I have a condition that affects my uterus called endometriosis. Endometriosis is when the tissue that grows on the inside of my uterus also grows on the outside and causes extreme pain. Pain which I've passed out twice from in the past. I need hormones in birth control to prevent the pain I have. I went to my local Planned Parenthood for birth control. However, I soon learned that the birth control they provided me was faulty. It didn't help me with my pain. And to think what would happen if a young woman actually relied on that birth control to help them get pregnant if it was faulty. I feel that Planned Parenthood failed me and would fail the women of the San Francisco Bay Area. If we want a women's health care clinic in this area, it should provide health care for women in all life stages, before and after birth, and not just for women who are pregnant. I don't want a business like Planned Parenthood going up that gives young women like me faulty birth control and false hope. Also, as a member of the LGBT community, as a bisexual, I'd like to say that they don't support the LGBT community because one part about the LGBT community is that we have a lot of adoptions, and the abortion to adoption rate is, for every abortion, there's a couple who want a baby. So why are we getting rid of babies if we have such a high need for them? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Robert Bird. I wanted to help, in a sense, to market the community health centers that don't have as high resources in terms of money, funding. They don't get the notice and name recognition that Planned Parenthood does. As a San Francisco native and as someone who's got a mother and a sister and many female friends, we know that they deserve to have health care that they need. I have this flyer right here that a friend named Karen and I put together. It has the 15 community health centers that are, and there are 3 within a mile of the 1522 Bush Street location. So in terms of the need for comprehensive health care, these places actually provide many more services than Planned Parenthoods do. And I would urge you to redirect government funds to help the San Francisco Health Network. And it was mentioned earlier, the San Francisco Community Clinic Consortium. They have 12 centers in this area in total, as well as, let's see, the Excelsior Clinic, the Mission Neighborhood Health Center. They serve the 16th Street corridor populations, and the clinic on 3rd Street, San Francisco Community Clinic, which is primary care for low-income families of historically African-American communities in that area. So I would urge that places that provide a wider range of services deserve the money, and many are within a mile, just even a mile, of 1522 Bush Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ross Fody. I am here tonight to voice my protest against Planned Parenthood making an effort to have you rezone the building that they intend to purchase to include medical usage, instead of affordable housing, which is very much needed in the city, or a business that would not create tension and disruption. As you should know, Planned Parenthood goes, can't even think, I'm tired. As you should know, where Planned Parenthood goes, the once peaceful and tranquil area transforms into hatred, conflict, and confrontation, a continuous battle ground of opposing groups. Also, this would increase traffic problems and a shortage of parking space on the street, which is needed. As you should know, patients for Planned Parenthood have the tendency of staying in the clinic a long period of time, which causes a parking shortage for other motorists. With all things said, I consider with ample proof that Planned Parenthood, with all the tension and conflict it usually creates, would be in violation of the California Quality Act. Also, Planned Parenthood says that it is consolidating by closing 2 clinics that are in the city. That's the one on Valencia and the one in Potrero. By the way, did they put this in writing for you? Fat chance. Lastly, I do hope that you consciously will make a very strong effort to make the right decision that will benefit the city of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm here to express my opposition to Planned Parenthood's appropriation of 1522 Bush Street as a flagship abortion location. I want to emphasize that the basis of the congressional investigation of Planned Parenthood is based on criminal activity within Planned Parenthood Shasta Diablo, which is the same as Planned Parenthood Northern California. This facility was contracted with STEM Express to sell aborted fetal parts and was found by the House Investigative Committee to have violated patient privacy as part of that relationship. The House Select Investigative Panel on Infant Lives found evidence of severe HIPAA and patient consent violations and outright fraud committed in the 5-year relationship. The committee wrote in its report, the panel's investigation has uncovered information indicating that STEM Express and Planned Parenthood, Marmonte, Planned Parenthood Shasta Pacific, and Family Planning Specialists Medical Group committed systematic violations of the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996. These violations occurred when the abortion clinics disclosed patients' individually identifiable health information to STEM Express to facilitate the TPB's efforts to procure human fetal tissue for resale. HIPAA is an important guarantee of patient privacy that every doctor and patient and health organization knows must be followed. But Planned Parenthood Northern California was found to have violated patient privacy about one of the most personal decisions anyone can make, an abortion, to sell aborted fetuses. On a personal note, my existence is a testament to the importance of supporting comprehensive medical providers, which truly support women at all stages of healthcare, unlike Planned Parenthood. My mother was strongly pressured to abort me to free her up to pursue her master's, but fortunately for me, Planned Parenthood was not her only option. Within a mile of the new flagship location, there is a comprehensive women's care facility called Support Circle, which offers prenatal and post-birth comprehensive care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jim Warshow. Boy, I usually don't like to take a different side than Mahatma Gandhi and Mother Teresa, but Let me try this as really a land use thing. I'm president of Victorian Alliance, and we reviewed the historic building that this is in, and we consider this to be a very good adaptive reuse, restoring this historic building. I'm also on the Van Ness Neighborhood Coalition, and we vetted the project as well, and we're in full support of it. Another person spoke from the Cathedral Hill neighbors about the housing and other benefits and the strong support Cathedral Hill, the most immediately affected neighborhood, has for it, as did both immediate neighbors from the senior facility and the Inverness facility. They are neighbors very directly affected by this. When you look at this site, it's a discrete mid-block site. It's very accessible to public transit. The major issue we're really talking about here is, can they use a second floor? Second floor in a situation like this provides security and privacy. It's a reasonable use. I know emotions run very high on all of this, and if we can take your advice and look at this from a land use point of view, I'd appreciate your looking at it and supporting it. Thank you for supporting Planned Parenthood, its use. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is John Leiby, and I strongly oppose the 1522 Bush project. I'm going to make 2 points for you tonight. The first one is housing. The second one is why the conditional use authorization should be opposed, because it presents a dangerous situation for the health and safety of women in the case of a medical emergency. First, on housing. Here we go again. The three most important issues in San Francisco are housing, 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 and this is not a residential project. You look at the zoning, RC4, residential commercial. The keyword there is residential. This is not a residential project. You look at the Van Ness Special Use District that has a housing ratio of 3-to-1, residential to non-residential. This is not a residential project. Let's look at the Van Ness Improvement Project put out by the SFMTA, improving infrastructure and transit. 1522 Bush is not a residential project. Even the San Francisco Housing Action Coalition has many quotes on their website saying locating residential close to transit is valuable. You look at the website WalkScore. WalkScore gives 1522 Bush a walkability score of 99 out of 100. 99. Let me quickly turn to the conditional use authorization. Locating the clinic on the second floor is very dangerous. What if there is a botched abortion? What if the woman has to be transported from the second floor to the ambulance outside? Just to give you an example of a botched abortion, 5 years ago today, July 20th, 2012, a young African-American woman named Tanya Reeves died at the hands of Planned Parenthood from a botched abortion. She could have been saved, but she did not receive medical attention at time. I urge you to oppose the conditional use authorization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker. And I'm going to call some more names while you come up. Rich Silva, Chris Creighton, Paul Sire, I'm sorry, I'm probably messing up your name, Kelly Connolly, Emily Webb, and Dee Dee Workman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the Commission. My name is Ray Hackey. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed Planned Parenthood at 1522 Bush Street. Now, I'm going to ask you to set aside the moral and legal concerns of slaughtering unborn babies for a moment. I'm asking you to think about a concern that is very pertinent to the city, which is money, particularly the generation of tax revenue. Planned Parenthood is a non-profit organization. If they use 1522 Bush, they will qualify for the welfare exemption under California law. You will not be able to tax that property. Now, if that property is converted into housing, which it has been established more than once that San Francisco sorely needs, that property can be taxed. It can be not only that, but the people who live there will be San Francisco taxpayers, people who shop at local restaurants and bars and in grocery stores and that sort of thing, people who pay sales tax. So that means a lot of money will be flowing into the city's coffers. I also encourage you to bear in mind that anybody who is actually born is a potential San Francisco taxpayer. On top of that, as my friend Mr. Leiby mentioned, the Van Nest area has a walkability score of 97. Now, that walkability score is going to go way down if you've got sidewalks crowded with protesters both for and against abortion. The peace of the neighborhood will be sorely disrupted if you've got people screaming obscenities and driving by and honking their horns and flipping off people with whom they disagree. So I strongly urge you to vote against the conditional use for the one-stop baby chop shop. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for being here and for your attention to this matter. My name is Dr. Pratima Gupta. I am an obstetrician gynecologist and an abortion provider and a resident in San Francisco. I'm here to speak in strong support of Planned Parenthood's flagship building at 1522 Bush Street. Every day, I do pap smears, I do prenatal care, I provide birth control, I do sexually transmitted infection screening and treatment. And unfortunately, I also see the consequences of people who delay seeking screening tests, who ignore symptoms that they're having for lack of availability and lack of access. San Francisco residents deserve the good care and deserve a local Planned Parenthood. Our community should be able to access low-cost or free, comprehensive, evidence-based care when they need it at a location that's most convenient for them. And now, as the parent of 2 young children, while I shudder at this thought, they most likely will have sex at some point. And I want them to be able to access and have a Planned Parenthood there for them as it has been for so many of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker. Oh, hold your applause, please. Next speaker. Go ahead. Come on up. And I'm going to call a couple more names. Amy Panetta, Matthew Santos, and I have 1 speaker card with no name on it, and that's all I have. Anybody else who would like to speak, line up on the left side of the room. Go ahead.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Rick Silva, and I come to you to speak to you today as a young person, as a person of color, and as a Latino, and as a member of a family who has for a long time also been struggling with insurance plans and finding the right health care for our families. So I sympathize with the talking point that that health care is very essential to the Latino community, and that Planned Parenthood is able to provide some of that. However, I oppose this flagship being built in this new location. One of the reasons is because of one point that was brought up, that it would be on the 2nd floor, and so it would include complications for procedures in case of emergencies, and also as the son of a woman who used to go to Planned Parenthood for many, many years, I can testify that as soon as my mom and I knew what Planned Parenthood really does and is all about, as you've heard in the past comments, we were quickly able to find our nearest federally qualified health center, which we now attend instead of Planned Parenthood. And I realized that that one of the concerns could be that could be jobs. So like Planned Parenthood staff having jobs, and so I wanted to mention that if there's any day that a Planned Parenthood staff person wishes to leave their job in the abortion industry, if they go to abortionworker.com, there are former workers who can help current workers find another job. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Paul Sear. Thank you for your time tonight.
and please bear with me, I promise my speech is relevant. Many years ago, my great-great-grandma went into a Planned Parenthood Women's Center to get some health care help. At that time, Planned Parenthood was sterilizing poor women without their knowledge. This was back in 1915. My great-great-grandmother was a poor Irish immigrant, so Planned Parenthood didn't think she should have any more children. But she did want to be open to have more children. At a later date, she had an exam by her OBGYN, and he asked her when she had been sterilized. She said, "I'm not sterilized." He said, "You are sterilized." She was very sad that the ability to have children had been taken from her. It is unfair that Planned Parenthood believes they know what's best for women. It is not right that they give sex education and contraception and abortion to young teenagers against the wishes of their parents. I am sad to know I would very likely have more relatives if Planned Parenthood had not secretly sterilized my great-great-grandma. My poor Irish family has turned out to be very productive and helpful to the people in our country. There are many other certified centers that are both willing and able to provide health care to women that don't provide abortions and don't have the negative stigma that a large portion of the population associates with the name Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Kelly Connolly. I live here in San Francisco. I work here. Thank you for your time. I have two objections to the proposed second floor. Number one is it'll be primarily a medical facility on the top floor. Will the elevators will be prepared for emergency services? Because as of last October, there was, out of Valencia, there was, let's see here. I'll put a photo here. There was ambulance at Valencia, Planned Parenthood, and I don't know if this new medical second floor is prepared for evacuations, health evacuations. So just also, we realize this is really a housing issue too in San Francisco. That's a lot of what you're doing. But with the Planned Parenthood clinic, you might be solving the long-term housing issue. You are approving a building of a new Planned Parenthood flagship mega clinic of Northern California, mega clinic, they call it. The second floor is slated for as a surgical center, so for surgeries. So what kind of surgeries are these? Well, we appreciate what they do, the services they do for women and for health. As a surgical center, this is going to be where they have really thousands and thousands of abortions. So this is clearly something, will clearly eliminate a big population problem here. So I've often wondered if I were in Germany, in the Nazi prison camps, would I have ever spoken up with my back door, my neighbors being a clinic like this. In fact, this is 2 blocks away, right, this new clinic. So knowing that if we pass this, we're going to have death on our hands too. I'm going
to ask you to keep it relevant. Thank you.
Okay, so I just object to this. First of all, as a medical safety issue for emergencies. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Chris Creighton. I'm a fifth-generation San Franciscan. As a citizen of the United States, I'm askance by the attempt of this business, currently in so much trouble, to expand its goings-on to fresher markets within my city. Its public image has suffered, its popularity has diminished among the young even, its funding is under threat right now, and most significantly, Planned Parenthood is under federal investigation for selling human body parts, which has been very well documented and filmed. As a resident of the city and a driver, I am additionally concerned that one of my favorite thoroughfares, Bush Street, may be compromised in its efficiency by the opening of this medical clinic. As someone who prays for innocent life in front of the clinic on Valencia Street, I know firsthand about the numbers of protesters and their opponents who are drawn to this place. I know how ugly and disruptive the confrontations can become. Unlike Valencia, Bush and Van Ness is not some quiet side street on the edge of the city, but centrally located with better public transportation and parking, capable of drawing greater numbers of activists and warriors. And whatever develops here will be in full view of thousands of drivers going by and possibly causing much inconvenience and havoc. I recommend these factors to be considered strongly in the decision of the board regarding allowing the presence of the so-called medical clinic in this particular locale. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Amy Pineda, and I'm a San Francisco resident. I'm a Latina, and I'm perfectly capable of speaking for myself. I also work 3 blocks from the proposed building, and I walk by there all the time. I have no concern about pedestrian traffic or an increase in protests. It's San Francisco. It's to be expected. So obviously, I support 1522 Bush Street. Having worked at a reproductive rights organization in the past that wasn't Planned Parenthood, I am amazed at how many people have received health care from Planned Parenthood. Most were helped when they were in desperate need, either financially or they had no access to health care. San Francisco has the highest rate of gonorrhea, according to an article published this week. With the ability to practically double the amount of patients in a new building, Planned Parenthood can help educate, diagnose, and treat more people, which is crucial to reducing local infection rates. So again, I urge you to vote in support of 1522 Bush Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. I just want to point out that the conditional use authorization for healthcare services should only be used for clinics who do not conduct surgical procedures. This exception in the case of Planned Parenthood would be completely understandable if this new location, this new flagship, was only conducting sales of contraceptives and giving counseling and sex ed and administering even abortifacients. However, surgical abortions and vasectomies, which are procedures with substantial risk, I know that the numbers may seem low, but as the quotably thousands of women are going to be getting healthcare services here, I think they are significant risks, are going to be involved with this location's business. It's not safe for a clinic which performs procedures with significant risk to be located on the second floor of the building. I know that many people here would love to go on and on about the morality of the not-for-profit organization in question. However, I think it much more important to think of the safety of the clients who choose to receive surgical procedures. If any risk were to be realized and a client were to need medical assistance, the second floor nature of the location would be inhibitory of the emergency evacuation and treatment of the client. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mary Caroline Chun. I'm a new resident in San Francisco. I fully support Planned Parenthood and all its services. I had an abortion in 1975, but not through Planned Parenthood, but I did volunteer at Planned Parenthood. And I want to highlight the fact that how much good it does and how much we need them. And even for people who don't use their services, they are benefiting very well. And while I was volunteering, by coincidence, at the same time I was studying Thomas Carlyle, not as eminent as Sister Teresa or Gandhi, but he gave an example of what happens when someone is turned away from community services. And he gives a description, and this you'll see the parallel. An Irish widow with 3 children in Scotland. So she was an outsider. She was the other. She goes from one charitable institution to another, is rejected by all of them. She dies of typhus, but not before infecting her neighbors. So 17 of her neighbors died because she couldn't get help from the clinic. And this is how the effect is, how, good or bad, it's going to spread through the community. So I can't think of any, flash forward to now, I can't think of any entity that is more inclusive than Planned Parenthood in their efforts to restore and or maintain the state of well-being of any resident. And I'm delighted that they're going to find a bigger and better place to give their services. It has to be somewhere. So I just want to make it clear that when everybody in the community is a resident of Mesquite is accepted in a community service place, the more individuals who are in a state of well-being, the better it is for the entire community, because well-being is contagious. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. I am Karen Rose, San Francisco resident, registered Democrat, feminist, and women's reproductive rights activist, and I'm here to oppose the conditional use permit. There are 46 federally qualified health centers in San Francisco that provide reproductive services, including cancer screenings, pap smears, birth control, STD testing, and so many more services than Planned Parenthood provides, so that women can get the reproductive health care they need. However, housing is a major issue in San Francisco, so I ask that you keep this building residential. We need more housing, not an organization that is controversial and under federal investigation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Jarek Ray, and I used to live in the neighborhood of Lower Pack Heights. I would often take Bush Street into downtown for work and stuff, and I argue that if you maintain an open mind and not decide in benefit of Planned Parenthood regarding this, that the options for usage will be better and more productive overall for all people of San Francisco. In addition, since I can no longer afford to live in the city, my voice no longer matters, apparently, because there isn't enough affordable housing. So I'm going to talk about my grandma, who does live on Bush, between Octavia and Goff, so blocks away. She is a 91-year-old woman who has 12 children. It's really vital for her to have a peaceful environment. She can't walk very well, and having an environment that will bring controversy and protesting to it won't benefit her or any of the other neighbors as well. And so I urge you to maintain an open mind and don't close it by deciding in benefit of Planned Parenthood in this case. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Clarice Sue. I am a San Francisco resident. I live actually 4 blocks away from the proposed location, and I also work in San Francisco. I'm here to oppose the new 1522 Bush location for a couple of reasons. But first, because we're asking for something pretty extraordinary, which is rezoning from something that is commercial residential towards medical, I'd like to just ask a couple questions. First, is there really a need for additional medical facility here? You've heard from a couple of the other speakers that there are already 46 federally qualified health centers in the area. So it was just a big question mark for me why we need another one here, and specifically to ask for rezoning from something that we critically need, which is housing, to medical. The second thing I'd like to point out is, why is this specific location? It is super residential. There's so many people who live here. As mentioned, I live 4 blocks away. I think it would be a detriment to the neighborhood culture if we had ambulances, we had protesters, we had just a lot of disruption. I myself spent a lot of time in front of the Valencia location. I observed the women and men going in there. It is distressful. You're making a choice about whether or not you're going to kill your baby. It is a lot of distress, and it is not peaceful. So for these reasons, I'd ask you to consider, with good conscience, what we're asking you to do without bias. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm a resident of the Tenderloin neighborhood, and the issue I see is that the Planned Parenthood 1522 Bush project is not a residential project, and San Francisco needs housing. While the planning department letter says that this is a permissible continuation of an existing commercial use, this is a different commercial use and one that is not included in the Van Ness corridor plan. The building was on its way to become residential with permits and everything. Let's return this to what the city and the neighborhood needs: housing.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Karen McLaughlin, and I understand that
the issue at hand is a variance for medical usage. And I have one thing to say. Abortion is not health care. Abortion is not health care. Abortion is not health care. To me, the only unique aspect for Planned Parenthood amongst all the other locations that others have spoke about in the area is the fact that they provide abortions. It's laudable that they provide screenings, etc., but it seems like the only unique aspect that would give them some sort of advantage in the neighborhood is abortion. Abortion is not health care. Arguably, it's not even a medical procedure. The other thing I wanted to take an opportunity to say, since I have this quick forum, a couple people on Planned Parenthood's side sadly spoke of their abortion. I would like to say that I'm unable to get pregnant, and I would give my right arm to adopt any child of anyone here that feels they're in an unwanted pregnancy situation. My husband and I would give our right arm to adopt their baby. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Brendan. I'm a native San Franciscan, and I'm here also to oppose the Planned Parenthood. I'm just going to speak here on a personal note. As somebody whose family immigrated to San Francisco from the 1960s to the 1980s from Mexico, I've seen San Francisco grow, and in many good ways, to be the city that it is today. However, because due to the lack of housing in the area, many of my family has been forced to leave the area. My family has been forced to move out into more rural areas of California, my immediate family, that is. And I've even had my 80-year-old aunt was evicted 5 years ago from her home and forced to move back to Mexico. So I just ask that San Francisco reconsider this proposal for this area, which can be used for residential purposes, to provide affordable housing for San Franciscans, especially those who cannot afford the current prices. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Luke Mulhall, and I just wanted to speak in opposition to this variance for this Planned Parenthood center. And my reasons are, I think San Francisco can do better. San Francisco can use that floor, that building, for housing that is desperately needed in the city. It can do better by directing any sort of resources from Planned Parenthood to other healthcare clinics in this city that provide family planning, contraceptive, and cancer screenings. Planned Parenthood is all about abortion. Their latest annual report, they performed 328,000 abortions. How many mammograms did they perform? 0. Ask Planned Parenthood, they're going to have a mammogram machine in their clinic. They aren't going to get money off the mammogram machine. They're going to make money off the abortion. And also, I'd like to share some history about Planned Parenthood. Again, San Francisco Can Do Better is a racist organization. Its founder, Margaret Sanger, they have never disowned her. They still give her awards to people in her name. She talked about, quote, "We do not want the word to go out that we are here to exterminate the Negro population," unquote. She talked about her joy about speaking at a KKK women's auxiliary meeting. San Francisco can do better. San Francisco is a tolerant, inclusive city. And let's show this by denying racist Planned Parenthood their center. Thank you.
Oh, no applause. Thank you so much. Okay, is there any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioners?
Thank you. I will be supporting this
project. I find it necessary and desirable. San Francisco is an open, tolerant city, and just responding to several of the commenters, abortion is legal in our country. It is a constitutional right that women have. I think that this particular block has a lot of automotive uses. This is a vacant building that has been vacant for quite some time. I do think that it will be a really good addition to the neighborhood. I'll be supporting the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Moore?
I am supportive of the project. Reasons are many. Commissioner Melgar touched on a few of them without repeating. The building is an ideal location as well as an ideal building type for reuse. The building is not suitable for residential as it is. It is a contributory building which has to meet historic preservation standards of a certain kind. The commission reviewed it. I find it actually very interesting. We spend a lot of time on looking at the emerging medical district on Van Ness, and the healthcare services master plan is really points out that this particular facility is consistent with it. I do trust the Department of Public Health's way of looking at facilities, which we at length discussed during the CPMC master plan and beyond. I am in support of the facility and move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. I'd like to thank all the people who came out for public comment today. I ask that everyone be civil and sort of stick to the land use, and most of you achieve that. We are a tolerant city, which means we are tolerant of diverse views, and so you are allowed to come and have your viewpoint here, and I appreciate everyone who was able to come out. I will stick to the land use here with this topic. This building is a perfect adaptive reuse opportunity. Yes, this is an RC4 district, but if there were a residential project here, it's a very high likelihood that this building would not be adaptively reused. It would likely be a demolition or an example of facadeism where you maybe just have the front and then the rest of it is gone, because the building itself, you can't just put units in there as is. So oftentimes, as a commission, we often necessary and desirable also looks at the physical environment, and we do look at preservation when we can. So this is an opportunity to look at all of those factors holistically, and I'll be supporting the project today. Thank you.
Commissioners, there is a motion and a second to approve the project with conditions. Commissioner Fong?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0. Places you on public comment.
Thank you. Is there any general public comment today? Okay, seeing none, meeting's adjourned.